land off the top's not going to be good enough. Sean Emmanuel Depras is your world champion.
It is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
And congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizon 3. He has done it.
Welcome to World Championship Sunday here at World Championship 30, live from Las Vegas, Nevada. And boy, oh boy, do we have a stacked top 8 for you this morning. We kicked off the tournament with 113 players. Now only 8 remain to play single elimination standard for a $1 million prize pool. We've also got Player of the Year on the line here. We took it all the way to Sunday. You paid for the whole seat, you only need the edge. Someone's gonna be crowned the best in the world by the end of today, and you do not want to miss a single minute of the action. We've got some amazing great players in our top 8, as well as some up-and-comers. We'll find out who's gonna take down the whole thing. Hey everybody, welcome to the News Desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Davuti, and Cedric Phillips here with you on World Championship Sunday. And we've got an absolutely fantastic end to the tournament lined up for all of you. Mani, what are you looking forward to most?
Oh, Canada. Maria, I don't care about world champions. I don't care about redemption arcs. I don't care about GOATs. I don't care about Player of the Year. Canada, double-digit world championship top 8s, no winners. This is our year. This is when Ha Fam gets us there.
All right, Mani, we'll see if we can make it happen for you. What about you, Cedric? What are you looking forward to?
Well, if we're going to do countries, Deutschland. Ever heard of it? There's a really, really good player from there in the top 8. I'm not sure if you're familiar. Kai Bude is in our top 8 here this weekend, everybody. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing if the player who is named after the Player of the Year title, who's won everything that can be won in this game, is actually going to win this World Championship. The run is improbable, and if he's able to hoist that trophy, it's going to be one of the best moments in Magic history.
Absolutely. I'm so very excited. We have 3 people in our top 8 who have won a Pro Tour before. Only one person in the history of the game has ever won 2. It could happen again this weekend. Well, let's take a look at how the tournament went down, starting with the action on Friday. Mani.
Well, Maria, it feels like an eternity ago, but we kicked things off, as we always do, with 3 rounds of Duskmourn Limited. After that, we swapped over to Standard Constructed for the remainder of the day, at the end of which all players with 12 match points or better came back for day 2 yesterday.
And yesterday, we did kick things off by entering the House of Horror, that is Duskmourn Draft. That was rounds 8 through 10 before we switched over to those high leverage rounds of Standard Constructed. Players started locking up their seats into the top 8, and now that's where we are today.
Yes, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Welcome to your single elimination top 8, playing Standard all the way down. We're playing best 3 out of 5 games, with sideboarded games beginning after game number 2. Well, if you missed any of the action from the feature match area yesterday, and there was a lot of it, don't worry. Cedric's got you covered with the highlights.
There was a lot of it, as Maria did mention. Day number 2 is always a wonderful day in a tournament like the World Championship. You're going to see us starting on the outside and working ourselves into the Las Vegas Convention Center, because there are over 15,000 people playing Magic here this weekend. Let me tell you about the World Championship 30 here. The trophy, beautiful. The handshakes, a ton of fun. The gameplay, even better. Paul Cheon, Marshall Sutcliffe among the crew in the booth. As you see, Javier Dominguez very happy about a win there. Javi is bringing the energy here in the top 8 this morning. Seth Manfield with a fun fist pump as well. This is just awesome to watch these players lock up top 8 berths, lock up their dreams. Of course, have players who we've seen on this stage before, like Marcio Carvalho. And we're seeing some newcomers like Quinn Tonoli and Max Rappaport, and the aforementioned Ha Fam, who's getting some hugs from his friends. Day 2 has been an absolute blast here. It's been a lot of positives, a lot of fist pumps, a little bit of heartache for some players like John Emmanuel Depras and Simon Nielsen, but at the end of the day, we are going to crown ourselves a champion. We're going to see more players shrugging their shoulders, fist pumps, handshakes, and ultimately a trophy will be held high, and one player will be crowned the winner of World Championship 30.
So very, very much on the line for all of the players here this morning, and history could be made in a really big way. There's a look at the trophy that's up for grabs here. But what about our top 8? Who are they? Let's meet them right now.
Seth Manfield, United States, Golgari Ramp.
Quinn Tonoli, United States, Mono Red Aggro.
Marcio Carvalho, Portugal, Golgari mid-range.
Hafam, Canada, Demir mid-range.
Javier Dominguez, Spain, Demir Demons.
Yoshihiko Ikawa, Japan, Gurur Prowess.
Max Rappaport, United States of America, Demir Midrange.
Kai Budde, Germany, Demir midrange.
And there is a look at your top 8, everyone. What an incredibly stacked top 8 we have for you. It's about to be a great tournament. For the first time now, let's unveil our tournament bracket and find out who is playing whom. Check this out. Wow, we're going to start with a great one here in the quarterfinals. Seth Manfield versus German juggernaut, most decorated player in the history of Magic the Gathering, Kai Buddha. We have Ha Fam, a newcomer, up against Javier Dominguez, who is your 2018 world champion. Quinn Tonoli, a Magic online grinder, versus Max Rappaport. And then we've got Marcio Carvalho, who's come in second at 2 world championships, up against Yoshihiko Ikawa, who won Pro Tour Thunder Junction. So a great top 8 bracket right from the quarterfinals. We're also, of course, following our Player of the Year race, which, classic, has come down here to World Championship Sunday. Here's a look at the players and the points they had coming into the tournament this weekend. Simon Nielsen was leading with Seth Manfield in second. There you see Javier Dominguez in fourth, but that's not how things stayed. Talk to me about what happened, Cedric.
Well, Seth did what Seth generally does, which is win a whole bunch. So you see the record there of 13-1 and locked up his seat on the Sunday stage very early on yesterday. Javier Dominguez got things done pretty quickly as well. You see the 11-3 record there. Eli Cassis had a really nice tournament, but unfortunately for him, lost playing for top 8 twice. And then Simon Nielsen, who got off to that riveting start on Friday, came up a little bit short. So the Player of the Year race, as you do see here, it's going to come down to Seth and Javi, Maria.
Unbelievable. All right, everybody. If Javier Dominguez reaches the final today, he is our Player of the Year. If Javier Dominguez does not reach the final, Seth Manfield will be our Player of the Year. If they both happen to win their quarterfinals, they will play for the Player of the Year title in the semis. So really, really exciting stuff here today. Not only the World Championship on the line, but how are the players feeling this morning before this huge day of competition? Cedric talked to the players out on the floor before they started playing.
Welcome to the Sunday stage here at World Championship 30 at MagicCon Las Vegas. We've got our 8 players. They are here this morning. They are getting ready. I get the opportunity to chat with them before gameplay does begin, and we work our way towards crowning a champion. And what better place to start than a reigning Pro Tour champion? The winner of Pro Tour Thunder Junction in Seattle earlier this year is Yoshihiko Ikawa, who is in his phone. Yoshihiko, how are we feeling about our matchup this morning?
Yeah, this matchup is hard for me, but I want to win with the best luck and the best play. So please hope.
Well, sometimes hope can be a strategy. Good luck to you, Yoshihiko. From one Pro Tour champion to another, it is Seth Manfield, the winner of Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor in Chicago earlier this year. Seth, you were the first person to lock your spot here on Sunday, and you've got a matchup for the ages against Kai Buddha. How are we feeling about it?
It's a special match. So whichever way it goes, like there's a lot of storylines there, especially with the Kai Buddha Player of the Year race still in undecided. So I'm looking forward to the match.
Seth, always focused, but always wants to win the trophy. We're looking forward to that historic matchup. We'll get to Kai in just a moment. But first, we got to get to Mr. Excitement, Mr. Energy, one of my favorite people to interview. It's Javier Dominguez, who now has 3 cups and a deck box in front of him. I think this is his preparation strategy. It keeps working. Javi, of course, a former world champion, maybe a 2-time world champion?
I mean, I will try. I'm giving myself hydrated properly. So that's a good start. But yeah, I'm excited to play the games today. I'm passionate about this kind of games. Just honestly, hope I have some fun. I'm that if I wait others, fine.
Well, when it comes to magic and fun, that's Javier Dominguez. Now, we've just interviewed 3 people who have a ton of accomplishments, but some people are making a name for themselves this weekend, like Quinn Tonoli, who if you follow on the interwebs, you know there's going to be a mountain involved. Now, Quinn, is it going to be mountains all the way to the top?
I hope so. I'm pretty nervous, but once the games start and I actually get to play my mountains, I usually can focus up. So hopefully that is the same today.
We wish him luck, even though they are mismatched mountains. No judgment. Okay, maybe a little. Maybe a little. Now I'm coming to Kai, who, for as good as he is in Magic, his music tastes, they need some work, but his gameplay doesn't. Kai, yeah, you see, this is unbelievable. Kai, you've got a matchup against Seth Manfield, a teammate, a friend, and a heck of a Magic player. How are we feeling about it?
Always bad to play against a teammate. I'm feeling good about my deck. I'm sure Seth is feeling good about his. We will have to see. It is kind of funny that he has to get past me to get the Player of the Year trophy, so that's fitting.
Kai, we'll see if you want it that way. That's for the Backstreet Boys, buddy. We're going to move on this side. Marcio Carvalho, who has now 4 World Championship top 8s, 2 runner-up finishes, but you don't want another runner-up finish. You want to win this thing and call yourself world champion, don't you?
The only score I need is win. Anything besides it is a loss, so I have to do it. I'm going to win it.
He's calling his shot. He says he's going to win it. He's tired of second place. He wants first place. He wants to be world champion. But I think Max Rappaport wants to be world champion too, who is undefeated in Constructed.
Yeah, so far, and I just got to keep that going. But yeah, I know my matchups well, and I'm just really happy to be here and competing with the best players in the world.
Well, you are competing with the best, but you could be one of the very best after this weekend is over. And if that undefeated Constructed record keeps up, he's going to be world champion. But I think my favorite player of the top 8 is Hafam, who has taken this tournament with a much more fun approach. Tell me about the signatures on the playmats.
All right, so I wanted to keep a souvenir for the world, so I'm asking every opponent to sign my mats in the country so that I keep that as a souvenir. So now I'm here. I have a tons of signature key players. I'm still missing some, so hopefully I'll get to win more today and to get to those players that I haven't met yet, played against this weekend yet, and get some signatures.
Well, if he gets 3 more signatures, that means he's on to the finals, and then perhaps we'll have the ultimate signature, which is him signing his own playmat, because there's no one left for him to beat. He'll be the world champion. What we want to see is who's going to become the world champion on that Sunday stage here at MagicCon Las Vegas. World Championship 30. Our elimination rounds are about to be underway. We can't wait to see who's going to win the tournament.
Awesome to hear from the players this morning before the top 8. Plenty of nerves in the building, I'm sure. Well, let's kick things off with our very first quarterfinal here this morning. Everybody, it's a great one. 2 of the best to ever play the game here in our top 8. Seth Manfield versus Kai Budek. Golgari Ramp up against Amir Midrange. Seth Manfield, your 2015 world champion. Kai Budek, your 1999 world champion, looking to do it twice. Check out Seth Manfield's road to the top 8 here today. Lost in round 2 and then decided, you know what? I don't like losing. Didn't win the rest of the tournament. Was our first player to actually lock up a spot in the top 8. Undefeated in standard for Seth, so a very easy road here to the top 8 for Seth. Kai Budek had a bit of a tougher road here. Started out 4-3 on day 1, then turned it around by 3-0ing draft on day number 2. Lost to Marcio in round 13 of the tournament. It was a great match. Go check it out if you missed it. But got there versus current reigning world champion Jean-Emmanuel Duprat in the final round. So a real nail biter for Kai here to make it to our top 8 today. There's a look at the players. What about this matchup, Monty?
Ooh, it's going to be a tight one, Maria. We're going to start by taking a look at Seth's deck. Of course, both of these players are on Team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard teammates, but on different archetypes for the tournament. Seth, who was the originator of this deck, kept the shell from the Domain Ramp deck of Overlord of the Hauntwoods alongside Up the Beanstalk, but wanted to have access to better interaction, so went with a Golgari strategy instead. And one of the key cards that you get from being Golgari, of course, is Glissa Sunslayer. This card is an absolute powerhouse. As soon as it hits the board, it demands an answer, and if not, it can very easily take over a game. On the other side, we do see Kai, who went with Demir Midrange. This was definitely the more successful deck for the team, but ultimately they only put one of each into the top 8. This deck is a successor to the Esper midrange decks of last year's standard. We see cheap creatures coming onto the board early, and then that allows you to put on some pressure while leaving up one of your bevy of interaction, whether it's counter spells, removal spells, or just being able to pass the turn with 4 mana. And if your opponent doesn't play into you, you just drop an Enduring Curiosity and take over the game completely. This deck is really powerful, but one thing we heard from Reed yesterday is they're looking to play against the polarizing ends of the matchups, either hard control or hard aggro. Once you start facing these more mid-range decks that are able to go over the top of you while still having card interaction, things get tough.
All right, well, we have two greats here in this matchup. Mani, which one do you like here?
As much as Kai doesn't lose on Sundays, I have to go with Seth Manfield. I think his deck is just favored in the matchup.
All right, what about you, Cedric?
I'm going to need your help with this one, okay?
Okay.
As much as
Kai doesn't lose on Sunday.
There you go. I'm all set.
All right, I'm with you, Cedric. It's time for our first quarterfinal. Take it away, Marshall and Paul with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, Kai doesn't generally lose on Sundays. That is absolutely true. Welcome to the booth here at the World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe, and this is Paul Chion, and it is our great pleasure to bring you coverage of the top 8 here at the World Championship. We've got our first quarterfinal match all ready to go for you. As we mentioned there at the news desk, Seth Manfield versus Kai Buddha. This is heavy hitter territory. You don't see that often at the highest level of our game, the World Championship. We'll see Seth walking out. Seth, 2015 World Champion. And that guy right there, Kai Buddha, 1999 World Champion.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
We've got, yeah. I know, Paul. Yeah.
25 years ago?
Have you had somebody ask you if you were...
Magic then?
You probably were. Have you had somebody ask you if you were born in the 1900s yet? Wait for that one. That hits real hard. Anyway, Kai Buddha sitting down across from Seth Manfield. Everything on the line. We're going to play a best 3 out of 5 match to decide who's going to advance to the semifinals. And we are underway. Blooming Marsh is going to kick things off here for Seth.
Seth with 2 copies of probably one of the most important cards in this matchup here in Up the Beanstalk. Being on the play is huge because you can have it countered by Phantom Interference. And being able to play this Beanstalk means you get to just take advantage of the card advantage that you get over this card over the long haul. And if you can play this turn 2, specifically against a mirror mid-range, which doesn't really have a way to get it off the battlefield, if the game goes long, Seth is just going to run away with the game with that card.
You can see decision points already here for Kai this early in the game.
Yeah, has access to Deep Cavern Bat, or Fairy Mastermind. So those are both fine options. Fairy Mastermind is a nice answer to Beanstalk. It allows Kai to kind of keep pace with the extra cards that Seth draws. But if you're Kai, you have to think Seth's deck has 14, 15 removal spells in his deck. If you just run out the Fairy Mastermind here, it's just so likely that Seth is going to have a removal spell for the Mastermind. So a little better to run out the Bat here instead, maybe nab one of those removal effects before running out the Fairy Mastermind.
Yeah, the card draw engines for both players, very powerful. You see the Up the Beanstalk there. On the other side of the table, Kai Buddha, well, he has multiple ways to draw cards, but the one that really stands out is Enduring Curiosity, particularly because Seth can't really block flyers. If they are able to stick on the battlefield, they could lead to significant card advantage going back in Kai's direction. It's not like he doesn't have a way to draw cards either.
Yeah, Curiosity is a fantastic card. Now Seth, unlike most versions of Golgari, is playing 2 copies of Tear Asunder, which is a nice, clean main deck answer to the powerful enchantment. Additionally, Seth's deck actually plays, because it plays less creatures, it actually has more removal spells than your typical Golgari mid-range deck. And we saw Marcio Carvalho, when he was playing against Kai, just kill all the flyers. If I just kill everything, you're not going to be able to draw any of the cards, and Seth already has his card advantage engine online here, so it's going to be tough. Looking at Seth's hand, we have Go for the Throat, Harvester of Mystery, another Beanstalk, just a lot of removal spells that Kai has to grind through before even being able to draw any cards with the Curiosity.
Ultimately, the Bat is going to take Virtue of Persistence, which is usually common. The Lochthwain Scorn side of that card would kill the bat. And Seth had multiple answers for the bat anyway.
Now, Seth, with some mana issues here, you drew a Demolition Field and a Fountain Port. So these colorless lands sometimes are not free. And one card that Seth is probably very concerned about here, which is probably the best card in the matchup for Kai, is Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. Seth has a bunch of spot removal spells, but not a lot of ways to answer the Planeswalker. At least when he was playing against the Golgari mid-range deck, Marshall had creatures that could threaten Kaito. Seth doesn't have as many, so if Kai can get a Kaito into play, that could go a long way here for him to potentially win this game.
So Seth had the option for the go for the throat to prevent a potential Kaito. Instead, he goes for up the beanstalk, perhaps digging for a swamp to fire off a duress for it, but instead, no land there. He found Anoint with Affliction. Now, he does have the Fountain Port for the turn, but that's not quite the same thing. Kai's going to take a good aggressive stance, though. He's going to chip in for one, and then Unstoppable Slasher hits the battlefield. That will definitely demand an answer.
Ouch, and it looks like Seth does not have another land here.
Really?
I think drew another Beanstalk, and Beanstalk is a great card, but you need to be able to at least, you can't just cast Beanstalks all day. You need to be able to at least keep the board somewhat clear here. He does have that Anoint with Affliction, which is a clean answer to the Unstoppable Slasher. But missing a land drop here is pretty huge, especially considering the fact that Kai has access to double Enduring Curiosity. Now, Kai doesn't have land number 4, but if he does find it, if Seth decides to fire off this Anoint with Affliction main phase, Kai can then slam the Curiosity, at least draw one card here off the bat.
Seth definitely would prefer to play up the beanstalk, hit a black source, and have access to go for the throat.
Yeah.
But man, do you really want to take that hit? It's a huge amount of damage.
Right. I was just going for the remote. Now, the thing is, if Kai doesn't
And that
actually...
was Anoint.
Right. And if Kai doesn't find land number 4, then he actually won't be able to pull that far ahead and take advantage of the fact that Seth didn't draw a land there.
Yeah, and with only the bat on the battlefield, he's not really generating anything amazing now that the Slasher has been exiled.
Land would have been so big here for Kai. So big.
Oh, and he didn't hit. Oh, it was Kaito, though?
That is interesting, though. That is interesting. You give back the Virtue of Persistence, but that doesn't do anything against the Kaito. You get to surveil, find a land drop too,
Definitely.
right? So that could be something for Kai to consider. Like I said, Seth only really with 2 clean answers in the Terra Sunder to kill the Kaito.
Interesting mana issues for both players. They have enough mana to cast some stuff, so we have a game.
Right.
But both of them really wanted to hit a land drop this turn. Kai, still live to do so if he goes for the Kaito play. No blocks, and there's Kaito Ninjutsu. And of course, that's just going to happen. So 3 damage, and then we're assuming the 0 ability.
Oh, yeah.
After combat here to try to surveil.
Yeah, given that there's
draw a card.
Yeah, given that Kai doesn't have a land drop here, he will absolutely just be looking for any lands. Slasher probably just goes into the graveyard here,
Does
but
Fountain Port count?
I think Fountain Port still counts.
Close enough.
It's still just a land. It ensures that you can play that Enduring Curiosity next turn. I don't think you can be too picky here. It'll be a little bit greedy, I think, to just bin that land and draw just a random card. And if that's not a land, it's pretty bad for you.
So he does draw the Fountain Port. He decided he didn't want the another Unstoppable Slasher. So he put that into the graveyard. The other one's exiled. Was
Seth
it another
drew a
miss?
Blooming Marsh.
Oh.
That is rough.
You asked for a land.
Yeah, I mean, it was a land. You got to be careful which land you ask for here, but of course there is a cost of playing Blooming Marsh, not entirely free here. Now that Seth doesn't have a removal spell, probably just going to run out and up the Beanstalk here and just hope that this Kaito doesn't run away with the game.
Yeah, this is the interesting part because Kai really needs to be applying as much pressure as possible because with 3 up the Beanstalk, you know, Seth effectively has the long game locked up.
Yeah, I wonder if Kai just runs out Curiosity here for even more value or just keeps up Counter Magic and just kind of slowly get the card advantage here with the Kaito. couple of nice options. Kai has to think, okay, what's the worst case scenario? If I play Enduring Curiosity, you have 2 big threats you need to deal with. What can you slam on turn 5 that's going to completely destroy me? If you play Shieldred, that's totally fine. I have a Go for the Throat. If you play an Overlord, that's also fine. I do have that Go for the Throat. So there's not too much, I think, that Seth can do that would absolutely punish Kai. But of course, just you do have some instant speed plays here, so that's also a thing.
Yeah, I don't know how much is Kai thinking about the virtue of persistence that he does know about in Seth's hand. Just does he not want to run the curiosity into that, or is that okay?
Well, the thing is, if Seth's turn is just virtue of curiosity, you still have the enchantment in play, and Kai just cares about getting ahead on cards. This is a mid-range matchup, so it's just so much about like every single card mattering there. And if you played out the curiosity there, of course you would have been able to draw the extra card. But I totally understand also just being able to find a land and going bat plus counterspell backup. That just feels so safe.
Right, and I mean, neither player short on cards at the moment, that's for sure. Take a look at the hand here from Seth, if that's what Kai's doing, as he's replayed the bat. Does he have another play he can make? Oh, he has the Fairy Mastermind. So if Seth stumbles yet again, he can go Mastermind and then play an Enduring Curiosity on his turn and slam, and it all falls apart.
Could consider taking Harvester of Misery. If Seth hardcast that, he draws 3 cards off the Beanstalks, and it would kill the bat. Now, Kai, of course, has the counterspell here, but Seth's hand is just all removal spells here, right? So you just kind of have to choose which one you want to kill. Probably going to leave the multiple copies of Virtue of Persistence because that's a sorcery speed effect. So it's either probably going to be the instant speed removal effects or the duress.
Yeah, the duress being the different thing here.
Right. Kai looking at taking the 5-mana thing here, possibly.
Yeah, Kai's probably thinking, well, if you do draw an untapped land, that's just what you're going to want to do anyway.
Right.
So I'll make you do a little bit of work to kill the bat first if that were the case.
Exactly.
Is there a land on top here for Seth Manfield?
Another colorless land.
Fine though, right?
Yeah, it's still fine. You can't play Shieldred plus something, but Seth can certainly line up a double spell turn here if he wants with maybe a duress just to see what Kai's working with, plus a removal spell. But even then, not really able to actually take advantage of the Beanstalk. This deck, it's a Beanstalk deck, but it's certainly not taking advantage of Beanstalk the way that your typical domain ramp deck would with cards like Leyline Binding, and just has a lot more expensive spells.
Kai, anticipating the duress, knew already what he was going to do. He's not going to use 3 steps ahead here, so he just says, okay.
And I imagine Seth is likely going to take the 3 steps ahead here, just to try to resolve maybe the Go for the Throw or any of his other spells here. But this is going to be tough. What is Seth going to do? Seth has the ability to kill one of these flyers, right? That Kai plays. But then on the following turn, Kai can potentially just play out Enduring Curiosity. 2 creatures gets in, draw 2 cards, another trigger with the Kaito. He's drawing 3 cards next turn.
Absolutely. Seth, of course, can't take away the Fairy Mastermind here. It's a good spot for Kai Buddha.
Yeah, all of these lands really hurting Seth here.
Okay, 3 steps ahead is going to hit the graveyard. And Seth is going to pass with Go for the Throat available.
Yeah, probably wants to just use that on Fairy Mastermind, as Fairy Mastermind is pretty solid against the up the Beanstalk here as well. And given that he's got double Virtual Persistence rather, knows that he can use that on the bat whenever he wants. Oh, changes his mind.
Oh, he has not passed the turn?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go with Virtue.
All right, I thought he said go, but I must have missed that. All right. Lockthwain Scorn.
Helps pad the life total just a little bit, but...
Yeah, this is probably one of those things, too, where if you do pass the turn, Kai has the option of just not playing into your Go for the Throat, and maybe you just don't want to give him that kind of option.
Sure. Although I imagine he's going to play it anyways, just because he has the Curiosities.
I think he is.
Right.
And there it is. Fairy Mastermind and Kaito on the battlefield with only 2 colorless lands there for Seth Manfield. Nothing to do.
And now that the counterspell is gone and Seth knows Kai's hand, he can't even bluff a counterspell. He's just going to run out the Curiosity here and attack.
It's also a lot of damage. That's 5.
A lot of damage, a lot of cards here. Kai's drawn far more cards here than Seth. Hasn't even played an expensive spell off the Beanstalk.
No. He hasn't. They've just replaced themselves.
Right.
2 lands there, and it looks like Kai says, nah, I'm just going to take my chances on the top of the library here.
Yeah, it looks like all tap lands. Oh, but found a Spyglass Siren here as well to run out. Now, he does know about the Harvester of Misery, rather, as Seth did get that back. So if you do play this out, both of the flyers will die, and Seth will draw a bunch of cards. But the Curiosity still stays in play, along with the Kaito. And Kai has multiple go-for-the-throats here. But I think this is Seth's best play, so he's just going to do it anyways.
Harvester of Misery, sure.
But
Draw
Kai,
3, kill 2 of your things. I mean,
I will draw 1, though.
Yeah, this is a theoretically devastating play. It just doesn't quite feel like it because Kai's ready.
Yeah, and Kaito just so strong here, right? Seth's hand was go for the throw, double Virtual Persistence, Harvester of Misery. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why even early on in the game, Seth wasn't sure whether or not he should run out the second Beanstalk or just kill the Deep Cavern Bat because of the fear of the Kaito.
Every time we've seen Kaito this weekend, that card has carried a lot of value on its shoulders.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Very
Especially
difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, especially in these kind of mid-range matchups. Not at its best against maybe the Gruul Prowess decks, but anything that's mid-range or control, anything that's a slower matchup, it is an absolute all-star.
Okay, Harvester down.
Down to 3?
Yeah, that's 7 damage.
So many cards.
2 more cards going into hand here for Kai.
Yeah, and Curiosity, just such an amazing
he drew 3 cards last turn, plus an extra card on Seth's turn, and now 2 more, and now another one, and then another one from Kaito.
And
That's in the last 2 turns.
Right, yeah. Kaito plus the Curiosity. I mean, such great additions, right, from Duskmourn. Curiosity just allowing you to play that draw-go game with all the counter magic and instant speed removal spells, but also you can flash it in at end of turn. Huge, huge card. And most lists were playing 3. But Team Channel Fireball there going with the full 4 copies, just recognizing how powerful that creature is.
You saw Kai actually discarded the hand size there. That's how many extra cards he's drawn. Another Lockflame Scorn. This one's targeting the Enduring Curiosity.
Yep. Now Kai has a second copy here, so he can just run it out.
He can just cast it, yeah.
Right, just cast another one here. Now he also has a Restless Reef in play, and Seth is at 3. So just...
Is Seth at 5 now?
He will gain life off the Virtue, yes.
Yeah, so I think he's going to be at 5 before Kai's turn.
Okay. And running out the Fairy Mastermind here just to keep up the 3 steps ahead for an instant speed removal spell.
This is exactly enough for lethal, and he can protect it. Looks good from here.
Yeah. I mean, the Kaito alone, well, is Seth at 3 or 5?
Okay. Should be at 5.
Right.
He's got that.
He's got that. Now, Seth does have double removal spell here.
Okay.
So can kill the Fairy Mastermind, so it won't necessarily be a lethal attack. Even if Kaito animates the land, Seth has the removal for both, because if Kai activates the land and attacks with both, won't have the actual mana to cast 3 steps ahead. Will be 1 mana short. But Kai's still in a pretty commanding lead here, given all the cards that he's drawn. Ooh, Emblem.
He's going to make an Emblem here. That does not create an individual lethal Kaito, however.
Right, but I think Kai's also thinking, I have a Fountain Port in play as well.
Mm.
I know for
So
sure,
get into
I know for sure I'm going to get in for 4, get you down to 1, and then maybe I can play a slasher, unstoppable slasher plus make a 1/1. Kai's going to probably just let that resolve.
Yep.
Go to 1, still draw a card. And Kai already has too many cards anyways. He's just like, I don't need to surveil here.
I'm not
My hand
greedy.
is great.
He's going to add an unstoppable slasher as yet another lethal threat.
Oh, I would probably leave a Fountain Port untapped. Yeah. There you
so
go.
would Kai.
Especially with your opponent at 1 life.
Right, that can produce another lethal. And we see go for the throat there. That's going to kill, well, not kill, but slow down the unstoppable slasher. It is unstoppable after all.
Right. Oh, one note is Kai does have a map token, it looks like. Could have targeted the Kaito and tried to go for lethal.
Oh.
Right? Because got him down to 1. But I think Kai's still going to win this. He's got multiple go for the throats and 3 steps ahead here. Let's just let the shielder resolve. Seth's going to draw a million cards.
Yep,
but
and he's just going to flash him a removal spell. Take your pick, and that is game number 1 going to Kai Bude.
Remember for game 2, no sideboards yet.
You can hear the judge reminding, and I'll use that opportunity to remind you at home that this is going to be, game 2 is another pre-sideboarded game, so no sideboards just yet. But after this game, they will all be sideboarded, any games we play.
Seth with all lands that tap for black and green mana this time around.
It's got to feel good.
Yeah, got to feel much better on the play here. Also has access to that Glissa, which is quite strong here if Kai doesn't have a removal effect.
Dual lands for both of our players to kick off. They both also kept 7-card hands, so fair fight.
Great draw here from Seth with the rest because he has another tap land that he wants to play this turn.
Oh, yeah.
Gives him a little, there's one spell here only.
So only one choice. But as you know, duress does come with additional benefits. You can look at their hand.
Information. Huge. So Kai's going to go turn 2 bat. Seth is going to play the tap land here, the Underground Mortuary. Kai currently doesn't have a removal spell for Glissa Sunslayer, so that's going to be pretty annoying. So I think what Kai's going to do is just take the Glissa and just force Seth to cast Go for the Throat, which means that takes a turn off from Seth actually having the Glissa in play.
That's a Surveil land, so Seth gets to take a peek.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if it's land number 4, what Seth would choose to do, because I don't think he's going to go Overlord of the Huntwoods next turn. I think he probably wants to be a little more proactive here with the play, especially knowing that Kai doesn't have removal, and try to run out that Glissa if he can. But of course, he knows Kai's just going to run out the bad. So. But land number 4 means you can go turn 4 Shieldred, right? You want to curve out. Might just see a 5-mana hard cast Overlord of the Huntwoods here. Sure. The ideal draw, I mean, the whole premise of this deck is you want to be able to go turn 2 Beanstalk into turn 3 Overlord of the Huntwoods. That's one option. Or you can kind of play a pseudo mid-range strategy here as well with the Glissa and the Shieldred.
It was a land, by the way, Paul.
Okay.
And he didn't keep it.
And he didn't keep it.
Did not keep it.
I guess has 2 draws at a land here, right? Because you already have your land drop for next turn. But yes, I would be pretty surprised if Kai doesn't take the Glissa here, given that he doesn't have a removal spell. I suppose Seth still has a pretty strong turn 3 play here. He can just ramp if the Glissa gets taken, given that the bat doesn't put that much pressure on you.
And Kai passes the turn back over to Seth.
Drew a land anyways, yeah. So this is really interesting from Seth's side. There's a couple of options, right? You could just kill the bat, but if you go Overlord of the Huntwoods, you get a land. Next turn, you can go for the Throat plus play Glissa.
Oh, that's really tempting.
So I think that's what he's interested in doing.
Definitely. Also, the earlier you can get the impending going, the better.
Right. Get a land that taps for all colors.
I think it's called Everywhere.
Everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay. And Kai's just going to run out his hand. I think that he had a Slasher in his hand, right? So probably just going to play that and kind of force the action.
Yep.
So now Seth has to decide. Well, the thing is, Seth knew Kai's hand, knew he didn't have a removal spell, right?
Right.
So if you could just go for the Throat and the bat and run out the Glissa, the Slasher can't attack.
Right.
Right. First strike and Death Touch, very, very strong combination here.
Yeah, it creates a really interesting inflection point where if Kai can find a timely removal spell, House of Cards kind of falls apart.
Yeah, Kai's just kind of hoping he top decks a removal spell here, right? Because Seth is going to be leaning here on the Glissa. So if you can go for the throw off the top, Seth's going to take 11 damage.
Wow, this is a big draw step here for Kai Buddha. Can he find a removal spell?
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, even the Spyglass Siren, if you put a +1/+1 counter, doesn't matter because Glissa has first strike. It's just if you don't have a way to actually kill Glissa, you just can't attack into her. It's not possible.
Those two abilities combined together mean that combat's impossible.
Yeah. So Kai might just pass and just run out the Curiosity here, end of turn, just to use all of his mana. And Seth stabilizing nicely here. Glissa, and then has the Shieldred to follow up, which will resolve.
And the Overlord is tick-tocking as well. It's already down to 2. It'll be 1.
Yeah, the question here of your Seth is it okay for me to take a hit from the Slasher? Because I really want to attack and draw a card.
Yeah.
Right? Because you do have the Shieldred to block the Curiosity, and that also gains you some life, right? Because the draw trigger will gain you life when you run out the Shieldred, so. Seth running out the land here to play around Phantom Interference. You'd like to play the tap land here, but you'd rather not get Phantom Interference out here.
Seth is definitely thinking about attacking with Glissa.
The value.
It's a lot of life.
Is like, is one card worth taking
11?
11?
I'm going to say no, but
Greatness
it's
at any cost.
At least yeah, that's the real at any cost. But definitely better to be patient here, I think, for that much life. If it was 5, I think he's like, yeah, give me that card.
11 is a tough sell.
Yeah, and it actually would have even been more, right? Because Glissa dings.
Oh, yeah,
so
you gain
12,
the life, so you take a little extra damage, right?
Yeah. Oh, boy. Seth decides to sit back. Kai, once again, does not find the answer.
But both players just kind of staring at each other, can't really attack. Kai now has the Spyglass Siren, which can start attacking.
Yeah, I suppose the thing breaking the parity right now is just Shieldred.
Right.
Because if neither can attack and they just sit there, well, that benefits Seth over time.
Yeah, especially, I mean, Kai has a second Enduring Curiosity here, so he can go land, Siren, second Curiosity, and then you can start drawing cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously you'll take some damage here because the Shieldred's in play, but certainly worth here because you're really, really looking for removal effects here.
Does not run out the Spyglass Siren right now.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Oh, okay, never mind. Doesn't have a second Enduring Curiosity here.
Ah, okay.
Okay. But interesting that he still didn't run it out.
The Siren?
Yeah. Maybe he wants to keep up the Restless Reef here to block Shieldred. Or playing around possibly a Deadly Cover-Up. Playing around Sweepers, maybe.
You see Deadly Cover-Up here for Seth Manfield. All right, now Glissa's going to attack.
Guy's like, uh-oh. Remember, you can kill the Enduring Curiosity here, too.
Right, destroy an enchantment.
But favoring the card draw here. Now, there is a Restless Cottage that can also block now.
Sure.
So that's probably another reason why Seth chose to attack. Also, the Overlord is in play, too.
Anoint with Affliction was what Seth found off of the Glissa trigger.
Right. Oh, that's also really, really great against that Slasher. So yeah, Seth looking now decently in control of this game.
And now we're going to see the Spyglass Siren.
Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out why that wasn't cast last turn.
It's
fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. I just missed this.
The only thing I can think of is keeping up the Restless Reef activation to be able to block the Shieldred. Kai kind of out of action here.
Definitely. This is a much different game than the first one where both players had, 6, 7 spells in hand for most of the first game. Now you can see they're getting down to it. Kai's completely out of gas at this point.
Yeah, and no removal. This Glissa is just going to continue getting card advantage here for Seth. There is that Anoint with Affliction that Seth can fire off on the Spyglass Siren at some point if he wants.
And probably will need to, as that's really the only way that Kai has to get anything going right now.
True. Interestingly, Deadly Cover-Up is a nice, I guess, permanent answer to Enduring Curiosity, I believe.
It is.
But right now, he's got such a dominating board position that he's not actually going to cast it here. Another Overlord of the Huntwoods, and this card definitely looks a lot more underwhelming when you don't have those Beanstalks in play. But I guess any large creature is still just a fine draw at this point. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out kind of the combinations of cards that Kai would maybe need to come back from this, just because Seth not only has the better board here, he has the better hand as well. So Kai just needs multiple things here in a row to kind of get back from this. It all starts with being able to draw cards here off that Spyglass Siren, maybe finding some other flyers here as well. But with Seth having the removal spell that I think he's probably going to fire off here, then that just means Kai's going to need to find more flyers and more ways to try to connect.
Seth taking a pretty deliberate route so far. He could get aggressive if he chooses to.
Right, because you could use the Anoint. You can Anoint on the Slasher and then attack maybe with the Overlord. Although that would trade with the Restless Reef, right? So not the. It's like it's an okay exchange, but Kai's not doing anything anyways. Do you really want him to be able to spend all his mana and actually get some value out of that land right now? Seth just thinking about maybe the counter spells that Kai could have, but just running this out here. Now Seth just has a huge mana advantage, card advantage, creature advantage, removal advantage.
He is ahead on all metrics currently.
Kai needs to find an answer for both Shieldred and the Glissa here.
Kai just hasn't done anything in 2 turn cycles.
Right.
He spent 1 mana or so. What did he find now? A cut down.
It cut down. So
does it hit anything?
I think cut down is a completely dead card in this matchup.
Yeah, it actually hits nothing.
It kills nothing. Against the Golgari mid-range deck, at least it kills a Bronco. But here it kills absolutely nothing.
Yeah, those will be the first cards to come out during sideboarding.
Yeah,
but we're not there yet. Oh, Seth did take the hit from the Siren.
All right. Choosing to hold on to that Affliction could, like you mentioned, go for a more aggressive route here.
Especially with 2
Anoint.
Overlords.
Right.
Yeah, he may just be doing that.
And making a 5-power Enduring Curiosity makes a lot of sense here, because that allows you to actually trade with the Overlord, right?
That is correct.
And Seth, given that he has so much mana, could also opt to wait on the Anoint with Affliction and just cast it on his turn to play around the Phantom Interference and then make a huge attack. I mean, Kai's down to 9 here. Seth is at 24. Go for it with the Unstoppable Slasher now.
That does seem to be the line that Seth is taking, especially since he took the hit from the Siren.
Yeah, because remember, the Restless Cottage can also attack here.
Right. So 2 6/5s, a 4/5, 4/4, and a 3/3.
Yeah.
And an opponent who's
you can
on
block.
9.
You can block 2 creatures. So you can block. Yeah, like you said, the 2 6/5s, hit them for 11, and that should get it done here.
Kai with 3 bricks in hand, and there it is. Anoint with Affliction on the Slasher.
Kai thinking about.
Kai might kill it.
Down.
Yeah, he might just kill his own.
The problem is then he can't activate the Reef.
Right.
But he's dead if Seth just decides to attack with the Cottage here and attack with everything. So.
And he's going to fire up the Cottage, and it looks like we're going to have 1 game apiece for our opening quarterfinal as we head into our best 3 out of 5 sideboarded games after this, because Seth Manfield is turning everything sideways, and he picks up game number 2 from Kai Bude. So they have now split games 1 and 2, and the players will now be going to their sideboards, Paul, which is where looks like Kai gets to take out some pretty blank cards there.
Yeah, I think it's going to help out a lot. So Kai winning that first game was absolutely huge. And now going into sideboard here, you're going to see him replace those cut downs with more counter magic, especially because Seth's deck is a lot slower, right? You don't have to worry about getting beaten down by Dread Knights and Caustic Broncos or anything like that. So cards like Disdainful Stroke, Negate, those become much stronger in this matchup. So that should help him. But of course, mid-range decks have amazing sideboard plans as well. So it should be a really close matchup here where all of a sudden all your bad cards become great ones.
That's right. We're going to let our players consult their sideboards. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with Game 3 right after this. And welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's beautiful here, a lovely day. And we've got, of course, MagicCon going on as well. Take a look at some of the exciting things you can see. It's not just the World Championship. It's kind of something for everybody here, Paul.
Yeah, it's been an incredible sight. There's just so many people here. What is it? Last time I heard it was 16,000 people.
So many. You could hear them at the door this morning. Yeah. They were chanting. It was like, let them in. Like
absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's awesome stuff to walk through the hall here. It's massive. And like I said, there's everything for every type of Magic player here. And hopefully you can join us at one of these sometime down the line. For now, though, we're focusing back in on what we're here for, which is the World Championship. We're in our first quarterfinal match. If you're just joining us, thanks so much for doing so. We really appreciate it. We've got Kai Budde versus Seth Manfield, game number 3 coming up. And as I mentioned before, this will be the first game where the players have access to their sideboards. Any big picture thoughts on that, Paul? You know, we were talking about cut down being a dead card, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of maneuvering depending on whether or not you're on the player draw, particularly for Seth, because I think if you're Seth, you're going to kind of try to play the role of a control player in this matchup. So I think for Seth, you're going to see a lot more removal being boarded in, because I just think it's important to just have all the instant speed removal spells for all the flyers, so that Enduring Curiosity doesn't get out of hand. Meanwhile, on Kai's side, you get to board out a decent number of some of the removal spells that you have. And if you anticipate even more creatures, for example, getting sideboarded out, maybe you take out more removal to just make sure that you bring in more creatures, negates, duresses, disdainful strokes, cards of that nature.
And that's what Kai has here. He has a negate and a disdainful stroke in hand. You see the Aquazats out of the board there for Manfield as well.
Yeah, and Manfield actually bringing in cut downs for this matchup, along with the Aquazats, more hand disruption, actually taking out the Glissas, which actually did a lot of work. So Pretty interesting decision there, especially when you're on the draw. Maybe you think, hey, turn 3 Glitza into Phantom Interference is not so great. Kai also probably has a decent number of removal spells. I'm just going to have all hand disruption and removal and try to win with my Beanstalks.
So nothing able to stick on board. Cut down, hit the Fairy Mastermind. Here's another one, though.
Yeah, and
is this worth a go for the throat or an anoint?
It likely is. I think Seth probably just wants to fire off the removal spell while Kai doesn't have the ability to counter it. So just going for the main phase here and just kill it right away.
Yeah,
especially with Kaito.
Around. Yeah, totally. Ooh, no land drop there from Kai.
Okay.
He's got Urtai Resurrected in hand. Enduring Curiosity. He does have Tashawn's Tidebinder, as well as the 2 counters that we mentioned, but he's not going to do anything here.
And Seth playing it very patiently here, not choosing to ramp with the Overlord of the Hauntwoods, knowing that it's very likely that Kai can run out an instant speed creature. This might die too. Seth just has a ton of removal spells. You have to respect all the counter magic. You just fire off your counter spells, excuse me, your removal spells to get anything off the battlefield here. So using an Anoint or go for the throat, tough decision here because Anoint with Affliction obviously kills the Unstoppable Slasher, right? So maybe that's why he's going to keep it in hand here and use Go for the Throat. But of course, Anoint with Affliction doesn't deal with Enduring Curiosity.
There's a Spyglass Siren now for Kai. Is he going to map? No, he's going to keep up his counter spells.
Right.
Wow, they're really fighting it out on a 1-for-1 basis. Neither player able to get ahead on cards just yet. But I mean, that Tidebinder was a 3-2.
Right.
Like, that's it. That's the text it had. It's a 3-2, and it still drew a removal spell.
Yeah, Seth just wants to kill absolutely everything when he can to slow Kai down. Kai's main source of card advantage is creature plus Enduring Curiosity. If Seth just 1-for-1s all the creatures, he's in a totally fine situation in this matchup. Now that Seth is on 5 lands, he can use Overlord of the Hauntwoods here to go get a land while still keeping up a removal spell.
Seth says, I would like to cast or impend this.
Now, Kai can Disdainful Stroke this, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
cost 5.
Looks like he's going to go for that here.
Yeah, that same thing that makes it good with
Beanstalk.
The Beanstalk is the same thing that makes it bad against Disdainful Stroke. But still, he only actually paid 3 mana.
Right.
And he got a card out of the hand there from Kai. So none of these exchanges, these have all been fine.
Yeah. And now Seth deciding whether or not he wants to utilize a removal spell here on the Spyglass Siren, but chooses not to.
Interestingly, his last removal spell, he's finally almost exhausted of them.
It's kind of funny because if Kai just runs out, land Enduring Curiosity, Seth doesn't have the answer with the Anoint, but of course he's got the Aclazotz. I wonder if Kai was considering whether or not he wants to activate the map on the Spyglass Siren, which would then cause Seth to go ahead and use that Anoint most likely. Yep. But it looked like he already tapped his creature, so.
Yeah, he wanted to go to combat. Seth said, hold on, I may have something I want to do.
Oh, sure, because of Kaito.
But no.
Right.
At the end of the day, it was just Spyglass Siren for 1. That is first blood. That's the first damage of the game, finally.
Yeah, and this is interesting. So Seth can go Anoint with Affliction, but doesn't really have an answer to that Enduring Curiosity.
Wow,
right?
Look at this. Literally just killing every single thing that Kai has played regardless.
Now, Seth can run out the Aclazotz here, and it would, but the thing is, Kai does have the air type. Ooh, what a draw, the end here. Now if Kai flashes in Curiosity, you kill the Enduring Curiosity and all copies of that card from Kai's deck. That's his main source of card advantage.
Wow, huge rip
What
there
a draw
from Seth.
here. Wow. Also an answer to the Kaito. Kills Planeswalkers too, but now no more Enduring Curiosities. Kai's going to have, it's going to be tough for him to just try to 1-for-1 against Seth, who has a few more ways to get ahead on cards with that up the Beanstalk.
Also, not for nothing, but Seth gets to take a little browse through the library to see what the sideboard plan does look like from Kai. I feel like most of the time, especially with these type of decks, the players have a good idea. You know, there's no big like transformational thing or I threw a big curveball at you, generally speaking, but still it's good to know.
Kai was actually looking so good there.
He was.
If he didn't draw the end, he's probably playing out Aklazats. Kai counters it with Urtai, then slams Curiosity, attacks, and draws a card.
And all
what
of
a
a sudden,
huge draw.
Yeah, that was the house of cards for Seth of Manfield potentially falling apart, but the end changed all of it, and now we're back in the other direction.
Also gets to see Kai's hand here, too.
Yeah. So the question is, who can get something moving in a forward direction card advantage-wise first? Obviously, it's going to be much harder for Kai with all of those Enduring Curiosities gone. He has a few other things. Very Mastermind and such.
Seth has currently the mana advantage here. And creature land advantage.
Right, that's often something that will clean up the mess.
And Kai can't, you know, he's not just going to run out in Urtai on an empty board most likely. So same thing if you're Seth, you're probably not just going to run out that Aklazats here. Might try to induce in Urtai here by activating the creature land, right? Just activate the Restless Cottage and attack.
But it was go for the throat.
But it was go for the throat.
Kai,
so maybe in attack step you cast go for the throat before the attack so you don't get the food token. Could do that.
Hey, you don't want to let him attack.
Oh, so
it actually did work.
Right. Now Seth drew Harvester of Misery. He can actually discard that and kill the Urtai if he wants. Get it off the battlefield. Might just be interested in doing that unless he'd rather just hardcast it for a little extra value and hope that Kai doesn't top deck a Kaito or no, can't top deck Enduring Curiosity.
Right.
So it's just Kaito.
What's that?
Mana burn no longer a legal thing you can do. It existed when Kai played.
It did.
Remember, Seth knows about negate. Does he want to just get a little more value with Harvester, knowing that Enduring Curiosity is not a card that Kai can find here? Or just does he still want to just get that creature off the battlefield? Now remember, this I don't believe this can get countered because it's a discard effect. So he can just kill the Urtai on his turn before blockers or in response to the map trigger.
Sure. Even better.
Yep.
Kai's not happy about that
right.
one.
And that patience, great. You got the map off the battlefield here. Every card matters.
Absolutely.
And now you're probably going to see Seth slam the Aklazats. He got Kai to use the Urtai. The coast is clear. All you know is he's got a negate and a card you don't know about here.
It was Restless Reef, at least for Kai Buddha, so he has something to do next turn.
I feel like this is just the turn to go for it. But of course, Seth, we have the advantage of knowing what Kai has. Seth doesn't know. He's like, does he have Phantom Interference? Do you want to wait for a Duress? But it's just one unknown card.
He knows the negate, right?
He knows about the negate, which doesn't counter the Aklazats.
Yeah, he's going to go for
there
it
you
right
go.
now.
He went for it.
There's the Aklazats. Kai says, oh, let me think about it for a minute. Well, let me read it real quick. How bad is this for me?
It's pretty bad. It's kind of the mid-range Mirror Breaker. It's actually much better against Dimir than it is Golgari, because Golgari has access to 2 to 3 copies of Terra Sunder after sideboard, so you have an exile effect. But against Dimir, most lists play 0 ways to exile a resolved Aklazats. Now, Kai does have 1 copy of Blotout, so if Kai does draw the Blotout, he will be able to answer this, but I believe he only has 1. Using just a go for the throat here isn't particularly good, right? Because Seth can just untap and get it back next turn.
Right, Temple of the Dead is a thing. That's what Aklazats transforms into.
I mean, Kai can just either go for the throat here or wait for 1 draw step and just hope he finds the blot out. Another thing he could find is a Kaito off the top, right? A Kaito off the top means you can stun the Aklazats and prevent the attack trigger, because the attack trigger is what's really devastating about the card, particularly in this matchup. So Kaito or blot out is what he wants.
Very Mastermind?
Not so much. Not so much. Especially without the Enduring Curiosities. Not quite as strong here. Might just be forced to go cast Go for the Throat here. and at least delay Aclazotz for a couple of turns. Because I believe the land comes into play tapped. Or does it?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So then Seth has...
No, it is tapped and transformed.
Yeah.
You're right.
So then that does delay it for until the next turn, right?
Turn cycle, yeah.
Gives you some time, and then you can play out the Fairy Mastermind. Now, of course, Seth has the answer in the Anoint with Affliction.
Oh no, the creature comes into play tapped again when you animate it, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
You want to read it?
Yes.
Yeah, the words on Aclazotz you can see on the left there are, when Aclazotz dies, return it to the battlefield tapped and transformed under its owner's control. So transformed is Temple of the Dead that you see there. It taps for black mana, and then you can pay 2 and a black, tap it, and transform it back into Aclazotz, but at sorcery speed. But the key is that one player has to have one or fewer cards in hand to be able to even act.
And I think that was a pretty nice decision by the R&D team. Nice little balanced thing there, but... Wait, is it not tapped?
It should be. Oh, if Kai did it, so when did Kai do that?
Combat step.
Whose?
Seth's.
Yeah. So
when
then
when Aclazotz dies, return it to the battlefield tapped and transformed.
yes, it should be.
It should be tapped. For
tapped is one thing, and transformed is the other, and they both need to happen. So, somehow, 2 Hall of Famers didn't come up with that conclusion.
It's a sideboard card, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
They both read the card.
They both read it too. Magic's hard.
A true battle of the Titans. Great draw here, though, for Seth. Fountain Port, amazing in these kind of mid-range matchups here. Seth has the ability to anoint the Fairy Mastermind and continue to start pumping out tokens here with a huge mana advantage, and the Temple of Aclazotz, or Temple of the Dead, rather, able to untap next turn and bring back the Aclazotz.
Was that another Spyglass Siren for Kai? Yeah. I guess he'll be happy to have drawn something.
Right.
It's about the minimal something, though.
Gosh, I just want to, going back to that D end, oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was
So
really
big.
the big inflection point for this game. Spyglass Siren resolves. He's going to immediately crack the map token, and he hit a land.
Yeah, I imagine we're just going to go ahead and make a fish token here. Take one.
And you were saying that this is the type of card that can take over from here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It looks like not that much, but
No.
over time.
Right, especially because just the mana for these decks are so strong. All the mid-range decks just play 2 copies of this card for moments just like this.
Fish trade? No.
I imagine we're going to see the return of Aclazotz here.
Yeah, in this case, there's also Overlord of the Hauntwoods available. Wow.
Yeah, could do that or just choose to make another token here. That would be the other option here, just because I don't know that he needs to just ramp and find another land here with Overlord. I almost would rather just cast the Overlord or wait till you draw up the Beanstalk even. Also keeping up Demolition Field as a way to deal with the Restless Reef that's in play. So.
Yeah, that's been kind of just sitting there holding it back.
This is the game where you see the value of the utility lands. Seth lost because he had those in game 1, but here, in a late game situation, really, really strong. And Seth doesn't even really care about using the Demolition Field on the Restless Reef. I think for the most part, he'd rather save that for an opposing Fountain Port. If Kai finds a Fountain Port, then he wants to use the Demolition Field on that. Another go for the throat here from Kai. So continuing to slow down that Aclazotz, but kind of like what we saw with Mosswood Dread Knight, it just keeps coming back. Right. If the game just keeps going, it's just you're not gonna win if your plan is to just constantly use spot removal spells on a creature that continues to come back.
Yeah, Kai's in a very difficult position because taking hits from Aclazotz is certainly no way to win the game, but long term, trying to use 1-for-1 removal when you're drawing 1 card a turn is not going to get ahead either. There's the Overlord.
Yeah, Overlord here, still keeping up the Demolition Field, has a ton of mana available here. I think no more go for the throat here for Kai. Still holding on to that negate which has done basically nothing here.
Yep, nothing at all.
Now I wonder if Kai just wants to fire off the demolition field because now that he's got the Overlord in play, he wants to attack with it.
If Seth does, yeah. And he does.
He does. Now Seth can actually present a real clock. Kai's just been trying to stay alive for as long as he can here, but that's one of the issues with the Dimir deck, just in general, is it has a tough time just closing out the game with damage. You kind of rely on all the cards that you get with the Kaito or Enduring Curiosity or Unstoppable Slasher, but in this matchup, the Slasher is not even that great, given that Seth's build has triple Anoint with Affliction and boards into the End and the Terra Sunders.
Lots of exile effects at his disposal. And it does look like Seth Manfield is very much in control of this game.
Yeah,
with this attack, he finds himself once again ahead on all metrics. He's got more land, more life, more board state.
More everything. Going to transform once again. Will it live this time? Will it be able to get a trigger? But it's already eaten 2 go for the throats.
Right.
It's done its job.
All it's done is cost Seth mana, and cards are disappearing from Kai Buddha's hand.
Yeah, what can Kai even find here? I'm thinking maybe a Kaito is a step in the right direction. Attack with the Siren. Ninjutsu it in.
It's just so tough, the Curiosity is being gone.
Yeah.
It's the card you always think, if you could draw that, all of a sudden cards start flowing, and it's just not there. They've all been exiled thanks to the End.
I mean, I imagine they have it in the sideboard exactly for this matchup.
Man, that rip was
so big. It changed the way that this game was played entirely. Kai would have had a very, very big advantage if Seth just decided he needed to go run out that Aclazotz thing.
Yeah. It's been incredible. I mean, Seth has been able to deal with just every single thing. I mean, remember, this is a game, you know, where Seth was firing off removal spells on
anything.
Literally just stat creep, a 3/2, kill it. 1/1 flyer, kill it.
I mean, Seth is very aware of Kai's win condition, which is flood the board with a bunch of understated creatures and then get that Curiosity in play. So whenever you can, whenever Kai doesn't have counter magic, because Kai can kind of try to play a Dimir tempo-ish game where I play a threat, counter all your removal spells, and get you down that way. Seth is like, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I don't care if you're playing things at instant speed. Seth boarded in a ton of additional instant speed removal spells. I don't want you to win that way, and I know that my late game is likely better than yours.
Kai has 3 steps ahead and negate in hand. He's got to discard probably that negate that's just been haunting him for this whole game. Never found a target for it.
Yeah, and 3 steps ahead, not doing a whole lot here either. You can make a copy of a Siren, not especially strong here. I just don't see the Dimir deck even being able to come back from this. I guess you can hope that Seth runs out a spell, 3 steps ahead, draw 2, discard 1, draw 2 removal spells, but you still have to deal with the Fountain Port. Just too much.
It's too much.
Kai might just need to draw 2, discard 1 here with 3 steps ahead. Now remember, if Kai discards a land, Seth gets a bat.
Oh, that's right. Trigger. Yeah, Kai said the exact same thing I did. Good, clean fun here for Seth Manfield. And that's going to be game number 3 going to Seth. That means that he is 1 game away from advancing. This is game number 4 coming in. We mentioned it at the intro and when we first started, but there are interesting player of the year changes happening here in our top 8. Javier Dominguez, who we'll be seeing shortly here, he needs to make the finals of this tournament. And then he'll be player of the year. If not, Seth is. This is duress, turn 1 from Kai. Anything good?
Depending on what he wants to protect, there's a cut down and a blot out. Might just take the blot out here, as that is the clean answer for the Shieldred. Might just plan on using the Shieldred here to try to win the game here in this particular matchup. You can also go cut down, take the cut down, and then play the bat. Use the bat to take the blot out, and then Seth has no removal spells left. Seth is going to go turn 1 duress, take the 3 steps ahead. So a couple of interesting options here. Looks like just wants to get rid of that blot out permanently. And can just hope that Shieldred gets you there. And hey, an unanswered Shieldred, right? That can just take over the game very quickly.
Absolutely. That is a tried and true way to win a game of Magic.
Now Seth, somewhat interesting. Given that Seth drew the Virtue of Persistence, that's a redundant removal spell. Maybe you run out the tap land here, right? That's a possibility, but
looks like he's going to.
You could still just go. Yeah, you could still go duress this turn. Next turn you can go cut down, play tap land.
So 3 steps ahead's the only decision. Kai just puts it right in the graveyard for Seth. But as we mentioned before, there's still an informational advantage to be gained.
Yeah, and given that Seth now has 2 removal spells, that Deep Cavern Bat will not be long for this world.
Right.
If anything, you want to take the cut down and force Seth to play an untapped Swamp next turn to get rid of the bat.
Interestingly, neither of the removal spells are good enough against Shieldred.
Right. Well, you can combo them.
Both are.
Yes. If you go
That's
Virtue
really
plus cut down, you can use that.
That's really, by the way, in that order.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
doesn't work the other way.
I think we're probably going to see Kai go ahead and take the cut down here, just because that means that you'll at least get a damage in if Seth chooses to play the tap land.
And just, yeah, it just makes life slightly worse for Seth. Kai does, in fact, take the cut down. Passes the turn back over to Seth.
Seth wants a second green source. That would be nice, just to be able to run out that Overlord of the Hauntwoods. Oh,
he drew
another
Anoint with Affliction.
Yeah, another removal spell is actually nice here because now you don't have. Now you still have another play next turn, even after playing the tap land. But all of these removal spells do not kill Shieldred.
Unhit Shieldred somehow.
And Kai, how does he have so few cards? I guess he got Duress as well and casted Duress. Okay. A nice 3-drop here would be great if you can find any play here.
Nope. This is going to be in Shieldred we trust here from Kai Buddha.
And for the time being, it will be good enough. That's a Terra Sunder, but I think you have to. Oh no. Oh, that's a Terra Sunder in their hand.
Yeah.
Certainly don't need another Duress here.
Right. With the land, that Terra Sunder, that does actually get the job done.
And cut down, especially Anoint with Affliction, really well positioned in this metagame, but not against Shieldred.
That's right.
Time to slam it.
So there's Shieldred, but Terra Sunder in hand here for Seth Manfield. Does need a land.
Untapped land here would be very nice here for Seth, just to not take too much damage here, and that's really all that Kai has left here.
Right.
And
it was a fountain
port. That works. You need just 1 green and 1 black here. Big draw here for Seth Manfield, and now Seth with 2 removal spells and an Overlord against Kai with 6 lands.
Kai's got to find some action and quickly. What can he find?
Oh, this is rough. He found a removal spell. And remember, that Virtue of Persistence is also just looming in the corner, threatening to just take over the game if it goes late.
That is kind of funny with all the exile removal.
Yeah,
that's floating around.
There's a bet in there.
Yeah, there's something left over, right? And you don't need much.
Right. And the thing is, it's just a solid removal spell, so you're just playing it anyways.
Right.
And then if you ever cast it with some beanstalks, you draw some cards.
All right. Last time Kai needed action, this is what he drew as well. Is he going to use the map token?
It's so likely for Seth to have a removal spell, but remember, Seth has a fountain port, so Seth really wants to make a token here, so maybe this is the time to go for it here. Force him to use a removal spell, then you don't get a token.
Yep. Kai says, I'm just going to stay patient. And Seth is going to gift himself a fish.
And I wonder if Seth is just going to go for the impending to try to play around some counter magic while also keeping up removal, or get a little more aggressive.
Speaking of aggressive, first the fish is going to get in.
Wow, look at that. A card we really haven't seen in Standard at all.
Outrageous Robbery as a one-of.
Robbery. That is a one-of that's in the main deck, by the way. It's interesting because in this matchup, Kai has a bunch of cheap counterspells like negates, but if you ever resolve this for 4 or 5, it's got to be great in the mirror, right?
Totally.
Or any mid-range matchup, rather.
I would love to hear the story of how this Outrageous Robbery ×1 made it into the list. This is just, it's one of those ones where like something happened in testing, or every time they cast it, they won, or there was a matchup that had just solved the problem entirely.
Right, yeah.
Because this is not the type of card you normally would want.
Some domain ramp decks play one copy of Jace main as a way to deck your opponents because they've drawn too many cards.
Oh, okay.
Maybe this is kind of their version of that. I don't know.
All right, here's the cut down for the Spyglass Siren.
Yeah, Kai's got nothing, so.
Yeah. Draw a card. Can he find something?
Yeah, Kaito. Kaito would be fantastic here.
Darkslick Shores, go.
Kai is getting extremely flooded here. Doesn't have a Fountain Port either to keep up with what Seth has in play. Seth now deciding, do I just want to make another fish, or do I want to crack that fish for a land here? Or any action. Choosing, the way that I win is not with this token.
Right, this token's not going to carry me
with
to
cards.
victory, so I'd like to keep hitting my land drops. There's the end in case there is an Enduring Curiosity at some point.
Yeah, big find there. A little insurance there. Also insurance against just a Kaito off the top here for Kai. So Seth continuing to pull ahead here on resources with that Fountain Port.
Seth also, using his cut down there to strand the map token. It's just sitting there with no target. Go.
I just on top deck mode here.
Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, but remember,
yeah,
there's the end. Kai might actually use Go for the Throat on his Enduring Curiosity in response.
Keep it around.
Just so that not all the copies are exiled.
Sure.
And again, Seth recognizing that his route to victory is not with the token, just choosing to make a treasure token here instead.
Expensive, but those can definitely get you around the corner, especially Outrageous Robbery is actually already starting to look like a thing here.
Right, and he drew us this second Fountain Port too.
Wow.
That is really, really rough here, especially with Kai with nothing in play.
He could already Robbery for 6.
At what point do you
Kai's
try to
end
just
step?
completely steal this game, right?
Kai's end step, I would say.
Yeah.
Does that work for you?
You could go for that. But the thing is, Seth can also just do nothing, right? You have the 2 Fountain Ports and Kai has nothing. You can make a token and sack your treasure. Now here is the question. Do we fire off the end here?
We saw that in the last game be effectively what won the game for Seth. It set him on a path that ended up in victory. He's 1 game away right now, and he is going to go for the end. And does Kai use his Go for the Throat here?
Right. Oh,
yeah,
he does.
He's going to go for the Throat, his own Enduring Curiosity.
And remember, I mean, just having that in play, even without creatures, is still strong because every creature then becomes a threat.
You can see it's labeled as an enchantment only now.
But Kai still needs to. Kai's no cards in hand.
Nothing. He's just stone cold top decking right now. And he immediately passes the turn back after taking a quick glimpse of the card. It's another Enduring Curiosity.
Okay. Now, the thing is, Seth has chump blockers here too, right? You can just, he has the mana to actually make a fish, block, sack, draw a card. So unless Kai can find maybe a cut down or something for the token.
And you can see that Seth has a cut down at the ready as well as Anoint with Affliction. So the idea of Kai sticking a threat that's going to actually be able to connect is going to be difficult.
Yeah, I wonder if Seth is going to decide that now is the time to run out the Overlord of the Hauntwoods. It's like, what's the worst thing that can happen? I guess 3 steps. I guess just a counterspell.
Just counter it.
Counterspell would be pretty bad, but getting it into place pretty nice, especially against the top deck Enduring Curiosity too. Just having a 6/5 body is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Yep, and he goes for it. Oh. Seth just choosing the timing of when to cast a spell is just perfect.
It's what he's so great at.
Right. Sequencing.
He's so good at it. I've watched him play so much Magic, and he just has such an amazing intuition for that.
Now, if Kai finds a removal spell here, that would be
There is
amazing.
a window, couple of
Go
cards
for the throat,
in the hand.
Urtai, because then you kill that and then you draw 2 cards.
Right.
It's another Enduring Curiosity. Now, you can use the map token here, and if you do, that forces a trade. I imagine Seth will be pretty happy with this trade. Oh, and he hits a Go for the Throat. That's an interesting card, too.
He needed it in his hand this turn.
Right.
He's got Phantom Interference.
Yeah, Phantom Interference allows you to make a 2/2 flying token too, if that's something that you would be interested in, particularly with the double Enduring Curiosities. Question is, do I attack for 5 here to trade with the Overlord? You do have another Enduring Curiosity here that you can play. And you just need to connect once, right? And then all of a sudden you're right back in this game.
I think Kai's hand is just Phantom Interference with the Go for the Throat potentially.
Oh,
on
I
top
see.
Here.
He doesn't have a 3rd copy. Got it.
Yeah, so if he does trade, he'll be back down to no threats again.
Yeah, but this is an easy block here for Seth. The way that Kai gets back into this game is, of course, drawing cards off the Enduring Curiosities.
So Phantom Interference is all that's left here for Kai Bude.
Right, and Seth with Cut Down and Anoint with Affliction means making a token just doesn't do anything.
Double Cut Down, Outrageous Robbery, Anoint with Affliction, but perhaps more importantly than all of it, Fountain Port rolling along.
Yeah, the Fountain Port has just been so huge.
Yeah. Oh, and look at this. Well,
this is actually kind of annoying. Seth might actually let this resolve.
And not pay?
Right, because do you really want Kai to draw 2 cards off the Curiosity here? He has so much more action with the Fountain Ports. It's not crazy here to let it resolve and then use the cut down on the token. Depends on what creatures are in the graveyard here. We have an Overlord and Deep Cavern Bat, right?
Yes.
If the Shieldred was in the graveyard, maybe you pay, but maybe these creatures are not strong enough and you just have so many more cards here. I just don't want Kai to draw a bunch of cards.
So tempting to just pay, but yeah, it would tap out Seth Manfield, and Virtue of Persistence doesn't trigger until your upkeep, so it would just be shields down if he paid.
Yeah, this is a big decision here for Seth.
He just needs to not pay, right? No, he is going to pay.
Okay. So Kai gets 3 live draws here. Now, there is an active Virtue of Persistence and the Dimir deck that can't get it off the battlefield. So that's also a thing here, right? And you can get a Deep Cavern Bat, which will get at least one of the cards that Kai finds.
So Seth is just saying you can't beat Virtue of Persistence.
Right.
Like, you can start drawing a bunch of cards, but you're not going to beat this in the long term.
Hey, but Kai went from looking completely dead to at least having a few draw steps here.
So he gets 2 extra cards after his draw step.
These need to be action, though.
Right, he has no wiggle room. He drew a Fountain Port for the turn. There's a Spyglass Siren.
Okay, it's another token, but Seth has tons of removal here. He is only really going to be able to get the 1 attack in.
And a Dark Slick Shores was the other draw step.
This might be a good turn, though, to just utilize that map token right away, just because Seth likely has a bunch of removal spells.
And he's incentivized to use them anyway, so not a time to get...
Oh, you can just sack it to the Fountain Port to draw a card.
Sure, that's even better. So this is his 4th card drawn this turn.
And it was a land, I think. All right, Seth gave him the 1 window, but now Virtue of Persistence is active. It's online.
So where does he start? Is it a bat?
I think
does
it's a
he just
bat.
Go big?
Yeah.
He wants the bat. Again, these graveyards are not stocked with amazing things to get. There's, I believe, only the 2 targets, but how many do you need?
Yeah.
When you're getting them for free.
And with the double cut down and the Anoint, you're happy to trade creatures, right? Because you can just get them back.
They're using the same sleeves.
Oh, sure. The Demolition Field
once again doing work.
Yeah, they were ready for the mid-range.
Yeah, they sure were.
They were ready.
And like you said, you know, in game 1, we saw a little bit of discomfort from Seth there with the colorless lands that he was drawing, but every game since, they've shown us every single time why those are in there.
Absolutely.
They've been arguably the most important thing. I mean, you know, traditional mid-range fights like this often become where everybody can deal with everybody else's stuff and it's what's left over. Traditionally, we would say creature lands, which is also a factor here.
Right.
But on top of it, utility lands go a long way.
Yeah, it's last resource standing. It's just every card, incremental card advantage, and that's why the virtue persistences are there as well. It's nice because it's just great early and also a nice finisher here.
So cut down.
Killing the token and debating whether or not he has 3 removal spells. He can probably just sit here. He is more than happy trading this bat here with the Siren. Then you get the bat back, and you just get to kind of play with perfect information. I just don't see Kai coming back from this anymore.
Yeah, Seth Manfield looks like he is ready to advance to the semis and honestly accomplishing something that not that many players have done, which is defeat Kai Bude on a Sunday. Sits down from across from the GOAT, and Seth Manfield may be advancing.
What a run here it's been for Kai, though, right? Just
unbelievable to see this.
Everything. It's truly amazing to. You know, when I started playing competitive Magic, he was the guy.
Absolutely.
He was the guy. Finkel was a little bit before my time, and it was Kai absolutely winning anything. And you can obviously go any direction with who you think is the greatest, but Kai, he's my GOAT.
Kai has top 8'd a premier level event in 4 different decades.
That's insane.
I guess it would be clear, but nobody else has done that. And, you know, I have to say, just under the circumstances that Kai's facing, he's facing down some extremely tough medical circumstances right now. And to be able to play at the level that he's playing at over the course of this weekend, it's astonishing.
Yeah, and this was an event where he said he was able to fully because he's had a full-time job for a very long time. He said this was the event where he really could dedicate all his time and energy into trying to do well at this event.
And he taught me that. Right. So this is what happens when we unleash the full dedication of Kai Bude. He's back in the top 8 yet again.
Right. Setting up a duress into Shieldred. Hey, you can duress the go for the throat and try to win with the Shieldred. But remember, Seth has that outrageous robbery that he has yet to cast. And the moment that he does, this game will likely just end.
Absolutely. Seth is using every other resource, and that's kind of his backup plan. Yeah, Kai's had such a remarkable impact on our game.
What is this?
In fact, Seth Manfield is currently in the lead to get the Kai Bude Player of the Year trophy.
Right? And you have to defeat Kai on the way.
That's right. All right, there it is, the outrageous robbery, though it's just a little baby one.
Yeah, just a small one. For 4, it looks like.
Those are going to remain exiled for the rest of the game unless Seth decides to cast them. In this case, he also has the ability to pay any mana to cast them.
Right.
Any colors.
This is in response to the duress.
So that was why Seth finally decided to play the outrageous robbery, is that he would lose it anyway, potentially.
And now Kai is just going to hope that Shieldred sticks around. Seth could have hit a counterspell, could cast a counterspell, 3 steps ahead, for example. Some number of go for the throats, although I believe there's 2 in the graveyard, but we'll see what card Seth hit with that outrageous robbery.
Kai has Shieldred, but he really needed it a little while ago.
Yeah, definitely.
That said, there's no answer in hand for Seth.
Yeah, but
though maybe there's something exiled.
Right, exactly. And if not, then he's probably going to sack that treasure token to the Fountain Port in response, just so you don't get that Shieldred trigger.
Sorry, can I respond to the shoulder?
It's fine. It's perfectly fine.
That's fine.
I just been this
no, I wasn't. I don't think I would have anyways. Okay. I'm not gonna do it.
Seth was considering doing that play you mentioned, but perhaps deciding against it here.
I'm gonna end of turn something.
He does have a end of turn something, he said.
Looks like just a fairy mastermind here.
Just Kai's fairy mastermind here. He's not going to forget about the virtue trigger here.
Now you can even pump up the bat. Just too many resources.
Yeah,
here
this
on
is
that side.
overwhelming at this point.
Double fountain port, demolition fielded Kai's fountain port.
The outrageous robbery, even the small one.
Right.
Generating significant advantage here for Seth already.
Seth is at just too high of a
By the
life
way, that's
total
where
here.
this deep cavern bat came from.
Right.
And Kai can only reveal that he's got a land in hand. Kai's just marking these cards.
He did hit a go for the throat.
Jeez, that was Kai's go for the throat?
And he didn't cast it because he had a deep cavern bat as well, so just wanted perfect information. Lead with the bat first before going go for the throat. Doesn't really care about a couple of small triggers just because he's had such a high life total.
Right, he can take 2 to make sure that it resolves. So 3 of the 4 cards that he exiled with outrageous robbery were spells so far.
Not bad.
Maybe the last one is too, we don't know.
Right.
And now he's going up the beanstalk twice in a turn.
With 3 removal spells in hand here.
Yeah, this one is definitely over. Seth Manfield winning the mid-range grind mirror. These are decks that he's very comfortable playing. This was his deck, by the way. This was a deck that he championed. There were 5 players from his team.
And I think
who
he's
ended
the
up
only
bringing it, but he's the one that did well.
He's the only one that did well. This deck actually had a 40% win rate amongst the team, which is quite bad given the caliber of players that are on the team. So, but of course, he's the one who knows the ins and outs of this deck. Really kind of got a bunch of other people on the team to play the deck, and there you have
that
it.
is going to do it. Seth Manfield defeats the GOAT to advance to the semifinals. A very tall order to kick things off for Seth, but he is able to persevere with a smile on his face and a handshake from Kai Buddha. An amazing run from Kai. And honestly, just a pleasure to get to commentate on Kai Buddha on a top 8 Sunday here at the World Championship as well.
Yeah, kind of when I started doing the commentary thing, he was already kind of, he wasn't playing a whole lot before and didn't really get the chance to commentate too many of his matches, but to be able to see it here in the top 8, a little unfortunate to not be able to maybe take it down the entire way, but of course Seth, also a tremendous player. You know, it's a person that we don't necessarily talk about enough, I think, when it comes to one of the best players ever. He just keeps putting up results and has a chance here to be a 2-time world champion.
2-time world champion, possibly. He's already a 2-time Pro Tour champion. Like, there's not that many people. I mean, there's nobody that would be in both of those groups.
Right, exactly.
So there you go. Well, we get to hear a little bit from Seth Manfield because Cedric's with him right now.
Seth Manfield continues his winning ways on the Sunday stage here at World Championship 30, coming off of a huge win against Kai Buddha. Seth, you've played a ton of matches in your career. You've won a ton of matches in your career. How sweet is this one?
I mean, I didn't want to play against Kai because he's a teammate, he's a friend. I was really cheering for him to make top 8. So I was hoping we could meet in the finals. That would have been kind of the best case scenario. But he's just an amazing player. This is something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, this match. So yeah, it was. I got lucky. I was fortunate. I think he played amazing, and I'm just happy with the win and to move on.
Seth is moving on. We all know the story here. Javier Dominguez, will he? Can't wait to find out.
All right, we're going to take a short break here from the Magic the Gathering World Championship. When we come back, though, we'll be at the new stuff setting up our next quarterfinal. Don't go anywhere.
The Magic Spotlight Series kicks off with Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCG Con Atlanta, January 3rd through January 5th. There's a $50,000 prize pool, a Terror of the Peaks promo card for all participants, and so much more. The top 8 players will earn invitations to the Pro Tour, with the winner of the event receiving Standard for a year, one play booster case of every standard legal release in 2025. Register today for Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCG Con Atlanta. Play for fun, play to win. Welcome back, everyone, to wonderful Las Vegas, Nevada for World Championship 30 at MagicCon Las Vegas. We are here with 15,000 of our closest friends as we are going to crown the next Magic the Gathering World Champion. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, we are here at the news desk. When Maria's away, the Bozos will play, Monty. Look what they let us do.
I cannot believe
I can't believe it
they
either.
left the two of us unattended like
But
this.
we are here, and we are excited about one set in particular. It is Duskmourn, which has had a huge impact on this weekend. We, of course, did Duskmourn Booster Draft, and then we are in a standard set where Duskmourn is the newest set. And so what we're going to do is take a look at some of the cards this weekend that have had a huge impact on the constructed portion of the tournament. We got a top 10 list of Duskmourn cards. We love a list here in the Magic community.
Lists.
And so we're going to start with 10 through 6. And we're going to save 5 through 1, for a little bit later. So, Monty, I'm going to set you up. You're going to knock it out of the ballpark here. Number 10, Sheltered by Ghosts.
Bring it up.
A very powerful white aura that I think you've got some words about, huh?
Yeah, it's not often we get to see auras have an impact on constructed formats, but when they do, they are pretty special. And the combination of lifelink and protection in War 2, really nice, but also getting to exile one of your opponent's permanents, really nice. So this is a card that has started making an appearance in some of these Convoke and enchantment strategies.
Next up is number 9. We are going to go to Kaito, Bane of Nightmares. An innovative design is this Dimir Planeswalker, given that a Planeswalker has ninjutsu on it. But there is a lot of pieces to this puzzle, Monty, that make this Dimir legendary Planeswalker quite powerful.
Yeah, there's a lot to love here between ninjutsu on the Planeswalker, but also it being a creature with hexproof on your turn, plus having a 0 ability that you can use immediately, as well as the plus to start stacking up emblems. This card is really nice. No surprise that it played a key role in the Dimir midrange deck that was one of the most popular this weekend.
Moving on to number 8. 8 is great, and Enduring Vitality. I think we can certainly call this green Elk Glimmer great, Monty. How do we feel about this 3/3 Vigilance?
This card is fantastic. This card is part of the reason Team Sanctum of All brought the Team of Prowess deck that they played this weekend. This was the missing piece of the puzzle that I believe Autumn Burchett actually introduced in their testing as, hey, this could actually generate us some mana and make us combo off.
Number 7 is a card that we have seen quite a few times here this weekend. It is Unstoppable Slasher. Monty, this thing ends games very quickly if it's not handled, excuse me.
Very quickly as in a single hit if you do combine it with something like Bloodletter of Aquazots, but even just as a recursive threat, this card is incredibly powerful. We're seeing it make impact not just in standard as a combo piece or a mid-range piece, but in older formats as well.
And last for this segment will be number 6. It is Ghost Vacuum, a very cheap artifact. And we have seen over the course of Magic's history cards like artifacts that do exile cards from a graveyard, but this one might be the best one they've ever done.
Yeah, Graveyard Hate is pretty mandatory to have in terms of a tool in Magic's history, and this is a very nice one, not only because it follows the trend of 1-mana artifacts that target the graveyard, but also because it in and of itself can end up being a win condition. So no surprise to see this as the most played sideboard card coming out of Duskmourn in this constructed portion.
Yeah, not much of a surprise at all. Ghost Vacuum is an incredibly powerful card. That's 10 through 6 of our Duskmourn top 10 list. 5 through 1 coming later today. But before we get there, we must start here, which is an updated bracket and getting ready here for quarterfinal number 2. We just had the opportunity to watch Seth Manfield take down the German juggernaut Kai Buda in a fantastic match. Seth wins that one 3-1. He's on to the semifinals. What we have to figure out is who Seth's opponent is going to be. Ha-Fam and then Javier Dominguez. That is going to be our next match in front of us, and that one is going to be an absolute doozy. I assume you're excited for that one, partner.
I am really excited. The number of storylines here, this top half of the bracket having all three of our previous world champions means that we are, unless Ha-Fam puts up a really sick run, very likely to have one previous world champion in the finals. And then that creates a chance for a repeat that we've only ever had once before.
Let's take a look at our head-to-head graphic now and get our eyes on what's going to be in front of us here. Javier Dominguez, my goodness, what a run he's having, right? I mean, it just seems like every time we get the opportunity to cover one of these tournaments, he's always doing well in them. And so you see the results, of course, 4 Pro Tours played this season, started in 2001, a former world champion with an 11-3 record playing Demir Demons. We all know who Javier is and what he can do. You see the champion, mythic champion in Long Beach. I remember that tournament. I remember the excitement with the win and everything that, you know, whenever Javier is kind of getting it going, he's going to bring energy to the room. His performance is always so good. And his run through, his rounds this weekend, I'll tell you, man, he's been dominant. You know, we see the first draft, a 2-1. Maybe a little bump in the road against Jeskai Convoke against Christian Calcano, and then is able to win out through day number 1 of competition, taking care of Gruul Prowess, Gruul Midrange, and then Gruul Prowess once again. Then we go to the next draft. That's a 3-0 to get his day off to a beautiful start. 3-0ing the second draft is always a wonderful feeling. Again, a little bit of a bump in the road there in round number 11 against Ha-Fam, who's going to be his opponent right now. Lost to Demir Demons 2-0, but then is able to take care of Pro Tour Avison Restore champion Alexander Hayne. Take care of World's runner-up Eli Cassis. That's win number 10. He's in, and that's why we're going to get the opportunity to see him in just a moment. But the opponent, Ha-Fam, who we mentioned, has already taken care of Javier once. He is from Canada, which Monty is certainly rooting for here. You see a champion of the Face-to-Face Tour Championship in Toronto, won the RC to get here, said he just wants to have fun, and when you're winning, I think you're having a lot of fun, starting off with a 2-1 in draft, then string together a couple of wins in Constructed on day 1 to end things at 5-2. Move in and 3-0 the second draft. Again, one of the best feelings in competitive Magic. Win, lose, win. But as you do see again in round number 11, took care of Javier once, finishes off Lucas Duco, who of course top-8 Pro Tour Thunder Junction. In with that 10th win, there you go. So now we get the opportunity to watch these two great players do battle. The round by round, pretty similar. Obviously Limited having a huge impact, Monty, and now we get to get our eyes on the deck list of these two players and what we think is going to happen in this matchup. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is going to be a lot of fun, and it is a Demir Demons mirror, but only in name, really, as we take a look at the differences between these two decks. The players did not test together, of course. Javier's build of Demir Demons, you do see that the core of Unholy Annex plus Archfiend of the Dross, definitely there. But where Team Handshake decided to go with their 2-card kill combo is Jace the Perfected Mind, have it on the battlefield, drop down a Doomsday Excruciator, both players' libraries set to 6, and then Jace finishes them off. So that's the 2-card combo. Helps you go over the top of the other mid-range decks and really try to get the job done. On the other side, Ha-Fam, Demir Demons, but very different take. Unholy Annex, still there. But now you're curving it not just into Archfiend of the Dross, but more importantly, Bloodletter of Aclazotz. We talked about the 2-card combo that this provides with any effect that makes your opponent lose half of their life. It is a demon, so it is a nice curve after the Annex, but that's not really the best curve you can have, because what you're looking for is the Punisher, the unstoppable slasher right there. If you can land that on turn 3 and the coast is clear for Bloodletter of Aclazotz on turn 4, well, that's just the game. So really, the faster 2-card kill combo is coming out of Ha-Fam.
This could end very quickly. There is a lot of interaction between the two. So, Monty, I'm going to move over to you. Who's your pick here?
Okay, my heart says Ha.
Yes.
He's done it before. He beat Javier in the Swiss, okay? But I think looking at the two decks, I actually do like the team handshake build of Dimir Demons more. I think that considering Javier has lost to Ha before, he has that experience coming back into the matchup, and he can adjust. And especially in a best of 5, I think this is where that experience leads to an edge. So I'm going to pick Javier Dominguez for this one.
How quickly Monty turns his back on his native land of Canada.
It hurts.
It does. But
it
Javier
hurts.
Dominguez, he's quite the Magic player. Our match is ready to rock and roll. We are excited to see this battle between Javier Dominguez and Ha Fam. And who better to call the action than Ailey Loney and Corey Baumeister. My friends, take it away.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Thank you, Mani. And don't worry, Mani, I'm kind of with you there. Like, my heart wishes for Canadians to be in the finals of the World Championship, but it's Javier Dominguez. Come on, Corey.
What a tough first opponent in your very first premier event, top 8. You got to play a best of 5 against one of the greatest to ever cast spells. Going to be an uphill battle for sure.
It's going to be an awesome matchup to 2 Dimir Demons decks. It's a Demirer.
Demirer, I like
but
it.
different builds of the Demons deck that we have seen from both of these players, different testing, different teams, and it's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top here, who can get the edge. We know that Ha has picked up a victory against Javier in previous rounds, but let's see how today treats him.
Yep, I think one of the big things that we're all going to be keeping an eye on here from a spectator standpoint is the Unholy Annex. If you can get that down and the other player doesn't have an answer for it straight away, that is how you're going to gain a ton of card advantage. So we see it here already from Javier, and just snap takes it. That's how important that card is. Even though Ha has the ability to just duress Javier back, it's just like, no, you need to get that Unholy Annex out of there. It just creates so much snowball card advantage.
It sure does. Instantly snap that out of there. A duress in hand. We got the Bloodletter. We have the Fairy Mastermind, a land, and then Dread Return. Excuse me, Rush of Dread, which I still want to see do things, Corey. Maybe we'll get the chance.
Yeah, nice fun of one of here for Ha, but it really can do some damage. Or it can be a 4-mana Terminate, which we did see throughout the weekend, that kind of thing. It's a nice versatile card for sure.
It is exactly that. So Javier just taking note of the contents of Ha's hand. And pretty sure Ha is going to return the favor as soon as the turn is passed back to him. Again, excellent choice in Swamps there, good sir.
Yep. Yeah, and we are kind of looking at in this Dimir mirror here is we do have both decks being able to play a mid-range role, counter spells, hand disruption, all this kind of stuff, but both also having a combo finish. So looking out for this Bloodletter, looking out for the Slasher combo, or on the flip side, looking out for the Jace, the Perfected Mind, and the Doomsday Excruciator. These are going to be the big I win buttons for both players.
They will indeed. Fairy Mastermind attempting to get some damage in there. Javier says no, cuts it down, out the sky goes former world champion Yuta Takahashi. And now we get to take a look at the hand of Ha. Plenty of removal, an Archfiend of the Dross, and then Fountain Port, which has been a really nice inclusion in plenty of decks this weekend.
No, it's been an incredible land. And here for this, taking the Anoint makes a lot of sense, as Ha's kind of best early play is to find an unstoppable Slasher. And if you don't have a clean removal spell like Anoint is used for, it can really just come back and then create you know, just one hit, take 11, no big deal.
Yeah, you need to get that Slasher extra dead, i.e. exiled, because otherwise it just comes back, and then you have to use even more resources on it to keep it out of play, as we see the Unstoppable Slasher hit the board now for Ha.
Yep, so now Javier has the decision. Do you want to, if he doesn't have another threat to play, he has to think, do I want to maybe 2-for-1 myself, use a removal spell now? He doesn't have to decide immediately if he wants to use a second removal spell on the Slasher. He can play a couple threads, kind of get ahead on the battlefield, and then deal with it. But more than likely, Javier will just have to fire another piece of removal spell, as this Slasher is just such an incredible card from Duskmourn here.
It's just having a nap at the moment, so it's the Unstoppable Napper.
There you go. Slashing's tough, you know?
It is, yeah. It takes a lot out of you. So one of those stun counters comes off of the Slasher. Gives Javier an extra bit of time to think about things. Ooh, nice. Picks up another Unholy Annex, and it's going to start getting some cards.
Yeah, this is just the card that Javier duressed immediately, but Ha was the first person to be able to get this card advantage engine going, and Javier is definitely just on the back foot already. Number one, the best threat on the battlefield with Ha, and the best card advantage engine with Unholy Annex.
Definitely. Go for the throat now, taking care of the Slasher once and for all. So bye-bye, friend. See you later. Maybe, hopefully not, for Javier.
And I think I did see an Unholy Annex as well from Javier, but he really would have loved a land to be able to cast the Unholy Annex and deal with the Slasher, because that was the one window. Ha would have not been able to attack with the Slasher next turn, but it would lose all those stun counters, so then you'd have to use 2 removal spells again.
Yeah. A little fish here on the board now for Javier. He can't stop, won't stop. Unstoppable Slasher back on the board. It's a second one, but, you know, same card. Same effect, and needs another answer now from former world champion Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, these kind of mid-range battles come down to who can just play more threats that equate to 2-for-1s. And so far, Ha is definitely winning in that regard. Has drawn 2 cards off the Annex, has had the Unstoppable Slasher, had to have 2 removal spells pointed at it. So big advantage to Ha in the early parts of the game.
Definitely. You know, he's got more lands, he's got the better creature. Both players have the Annex. But as it stands, Ha has more things to do with more mana and a bigger creature that if it hits, well, Javier is in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, and I don't see a cut down here, so it's just, do you want to throw away your fish or take a ton of damage? Decides the
I think we're going to throw a fish at the Slasher. Distraction!
Exactly.
Yeah. So what's the follow-up here now from Ha? Could unlock the second half, and that is exactly where he's going to go. So a big ol' 6/6 demon joins the Unstoppable Slasher. And now things are going to look a little hairy here. What do we find? Ooh, there's an Annoyed with Affliction.
Okay.
2 of them. No? Oh, that's Shoot
Annoyed
the
and Shoot the Sheriff. So can Shoot the Sheriff, the demon, and Annoyed the Slasher, and then draw a card off Unholy Annex. So that's just baseline play. He has 2 Archfiends of the Dross as well. So that's the question. Can Javier play a threat, afford to play a threat here, or does he have to deal with the threats? He is definitely deeming it. He has to deal with the threats here.
Yeah. You know, sure, you could play a demon, but then if the demon dies and you're taking so much damage, he could well be dead.
Yeah.
If his 6/6 is dealt with, so.
There's one thing to play around here from Javier. There's one shore up. And Javier decides to do this before draw step because if he has one more chance to draw that card, it would just be a complete blowout. The reason he didn't do it at end step is Haas still had 1 mana available. So he's taxing his mana and just making it so if you have shore up, at least you have to use it on your turn. It's a very minor thing, but that's these minor edges are why you see these players in the top 8 of a world championship.
You know, make the control players use the mana on their turn so that you have more options on yours when the turn comes back. But the board is now clear, so Javier doing a good job of clearing off Ha's battlefield. So where do we go to now from the Canadian and regional champion, Bloodletter of Aclazotz? Hey, bud, that would have been nice to have around with the Unstoppable Slasher, but alas.
So here is the other kind of cool combo. The first combo is Bloodletter with Slasher. Win the game if the Slasher connects. But with this, Bloodletter and the Unholy Annex, now instead of Ha gaining 2 and Javier losing 2, it's increased to 4. Javier loses 4. Ha still gains 2, but...
Shoot the Sheriff. Pew pew! That's going to take care of the Bloodletter, so Vampire Demon down. So much removal in these Dimir mid-range decks.
Yep, 100%. And just this Unholy Annex has just been amazing from both players, but Ha just had it on the battlefield for 3 extra turns.
He's got 3 in his hand now. Good grief. All right, so 1 Archfiend of the Dross hanging out with the bat here from Ha. You got to feel pretty good to see that if you're Ha, right?
You would think so. I mean, if Ha has 1 or 2 removal spells in hand, he is fine with Javier just casting 1 big demon turn after turn, as Ha can go big demon, drain for 2, but a duress off the top was huge.
Nice.
Okay.
All right, Anoint go for the Throat Fairy Mastermind, and then the fun of 1 of Rush of Dread.
And he says, yeah, that is enough there.
Yeah, that's just gas aplenty in hand there for Haas. So the Canadian picks up the first game here in our best of 5. Just a reminder that the first 2 games are pre-sideboard, so no touchy. They just shuffle it up and go again.
Yep, absolutely. And then the sideboarding begins after this. So now Javier is just thinking, okay, I just do not want to be down 2-0 and have to win all 3 sideboard games. Gets to be very, very tricky when that's the case. So a mulligan to 5 from Ha, though.
I mean, I don't like this hand, but at the same time, I like that there's duplicates of the Annex, so...
I mean, as far as molds to 5 go, that's about the ideal hand. Like, 3 land, 2 Unholy Annexes. Now Javier is really put to the test to have second duress. Otherwise, Ha can come back from this for sure.
That's like second breakfast, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is a good little insulation from the Unholy Annex, where now if you get a card, Javier will get one as well, but it doesn't cost him 2 life. So a nice signed Fairy Mastermind by the world champ himself, Yuta Takahashi.
Unstoppable Slasher is going to get stopped, and stopped in its tracks for good with Anointed Affliction, exiling. And Duress again, oh my, just dismantling the hand here of Ha. Looked like he had a pretty good comeback, but at this point, it's not looking too good.
Yeah, he did. And all because of that Fairy Mastermind, it forced Ha to play in such a way where he played the Unstoppable Slasher instead of the Annex. So Fairy Mastermind really dictated how Ha had to play the game. And then Javier had the chance to Duress as he top-decked it.
Oh my. Picks up the third, though, you know, top of the library being kind there, but... Spellsetter saying, no, we're good. And also, Yuta Takahashi ×2, the Fairy Mastermind, making that even more expensive. So I couldn't even pay the tax on that if you wanted to.
Yeah, now at any point, Javier can go, all right, end step, we each draw a card, but Javier gets to draw 2 extra cards as well.
Bloodletter from Ha, and the two 2/1s doing a pretty decent job.
No cut down check, it looks like.
Yeah.
So Javier gets to go with 4 mana Ancestral Recall, when
Yeah.
Ha only gets 1.
They're great in pairs, seems like. There's a Duress. Nothing in hand, really, so...
Yeah, now we'll see if Javier has a way to push through this Bloodletter. I don't think he did have a removal spell, so just playing a demon to have the biggest creature on the battlefield. But now Ha does get to play another big demon and has the battlefield relatively shored up, but still a lot of card advantage on Javier's side. This is definitely his game to lose.
Oh, yeah. 100%. You know, just the pace at which he is churning through Ha's life total here. He's down to 8 now. And if he can manage to get one of these big threats off the board, then the 6/6 demon just starts putting him to 0 pretty much.
Absolutely. So I saw an Anoint, which is not a great removal spell here from Javier, as well as another Archfiend of the Dross and a land. So more than likely...
Draw cards?
Yep, draw some cards. I don't believe... Yeah, it's a tap land anyway, so what Javier would love to do is go Archfiend of the Dross plus unlock the Unholy Annex, but not able to do that.
He'd get 3 cards doing it now, right, if he did.
With the Unholy Annex?
Oh, sorry, no, with the Masterminds.
Yeah.
Try to dig for removal.
Exactly, 3 cards if we do it on Ha's turn.
For now, though, just going to get another Archfiend down and swing in here with the 6/6 token.
And this is just Javier saying, I'm okay with this trade here.
Sure.
Javier would like to have Ha not have a removal spell for this Archfiend, but did Duress, so has the information anyways.
Yep, and an attack next turn without any flying blockers would mean Javier tying up this match at 1 apiece, and then the players get to sideboard.
Yeah, and no real great 1 card that Ha can draw here. Really just super behind in this game.
Yeah.
And it would be kind of a miracle of string of events.
Oof, yeah.
This should
Malta 5, you know, he did the best he could, but with the hand disruption from Javier as well, there wasn't any real, you know, sure possibility of him winning this matchup. But let's have a look at the sideboards here, what the players decided to do in going into game number 3.
Yep, so it looks like Javier Dominguez decided to bring in 2 Liliana of the Veils, 1 more Anoint of the Affliction, Jace the Perfected Mind, and a Withering Torment.
Nice.
Took out Archfiends of the Dross, actually, which is pretty interesting. Took out a Cut Down and 1 Shoot the Sheriff. And as far as Ha brought in 2 Liliana as well, so ends up being a great card for the mirror. Brings in 1 Shieldred, 1 extra Duress, 1 Negate. Took out all the bats and 1 Cut Out. Or cut down, excuse me.
Yeah, the bats in this matchup aren't really great. We saw plenty times yesterday where it's just like, you know, the bats just hold your removal for you because you're going to kill one and then you're going to get removal and then you're going to kill another. And yeah, it's just a mess.
Yeah, it's just because the Dimir mid-range deck, whether it's Dimir Demon, Dimir mid-range, however you want to label it, just have so much redundancy when it comes to the removal spells. So sure, you take one of the removal spells and then you just use one of your other ones to get it back. It's kind of a waste of 2 mana, where something like Duress, you get the card out of their hand and it ends up being a lot better.
Yeah, there is really good removal in black at the moment in
Yes.
all the formats. And Duress here forcing the issue. So the Fairy Mastermind taken care of with Anoint with Affliction. Gets to take a look at the hand. And there was quite a few lands there and another Fairy Mastermind. I didn't catch the rest.
Yeah, 5 lands and a Fairy Mastermind, and that was it for
there was
Javier.
nothing else to catch. Never mind.
Yep, that's the classic, oh, I gotcha, as you didn't have anything good to duress, but also I don't have any good cards, so.
Well, the card advantage engine online first here for Ha. We have the Fairy Mastermind 2, though, which will get to benefit if it survives.
Yep, so got to draw the card here off this Unholy Annex, and this was face-up information for Ha, so that's not the best exchange. You know, you each get to draw a card. Ha loses the life, though, but just kind of saying, I don't have an answer to this Fairy Mastermind yet, and here's threat number 2 from Javier, a nice draw.
Yeah, just 8 ult power in the sky, no biggie.
Yeah, and if Ha didn't have a piece of removal for the Fairy Mastermind now, we'll see if he picked one up.
Yep.
Cut down's a great draw.
Yep, that's good. Oh, nice. And go for the throat. So, board clear once again. A little bit more stable, still taking 2 damage from that Annex.
So no third land for Ha. This is the classic situation of kind of mana flood versus mana screw here. Usually, eventually, you get out of it if you're missing a bunch of land drops because, well, Ha just has nothing but gas in hand.
Liliana hits the board.
That's the type of card that's very good against a person that is stuck on lands, as Javier is 100% discarding a land.
Oh, yeah.
And Ha is going to be discarding a relevant spell.
Yes, that's a negate and a land like you mentioned.
Yep. Just Fairy Mastermind and 2 lands in hand for Javier, so he's drawn okay since the Whiffed Duress, but not amazing. Now we'll see. I see another Unholy Annex there from Ha, so if he goes for that...
He's going to be taking a 4 each end step.
Yeah, he's going to be taking a lot, but goes for the Slasher instead. Now Javier does have another great exchange of getting a 2-mana, 2/1 flyer that also draws him a card.
3 cards, and he doesn't lose any life for it. So now Javier just gets to turn this Mastermind sideways. Ha is struggling for mana. You know, when you see the Dimir deck chucking away counter magic, you know that they just don't have the option. They don't have the luxury to hold up mana. They're not doing anything else otherwise.
Exactly. Now we see Liliana deal with half, kind of the Unstoppable Slasher, while Javier picked up another Liliana and a Jace, the Perfected Mind. So the Liliana, not great right now. He can just go next turn negative and then play another one, which is not bad. But the Jace actually looks pretty strong here, just depending on what kind of modes Javier wants to do with it.
Yeah. I mean, with the Jace as well, you don't really ever need to pay the full cost for it, because if you did have the Doomsday Excruciator out and then did that, then... Or
yeah. Just having extra loyalty is not so bad, just in case it gets attacked, but it looks like Javier wants to be much more aggressive here and gets in for half of Ha's life total. I love this play. Jace getting card advantage, sure, is fine, but against an opponent who is stuck on lands, get him dead.
Yeah, just get the game over and done with as soon as you possibly can, you know, no mercy.
Yep.
This is the World Championship, man.
Absolutely.
You got to be a little cutthroat.
Now Ha is in this kind of rough spot where not only does he have to fight against Javier's 2 threats that are killing him, but also has to find a way to get a demon into play.
Hey,
so his whole plan is going to be either play demon or kill creatures. And now if Javier is able to top deck a Go for the Throat or something, we're just done here. And he actually already has negative Lily to deal with 1 threat, negative Lily the other one.
Yeah.
To get rid of that.
Can't do the Reef then at the same time, but, you know, that's...
He did top deck Anoint. So he can anoint the Slasher,
and then
negative
minus
the Lily, and then attack for 6.
Oh, man, that just came up perfectly for Javier here. But he's going to take a quick look just to make sure.
Yeah. Or he could pump the brakes more and do the 2 Liliana play and try to play Jace. I like the Anoint play.
No pump and brakes. Let's go. Get rid of that Slasher. -2 on Lily. Get rid of the Demon. Animate the land, and then Ha will die in his end step if he doesn't have a Demon.
So now he has to get a Demon and have threats. So, I mean, the best possible thing that Ha can get is land 5, Archfiend of the Dross, plus have cut down.
Yeah.
That's like the best scenario for Ha. And even that, he's probably still dead to this Liliana with that line.
There's the land.
Yep, this is game.
Unlocks it. Yep.
There you go. Shows land Liliana, animates the Reef, wins the game.
Good grief. I made a pun. So, 2-1 now to Javier Dominguez, looking very, very strong indeed in that post-sideboard matchup. Let's go into game number 4, see.
Yeah, so game number 4, sometimes you see players that will change their sideboard configuration via the play and the draw. neither player made any changes here, so it kind of just leads me to believe that they just say, okay, I have a good configuration against the Dimir mid-range match, and we're not going to see any more sideboard changes from the ones that I mentioned earlier.
Kicking things off here, Fairy Mastermind now from Ha's side of things. Javier is going to take the 2 this time around.
And it looks like Javier did have a removal spell.
He's got go for the throat ×2, I believe.
Yeah, but wanted to see if there was going to be a bigger threat from Ha that he would like to kill. Says, no problem, I'll take 2 damage, use my life as a resource, and kill it at end step once he has perfect information.
Looks like he has a Mastermind as well in hand there as he flicks through the cards.
Javier is a master of flicking through his cards quick and keeping us on our toes.
Oh, yeah.
No real good answer for Slasher, though. No Anoint to be able to cleanly deal with it as far as I saw.
Yeah, no clean answers, but he would be able to go for the throat chair just to keep it from attacking.
And then he has the Bronco, which I was poking a little bit of fun at, as it's really tough for this deck to actually saddle it. But then he just looked at me dead in the eyes and just says, but Corey, you draw a card. And I'm like, all right, you got me, buddy. But I was like, what if you take 8? And he's like, you still got the card.
You take 8. We saw him do that yesterday.
Got the card. Yeah, in his winning in against
Javier ain't no chicken. Oh. Just making sure that the correct thing is happening here.
Oh, there might have been a missed trigger from Ha, maybe. Went to the graveyard and didn't come back. I would assume that is still Ha's responsibility to remember, if it dies, to return it to the battlefield tap. That is a huge misstep.
Oof.
I mean, yeah,
That's brutal.
This is the World Championship, though. There's really no takesies, backsies at any point, you know? I mean, all these players have to make sure they maintain the game state, and that will be a huge loss here for Ha.
And Javier did confirm with the judge that that is a trigger that can be missed. So that's a big, big blow for Ha.
Yep, any kind of trigger you can miss at any point. And a duress here whiffing once again. Ha's duresses have not been the best.
Doomsday Excruciator in hand. Is this the game we get to see the big dumb demon?
I feel like we have never seen this card cast yet so far. I'm sure it's won plenty of games.
I think he's just there to be imposing, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the threat of it makes you play the game a little bit different. But if any game looks decent, it would be this one. The problem with Doomsday Excruciator, if it just comes into play, you have no way to, you know, Jace away your opponent or anything like that. You will actually deck first because you're drawing 2 cards.
Unless there's an Unholy Annex on the board. Haha, which
That's
we see now.
true.
But Fairy Mastermind will keep you at parity there, so.
So we'll see. Is it finally time to see the extremely powerful demon?
Come on, give us a treat, Javier. In for 2, down to 14 goes Ha, 6th land. Doomsday, Doomsday, Doomsday.
Yeah, there's not just a big I got you play that Ha can have if this Doomsday comes down. The best play would be attacking with the creature land, the Reef, but Ha's list actually doesn't play any of those, which is pretty wild.
I think we saw that yesterday when we were wondering, okay, how does he get out of this pickle?
Yeah.
In these matches.
Yeah, really no way to do that.
Alrighty, Javi, where are we going?
It looks like we're doing it.
Yeah. Oh, come on, don't tease us. Please. I want to see it. Oh, boring duress.
Goes for the adult play of duress.
Yeah, I know. It's the World Championship. He wants to be a 2-timer.
Honestly, makes a lot of sense. If he went Doomsday Excruciator and Ha were to top deck 5th land and anoint the Fairy Mastermind and then Liliana the Doomsday, that would have been pretty bad for Javier. So
Yeah. Fine, he's right. Of course he's going to be right. He's such a good player. And this is the quarterfinals of the World Championship. Thank you, everyone who is joining us, watching this live. And we hope you do enjoy the magic, as we will see former world champion Yuta Takahashi taken care of with Anoint with Affliction.
Yeah, and there was no real great way for Ha to do this, to not allow Javier to get an extra card, because if he goes to end step, Javier just says, yeah, resolve your Unholy Annex trigger, then he draws an extra card. So Ha had to blink first, and then Javier was able to activate Fairy Mastermind, so.
Yay! Okay, I'm happy now. I can leave this weekend satisfied that the Doomsday Excruciator has finally hit the board. The final 6 cards of each player's library will remain, and if we're lucky, we get to see Jace next turn.
Yep, and there was the Reef as well, so it looks like Javier just wins the game next turn by attacking with the Reef via mill. This is, of course, a play on, on the powerful card Doomsday for any Eternal format fans.
I assume that's not attached to a creature.
It is not.
Cool.
It is a very complicated card, but very fun.
More complicated than the ones now?
Yeah, you got to pick your 5 cards and then create your library.
Ah.
Yep.
That sounds tiresome. Okay, so we have a big old dumb demon down. It is a 6/6. We have the land, like you mentioned. We can either mill or we just go to Ha's end step, and he doesn't have a demon and he dies anyway. So two ways to death here for the Canadian. And
so I think it's over. We see Liliana, we see Unholy Annex, we see Archfiend and Bloodletter in hand. Those are the 4 cards. There's no answer to the Reef. Sure, you can play a big creature to block it, but it's the mill effect when it attacks. That's all we need. So I think Ha has to leave up 2 mana and hope to find a removal spell that can deal with the land, and there's not many. Anoint the Affliction is one, but there's a lot of removal spells that say non-land, so has 3 Anoints, 2 Go for the Throats as answers to this creature land at the beginning of combat. Otherwise, it's just going to win the game next turn. And I think with Ha slowing down here, he's coming to that realization.
He's figuring it out too. Also checking out the land, being like, okay, how do I deal with this and that and the next thing? There's just so many ways that this is going wrong for him. And going right for Javier, who is keeping his World Championship dreams alive, keeping his Player of the Year dreams alive.
Yes.
Here comes an Archfiend of the Dross. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
This just seals the game. Ha cannot win now by doing this. At least if you leave 2 mana available, you have a chance to survive. But I think it's just time to animate the land. As long as I saw a creature land in the... Okay, maybe not, actually. No, that is a Reef there in the middle.
No, there's a Reef there. Ha checked it out. Duress to clear the way now for Javier Dominguez. And I think we're going to see... Javier.
He drew the Anoint, but it wouldn't have mattered because of the Duress, but he would have drawn it if he didn't play the Demon. Wild.
Javier having the answers there and is going to get to another semifinals in unbelievable fashion. Javier Dominguez does it again.
I mean, that next semifinals with Javier and Seth with so many implications on the line, that is going to be amazing.
I mean, they're essentially playing for Player of the Year and a finals at the World Championship.
Incredible. This is must-see TV for sure.
Jeez. You know, going into this, I was crossing my fingers that we'd see another 2-time world champion.
Yeah.
They're all on the same side of the bracket, so there's only going to be one person now that can make that happen. So
many possibilities to be 2-time world champions, since so many people in this top 8 have won it already.
Oh my gosh, absolutely incredible stuff. Cedric got to interview Javier after his win, so let's go hear what he has to say.
I'm making a habit of hanging out with Javier Dominguez after another big victory. Javier, quick summary of the match for you, my friend.
Well, I think things just went my way. Like, he missed land drops where he, had a strong card, so some matches just go your way. Also, Fairy Mastermind was excellent. The cards have been excellent to me the whole weekend, so I hope I keep drawing them all the time.
One-word answer. You want Kai or you want Seth?
I think I actually won Seth because the matchup against Seth is probably okay. The matchup against Kai is not so okay. It's pretty bad, I think, so I definitely won Seth.
There you go. Can't wait to watch it. Javi, congrats.
Thank you.
2 more.
Javi got his wish. It's going to be Seth facing him next, but we still have 2 more quarterfinals to show you. Yoshihiko Ikawa, Marcio Carvalho up next. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have had an action-packed day already, seeing Seth Manfield and Javier Dominguez advancing to the semifinals. But Corey, that is not the only magic we have for you so far. We still have 2 more quarterfinals to show you, and the one coming up next is going to be pretty darn good indeed, if I do say so myself. Marcio Carvalho, Yoshihiko Ikawa. Oh, that's going to be a good one.
2 phenomenal players, you know. Marcio has had so many deep runs in these World Championships, so you know he's hungry to get a little bit better than second place, but got to get through one of the best to ever do it, and Yoshihiko Ikawa already won a Pro Tour this season.
He has indeed, and playing one of my favorite decks this weekend, Gruul Prowess. This deck just wants to do one thing, and that is target your little mice, make them enormous, and throw them at people.
Yep, this isn't the leyline version that we saw from John Emmanuel Depra. This is the more dialed back version, trying to play a little bit more of a mid-range deck, but still can have that explosiveness to win the game very, very early.
On the other side of things, though, Marcio is running plenty of what the Gruul Prowess deck does not like, and that is spot removal.
Yeah, there's a lot of it, too, here. This has got to be a pretty good matchup for Marcio, I would imagine. 3 Anoint with Affliction in the main deck here is going to be excellent. 4 Go for the Throat as well, and 3 Cut Down.
Yeah.
That's about as much removal as you are going to see, so Yoshihiko Ikawa probably does not love the sight of that.
I mean, also, not to mention Glissa Sunslayer, who Death Touch First Strike. Yeah, those mice are not going to get through her very easily. We are joining these players in Game 3. Yoshihiko Ikawa picking up the first game, followed by Marcio tying it up. So in Game 3 now, we are post-sideboard. Corey, what did the players do?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of what you would expect from Marcio. Marcio took out the Caustic Broncos and the Unholy Annexes, kind of the card advantage engines here, and brought in just much more removal. Gix Command, Harvester of Misery, Choking Miasma, which is a very nice one at dealing with a wide battlefield. Dreams of Steel and Oil, Tranquil Throwback, and Liliana came in. And then from Yoshihiko Ikawa, brought in Patchwork Formation to deal with these big demons, Urbrass Forge, Obliterating Bolt, and Questing Druid, and took out some of the removal spells, Shock, Scorching Dragonfire, Torch the Tower, that kind of thing.
Alrighty. Well, players getting things underway. Yoshihiko Ikawa just making himself a little investment plan there. Going to be sending these Slickshot show-offs to the plot zone.
So he's doing a great job here of taxing Marcio's mana. If he just plays these Slickshot show-offs, Marcio is able to just go end-step removal spell, untap, I use my mana, you have 1 less threat. But what Yoshihiko Ikawa is doing here is waiting till he has a bunch of removal spells, or a bunch of pump spells, a bunch of ways to protect these Slickshot show-offs, and then try to win in one fell swoop.
Yep. And that is going to be the game plan here for Yoshihiko, because he does only have those 2 Snakeskin Veils. We haven't seen yet if he has one of those in hands to protect, but yeah, the more the merrier.
And now that Marcio tapped out for a big threat, if Yoshihiko Ikawa can do something like destroy that on end step and then untap with both of these, and he has the way to destroy it, and then untap with these 2 Slickshot show-offs, he can really, really pop off this next turn.
Yeah, Paw Patch Formation, able to cleanly answer any of the big threats in the sky that Marcio deploys. And then what does he have to follow it up with?
I saw Monstrous Rage for sure.
Ooh, yeah, Monstrous Rage.
Wow, he didn't destroy it?
Okay.
Interesting.
Maybe he just wants to get the extra pump.
Sure. Okay, so that leads me to believe that he doesn't have a ton of spells. He's just wanting to get that as the additional +2/+Os.
That's still a heckin' lot of damage there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good grief. So it's at 3, 4,
Huge
5,
hit.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
13, I believe.
Well, let's see what he goes down to.
Yeah.
13, nice. Ouch, I would say.
Huge hit.
Yeah, that hurt. So now Marcio is priced into trying to deal with both of these at the same time. Otherwise, it's very, very likely that Yoshihiko would be able to take him out in the next attack step.
Yep, and he did a nice job of Monstrous Raging one, so just in case Marcio had a Choking Miasma, it wouldn't be just a clean 2-for-1, but so much removal, wouldn't be shocked if he just points 2 removal spells at these flyers.
Well, you won't be shocked. He boarded those out.
Oh, fair. Nice one. Nice.
Gotcha.
But overall, only 3 cards left in hand for Yoshihiko Ikawa, and I'm just getting a vibe that his hand is not that great. Otherwise, he would have killed at end step.
Yeah.
And deal with that demon, and then just went off.
Gone crazy. So we
Yeah.
do see the... oh, cool. You're going to kick the Manifold Mouse. So we have 2 little threats on the board now. that can target each other, give double strike or trample. And we also did see in hand he has the questing druid.
Okay, perfect. So that is a way to gain a little bit of card advantage.
Tranquil Frillback hits the board. We're going to gain some life there for Marcio.
A nice versatile card here in just the format. It's just great in the format. Dealing with Graveyard against the Azorius Oculus deck, destroying big enchantments like the Overlords, and just gaining life against aggressive decks.
Yeah, it's very cool.
And making sure that he tapped correctly there. As long as you tap that way to play it, then you pay the 1 green, that's fine. So maybe shortcut it a bit. And players just double checking to make sure we got life totals correct.
So the turn will pass back to Yoshihiko Ikawa now. And he's going to have to hope for a big turn here. And Marcio is going to hope for exactly not that as we obliterating bolt that dinosaur off the board.
All right, that was a large hit there.
Wow, that dinosaur saved Marcio's alive.
Yeah, really did. And now we'll see what the follow-up is. I saw one go for the throat and then like a couple of Mosswood Dreadnoughts. Yeah. This is where he was very much hoping to have the choking miasma. That's
that
really
great.
Yoshihiko Ikawa is just crossing his fingers to say, please not that. And he can probably beat basically anything else.
Yeah, choking miasma is such a cool card.
Yep.
It's kind of like a baby Gix's Command.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, just for the 1 mode, though.
Gix Command at home.
Another Frillback, more life.
So a ton of ways that Yoshihiko Ikawa can win the game here. So many, because at surface value, he has the 1 spell already to make the Slick Shot show off 3 power, give it double strike. That's 6 damage already, plus attacking with the mice. He's already has 7 damage on the field with the Questing Druid. So if he can just play a second spell.
Just keep in mind, it's just the mice that
are
able
yeah,
to get the double strike.
Excuse me. Yep.
Or the double striking bird would be cool.
Yeah. I always think that mouse is even better than it is.
Yeah, no, let's not make it a mythic, huh?
There we go.
But still, super powerful indeed. You know, the 2 mice could give each other double strikes, so that dinosaur definitely dies.
Yeah, yep.
So Yoshihiko doing some math now. Marcio up to 8, so the life gain really, really helping. We're going to see.
So this is
Seek
5 damage.
Okay, cool.
So
we
far.
have a 1 mana or 2 mana now spell that we can cast.
Playing that would equal 6 damage, so Yoshihiko Ikawa has to find a way to get through 1 more spell.
Oh, Urba's Forge. Okay, so that'll pump up. Okay, so that's another
5 with the show off, 6, 7 with the mice, and 8 with the thing. That should be Xaxes.
Yeah, Marcio just going to double check, get in the way of the thing doing the most damage he can block, and that's going to go to game number 4. Goodness me. So any changes going into this matchup?
Yeah, so we'll check it out. A little bit of changes from Marcio. Marcio did bring in a Duress, took out a Liliana now that he is on the play. You do usually like to have cards like Duress more on the draw, where Liliana is not great when you're on the draw. There's just too many creatures, so makes sense that we bring that in. And then Yoshihiko Ikawa brought in a Bolt and took out 1 Forge. So minor changes.
Yep. We're going to see Yoshihiko do something similar as the previous game, just plotting away those Slick Shot show-offs and Sentinel of the Nameless City hitting the board here for Marcio.
This is a great threat to play against the ground attackers because Marcio can present a fast clock, could present a fast clock while blocking, but Obliterating Bolt here just being excellent.
Yeah, get out of there. That's a great creature.
All right, let's see if there's a Choking Miasma. That's, again, what Marcio is kind of always looking for on a battlefield like this. Even a 2-for-1, you don't want to get too greedy against this deck because Yoshihiko Ikawa could untap and win the game pretty easily.
There it is. Nice. All right,
Huge
so
for Marcio.
Board taken care of on Yoshihiko's side, so Marcio's life total won't be going too low down, but Urbrask's Forge, this is something a little trickier to deal with unless we have a Frillback in hand now for Marcio.
Yep, absolutely. This will win the game eventually without a Frillback, so or a quick clock, which Archfiend definitely does. But this is a really big clock. You have Archfiend. It's now a 7/7. Plus you have the cottages. You can wake up at any point.
Yep.
That's a 2-turn clock already if Yoshihiko Ikawa doesn't have a way to deal with the flyer.
Paw Patch formation 1 time. Let's see how he approaches this combat step, or Pre-combat, we got an Emberheart Challenger in hand. Looks like another removal spell.
See a lot of creatures, which is
Questing
not
Druids,
great.
Yeah.
You want to spread that out. You want to have creatures and spells. So, yeah, looks like 2 Questing Druids, Slickshot Show-Off, Challenger, and maybe another creature in the back.
Alrighty, just this little little idiot getting in. It'll probably just get chowed by the demon unless he's worried about an Obliterating Bolt.
Yeah.
Yep, gonna take the damage there.
Yeah, the Obliterating Bolt wouldn't even kill it with the +1/+1 counter. So that's an interesting, it feels like a bluff attack there. Yeah, I think that was a bluff, and I think Yoshihiko Kawa got away with that one.
Where'd he get the counter from?
Oh,
the miasma.
The map.
Oh, the map, yes,
Yep,
sorry.
yep.
Exploring there. Yeah, so we need to attack with this one and hope that Marcio blocks it, but we wouldn't, so.
Exactly.
Marcio's a pretty good Magic player, as it turns out.
Who would've
Having
guessed?
made the finals of the World Championship 4 times now.
Incredible.
Well, so, excuse me, the top 8.
The
and
top
the
8, yep.
finals twice. So, yeah, he wants to go one step further for sure this week.
And 11 Pro Tour or World Championship top 8s in his long career. I mean, I saw him tweet that out yesterday. I was like, wow, that is a lot of top 8s.
Hell yeah. Urbrask's Forge, growing, getting all those oil counters on, and making this little creature a little bigger. Marcio's now down to 11. We are going to see
need a
the
land.
beast. Land. Ah, that would have been so great if Yoshihiko, he scoops it up. He's like, yeah, no, I can't beat you at this point. So,
Yep.
woo, we get the full 5 games.
Absolutely. And yeah, that was a game where Yoshihiko Kawa played the more mid-range style game, but Marcio's Golgari deck is a much better mid-range deck. Yoshihiko Kawa really wants to be putting his foot on the gas a little bit more, and it all circles back to that choking miasma to
Damn,
2 for
that
1.
just, oof.
Really kind of set the game apart here.
Yeah, pretty much shut the door there on Yoshihiko.
Yep.
He did his best to come back, but yeah, if he just found a land there, we would have had a longer game there, but oh boy. And now Duress gets to take a look in hand, 2 Paw Patch, as well as the talent, so that's going to get taken, send that to the bin.
This is big game here for Marcio, not only because he took arguably the most powerful card with the Innkeeper's talents, but now he has the perfect information to know, hey, don't play flyers.
Yeah.
You know, like if he plays flyers, 2 mana to deal with Archfienges and stuff is too big of a thing. So Marcio is going to just try to kill creatures, gain some card advantage, maybe find Glissa.
Yeah, Glissa would be sweet.
Glissa's the big hole in Yoshihiko Kawa's hand.
Yeah. Emberheart Challenger dealt with, courtesy of Cutdown. Surveil there with Mortuary Mire, and now Urbrask's Forge. Uh-oh.
Huge draw step here. Once again, Glissa just being the best card. So if we have Glissa here, big advantage to Marcio. If not,
oh, there she is.
Huge.
She's here, on time, ready to rock and roll. And likes to blow up enchantments, doesn't deal with artifacts, though.
Yep, absolutely. Still very good, as it's very, it will block those Forge tokens every
problem.
single time.
Oh, yeah. They're just, running into death.
Yeah.
Boink, dead.
Yeah, and whether you, you can't give it double strike or trample or anything, but it just wouldn't matter. Glissa eats up all these creatures.
Yeah. The Manifold Mouse can target the Heartfire here to give that double strike.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to get eaten, as it is taken care of, exiled, and cut down as well for the Manifold Mouse. So no damage dealt, creatures off the board. Yoshihiko is in a bad way.
Yep, so now Marcio makes the decision here. Basically, am I okay losing...
he
removes
took the counters
off. That's awesome. I was going to say, if he drew a card, then he's saying, okay, I'm okay not only losing 1, but then losing 3 from the Forge.
Oh, man. I wanted to see them take off the counters on the Archfiend of the Dross, but that was so unlikely. But that's a good second place.
That is awesome. Yeah, absolutely. So now only takes 1 damage, and when Yoshihiko Kawa is just drawing a card off the Patchwork Formation, this game 5 is going terribly for him.
This is not how Yoshihiko would have written this up for himself, but Marcio is now just accelerating towards the semifinals.
Yep, and it was all because of that duress. That duress just gave Marcio all the information he needed, and now the clock is really here.
Jeez, I'm just going to jam creatures and go, because what's Yoshihiko going to do against this? He took out all of his shocks. He took out most of his spot removal for these creatures, so he is in big, big trouble.
Yeah, he's got some obliterating bolts, and that's kind of what he needs right away to just stem the bleeding, but yeah, this is going to be a very tough game for him to get out of.
Oh, my. Oh, what's he got there? Tap out. Offspring, perhaps? Manifold Mouse?
Yeah, maybe.
Yep.
Looks like it.
All right.
Not amazing.
Some blockers in the way. They're not going to do all that much as 1/2s up against bigger creatures, especially not a 3/3 death striking first toucher. That's not the way that those words go, but yeah.
Close enough.
Close enough. You know what I mean.
So now it looked like Marcio just has a go for the throat, so is making the decision between go for throating a creature or attacking with the cottage. Decides to just control the battlefield, and he will
oh my.
pretty much have lethal next turn with these 3 creatures.
This just reminds me of a cat on a table knocking things off.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
exactly what this is. Jesus. Oh my. Yoshihiko Ikawa gonna have another look at the top of the library. Has 2 mice to his name. Doesn't have a way to get the wombo combo finish here. Marcio has, 6 untapped lands. Removal in hand.
Yeah, and Marcio knows about the other patchwork formation in hand, and then 2 unknowns. We know one of them is a land. Doesn't even matter if the other one was Monstrous Rage or one of the big threats, because Marcio has the go for the throat to be able to finish it off. So I think Marcio has this.
I do too. You know, what an absolutely incredible season, though, from Yoshihiko Ikawa.
Yeah.
He can be absolutely, you know, proud of his achievements as well as his team's.
Yeah, he took a break from the game a little bit and then said, you know, I want to come back and give it my best for another year. Starts it off basically right away with a Pro Tour win in OTJ. We got to witness that, and it was an incredibly awesome moment.
So
him winning with Domain, and pretty much plays the opposite deck here.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you know, I did the big creatures, the big leyline binding plays. Time to get these little mice in, and so far, he's just metagamed quite well for all these tournaments, and of course drafts extremely well to put himself in a position.
But you know what? That is the mark of an excellent player, is someone who can adapt and play any deck that you put in their hands, you know?
Exactly. Yep.
So Yoshihiko Ikawa, excellent season, is going to paw patch formation here to make a food, draw a card, and cross his fingers and hope. Is there a way out of this for him?
I think it might have been an Urbrass Forge as a top deck, which is not good, as this Glissa has just done a great job of controlling that card. It may not be able to destroy artifacts, but it definitely neutralized them.
It definitely does. Oh, man. These little mice are doing their best.
Yep.
But without any backup, any pump spells, there's no real way that they're going to get this job done for him.
Yeah, doing some math, but looking like it's going to be in poker terms. Yoshihiko Ikawa folding here instead of going all in.
Big thing here for Yoshihiko. Is he going to go for an attack?
Yeah, and I think Yoshihiko Ikawa is doing all the math here with the thought of Marcio can't have anything.
Yeah.
And like the thing he already has face up is just a cottage to block. So Marcio can animate a cottage, go to blocks, and then go for the throat. Like, so can kind of do it all here. And when these mice have to be on defense as blockers, Marcio doesn't even have to go for the throat here. Can just say, all right, turn him sideways, maybe animate the cottage as well if he draws land number 7.
Just getting for some damage. That was Dreams of Steel and Oil, but just going to go for 9 damage, so these poor little mice have to block.
Yep, the exact same play that Marcio made last turn. Attack with everything, animate the cottage as a blocker, and have go for the throat. That recipe is just so safe for him right now.
Yeah.
The only scenario is like this thing gets double strike. He has a Monstrous Rage and a Snakeskin Veil to protect.
Yeah.
And I don't even think that's anywhere near close, so.
Yeah, because it'd be 3, 4, 5. It'd only be like 10 damage.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't get a counter like the
No.
Heartfire Hero does, and also doesn't do the convenient exploding to...
Yeah, you can pump with the Village as well to get this to 2 power. With Monstrous Rage, it gets it to 5. Snakeskin gets it to 6. It actually would be pretty close. But yeah, with Forge being there and those not being the cards in Yoshihiko Ikawa's hand, I think we're going to be looking for a tough spot here for Ikawa.
Yeah, definitely. Once again, the cottage animates it. It's going to block one of these creatures, taking 2 it looks like, so down to 11 goes Marcio. Both of those creatures will disappear. Monastery Swift Spear is not a creature you want on defense either. There's the go for the throat, and that is going to be enough to do it. Marcio Carvalho is going to another semifinals.
Another Forge.
Good grief. Congratulations to Marcio Carvalho. He continues his run towards the finals to try and finally get that checked off of his to-do list.
Yep, absolutely. That's step one. Got to win 2 more matches, and then he can finally, you know, rest a little easier, finally winning a world championship. It seems like that's the only thing left on his long, long resume that he hasn't accomplished. So, going to be a big couple matches there for Marcio. Big congratulations.
He's dialed in. He wants it. And I think whoever he faces next, he's... Whew,
he has played some great Magic every time that we watched him on camera.
Yes.
Just some really clean Magic. So.
Well, let's hear what Marcio had to say after his match with Cedric.
Marcio Carvalho is no stranger to the Sunday stage at the World Championship, coming off of a huge win in a very long matchup. Marcio, a brief summary of that 5-game set.
Well, it was really hard. He won game 1, I was on the play. I won game 2, then he won game 3, so I was back against the wall. Then I won game 4, and game 5 he had like too many 8 cards and not many creatures, and I cut down, I do this, and I got there.
Getting there is what you've done, so now it's time to try to get there again. Semifinals, you could play against Quintanoli on red, you could play against Max Rappaport on Demir. What's your preference?
Well, I think the mono-red matchup should be better, but I don't like to get nut rod, so maybe I would want to play the Demir because it's a longer game that I can try to agency my skill.
Marcio, you told me earlier when you walked over here, 2 to go.
2 to go.
2 more, 2 more, 2 more. That's what all the players are thinking right now. And we still got 1 more for you, friends. 1 more quarterfinal. Quintanoli, Max Rappaport. Quintanoli, the only mono-red player in this World Championship. Undefeated so far, and is going to hope to repeat that now up against Demir Midrange in the hands of Max Rappaport. One of these players will be facing Marcio Carvalho, and they're going to have a very, very tough time against our Portuguese killer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like what Marcio said there. I mean, mono red, like there's some draws that when Quinn's on the play, which, you know, Quinn is a very high seed in this top 8, Quinn being on the play can just win out of nowhere, and Marcio just will not have the ability to deal with it. So Quinn's deck's pretty sweet, hasn't lost yet, has the highest win percentage out of any deck because, well, he's the only one playing it, and XO.
Man, what a weekend. Even if he falls in this quarterfinal, that is one heck of a statistic to take away from a World Championship. So both players ready to rock and roll. Let's see if we can continue this winning undefeated streak here for Quinn.
Absolutely, and both these players relatively unknown to the biggest stages, the Pro Tour Top 8s, Pro Tours Worlds in general, but not unknown to the players that know. You know, the players that have seen these players game online and stuff, they're very accomplished, talented Magic players for sure.
Yeah, Max qualifying through the Magic Online Championship Series.
Yep.
So again, if you guys want to get onto the World Championship stage, go pick up Magic Online or Magic Arena if you can't get to your local game stores.
I also played against Quinn twice in a tournament earlier this year. He was on mono red there as well and destroyed me 2 times in a row. I was really impressed with his play. And yeah, he's a absolute master with mono red. Has played it in a lot of different formats. Really knows his craft for sure.
Oh, and a fun fact about Max Rappaport.
Yeah.
Also undefeated in Constructed.
Really?
So someone is ruining someone's day and their perfect run.
Yeah,
Just saying.
unreal. Okay.
Alrighty, Hired Claw getting to work here for Quintanoli. Heartfire Hero joins the fray. Spyglass Siren on the other side of things for Max Rappaport, playing Demir midrange.
Yeah, and this is, once again, a little bit different of a Demir deck. It's crazy. I think we have like 4 Demir decks in the top 8. All of them are different. You know, so it just shows the depth that Standard is right now. Standard's an incredible format. And this version is Max playing Preacher of the Schism, as well as some Kaitos and even some Gix, something that we haven't seen a lot of. But the Preacher of the Schisms is a great card here at being able to create a bunch of vampires.
If you just see the composition of Max's deck, it's a bunch of 2-ofs, a couple 1-ofs. Like, it almost reads like a limited deck in the way he's built it.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a nice way to build your deck when you're playing in an open decklist tournament. You see these, and it's just like, well, I can't play around a bunch of 1-ofs, so you kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit.
I love that saying. Here comes Fairy Mastermind, doing an excellent job thus far this weekend, and Quinn, recognizing he wants nothing to do with it, is going to shock it and get it off the board. 4 damage being dealt there. Hard Claw dealing damage every time a lizard attacks.
Yep, so basically just attacks for 2.
Yep.
You know, so a really, really strong red card that really just hasn't seen a home. You know, there's been some Rakdos Lizards decks that have been decent. That's I kind of thought we're going to make a little bit bigger of a splash, but ends up not being that great. Get that other color out of there and just play some mono red lizards.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about your fixing.
There you
just
go.
Play
Perfect
a bunch of
mana.
mountains. Yeah, you never fail to find on your basics. It's easy.
Yep.
And also, if you run out of stuff to do, well, you just put counters on your lizard.
100%. Here is the big card for Max. I
Ooh,
would say this is
yeah,
the most
Preacher.
important one. So we'll see if there's any answer. One of the big thing Quinn has available is 3 Witchstalker Frenzies.
Ooh, nice.
Being able to deal with that.
Screaming Nemesis now. Hits the board too, so that's even more damage, even more haste. And you mentioned it, there's Witchstalker Frenzy, so we'll get out of here, Peter.
Absolutely, that was huge. And the Screaming Nemesis, all 4 copies are in the main deck here. You have a sweet little combo of that Frenzy can only go to creatures unless you aim it at the Screaming Nemesis. You can actually redirect that damage to face. So 1 mana, take 5. Probably a big reason why Quinn is in the position he's in.
That is so cool.
So good. And also it triggers the you can't gain life ever thing, which most of the time that hasn't been coming up. It's just the redirection of damage clause. But here it will. There are life linkers in Max's deck.
That is so cool. You know, you think about the historic 3-drops in the slot from Mono Red. You know, the Goblin Chain Whirlers, the Rampaging Ferocidons, which did a similar thing in not letting players gain life. But this one can also just deal damage straight to the opponent if you're smart with it. So
And another Screaming Nemesis here. This card's basically unblockable here, and that is just GG for sure. Quintonoli's deck just looks incredible.
That's so sick. I want to play this deck.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, really interesting take. Instead of trying to do the Gruul Prowess things where you're playing a bunch of pump spells and stuff like that, just burn spells and creatures is a nice little zig. You know, when everybody's prepared for Slick Shot show-offs, all these pump spells, nobody was prepared for Mono Red.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think he's playing. No, he doesn't have Slick Shot show-offs in his deck at all. And everyone's like, oh, this card's so great, so busted. No, he's just playing Ember Heart Challengers in that spot and the Manifold Mouse.
Slick Shot is definitely a build around. You know, now Quinn is able to play a lot more creatures and just the best burn spells and pump spells. Like Monstrous Rage, you play that no matter what. It's one of the best red pump spells we've ever seen.
Yep. So just a reminder, this is best of 5. So the first 2 matches are, excuse me, the first 2 games are pre-sideboard. So after this, they'll get to make some changes. And yeah, Max is going to be itching to get into that sideboard, I think.
I also love that Quinn has all mismatch mountains. I don't think a single one matches.
That's okay.
Giving me flashbacks to Autumn Burchett winning in Mythic Championship 1 with all the different islands.
I mean, they're all so pretty. Why wouldn't you want more?
Basically, it's just Quinn saying, I can't pick a favorite, so I'm playing all.
Yeah. Phantom Interference is saying no thank you to the Manifold Mouse, but not going to be able to prevent the damage coming in. Down to 11 already is Max, and Quinn is just making quick work of this game, number 2.
Yeah, and I got to say, out of all the matchups, you know, I think Golgari plays a lot more life gain, plays a lot more early removal spells.
Yeah.
The Dimir deck has to be a great matchup for Quinn. I mean, Max is playing 1 mana, 1/1 flyers that basically do nothing here. So I would think especially these pre-board games are going to be heavily favored for Quinn.
Definitely. I mean, just look at it. He is pressing his advantage. He's getting all the creatures off the board. If Max doesn't have a sweeper effect, you know, we're going to go to game 3 very soon.
Yep, absolutely. And a lot of removal in Max's sideboard that will be able to shape this up a little bit. And then some Shieldreds as well. But, you know, Quinn does have the answer for Shieldred in the form of this extremely powerful Witchstalker Frenzy. You know, it's just so good.
You know, we see a lot of players running the Scorching Shots, but, you know, if you have creatures and they're attacking, Witchstalker Frenzy is just better.
Absolutely. Instant speed costs 1.
Yeah.
Sorcery costs 2.
Yep.
Upgrade.
Whoop. Go with the throat. Getting rid of one of these creatures, perhaps.
Yep. Still a decent amount of pressure, and looks like I at least saw like 1 lightning strike. Yeah, there it is. And most of these decks, if you kill all the creatures, like against Gruul Prowess, for instance, you feel pretty safe, but not this mono red deck. It has so much reach that eventually Quinn will just draw burn spells and win the game. I think I saw Screaming Nemesis as well, which looks pretty good here.
Here's a question now, because he did that before combat, right? Oh, no, he did it on the end step. So
end step, yep.
Can't pump up the creatures now.
Yeah, well, yeah, can pump it now. I believe we're about to go to Quinn's combat here, just deciding how we want to attack, because there is that face-up creature land.
Oh, yeah, so you can't do it before damage is dealt because it'll deal the 1 damage. So, yeah,
Yep.
it's not only sorcery speed, so that's painful. The Reef can jump in the way here of the Nemesis.
And that was just a I'm dead no matter what, because
I'm gonna die.
That Reef will deal 4 damage, and then Nemesis sends it upstairs. So 2 very quick, easy games for Quinn so far.
I can see now why he's undefeated with this deck, because it just seems to have an answer for everything.
Yeah, and I would say these post-board games get a little bit better for Max, but as I'm saying that, Max mulled to 5 here and has to win 3 games in a row to accomplish the reverse sweep.
Oh, boy. Go on, Max. Give us a good story here, friend. Got the Hired Claw down on the board once again for Quinn. 7 cards in hand. We're going to get to see them now. There's the Bat, Shock, Nemesis, Emberheart Challenger, and Witchstalker Frenzy.
Yep.
So either way, this poor Bat's dying.
Exactly. Like, this Bat looks terrible right now in the face of 2 shocks. You're going to be able to deal with it no matter what. So it looks like Max is just going to take this opportunity to take the 2-drop to break up Quinn's curve a little bit. But Max also has another problem. Oh, maybe that is an island. It looks like 2 swamps. So I was going to say didn't have both colors.
Yeah, no, he's got it. Cool Infinity full art basics.
Those are incredibly cool.
Oh, I love them. They're so good. All right, so we saw plenty of gas in hand for Quinn. No wonder he kept that 7. I'd be pretty happy with that too. Max needs to find answers. And his poor little Bat, for all its efforts, is going to get shocked out the sky. And we're going to see some damage being dealt here.
And Quinn had another shock he could have fired off there, but just saying, you know, this is not worth it yet. I'm going to save these for more bats, maybe Fairy's Mastermind, something to deal with creatures. And oh no, Max just taking this is pretty big sign that he does not have a piece of removal. Maybe has a 4-drop like Shieldred and hoping Quinn doesn't have the answer.
Well, we know he's got one.
We sure do, and Max knows it too.
Mm-hmm. Ouch. Oh, there she is. And hold.
Here's the big thing, though. Quinn just gets to attack with 2 creatures and then destroy Shieldred straight away. Lost 2 life, but big deal.
Who cares? Mono Red don't care about their life total. They only care about the one opposite them.
Yeah, there it goes.
Oh. It's -2. Oh, yeah, okay.
-1 for each attacker, yeah, so just shrinks it down to costing 2.
Did he not pay the Emberheart this turn as well? Or was that at last turn?
That was last turn.
Last turn, okay, just checking. Cool. All right, Heartfire Hero down to join the Mouse Friends. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll get rid of the board.
That is
There's
big game.
a sweeper for him.
Yep.
So, Malicious Eclipse.
Yeah, Malicious Eclipse, one of the cards that's brought in for Max, as well as Gig's Command, Tishana's Tidebinder, Anoint, Affliction, and Cut Down. So a bunch of removal. Takes out all the Fairy's Mastermind, Kaido, all the slower cards here to try to improve his matchup.
Oh, there's lethal?
I mean, it's lethal unless there's something. Now, big game if he has a go for the throat here. Doesn't look like it.
Shock? No, Shock wouldn't do it. Lightning Strike? No, that wouldn't do it either. Okay, Gix's Command. Sure. Which modes are we picking? Bringing a thing back, come back Shieldred.
And I would assume sacking a creature.
Nice. Okay, so he's going to shock the Nemesis, prevent the life gain.
Forever, for the rest of this game.
Never.
So now we're just going to be down. Quinn just needs a haste threat.
No, go, little mouse, go. 3-0. Quintanoli remains undefeated and up against Marcio Carvalho in the semis.
Yeah, absolutely. Quintanoli coming into his first World Championship, making it all the way to the top 4. And look at the other 3 players that are in the top 8 that he has to defeat. Seth Manville, Javier Dominguez, and Marcio Carvalho.
Talk about a murderer's row.
But one thing I will say, all of those other 3 superstars, they've lost plenty of matches in Standard already. Quinn is yet to lose 6-0, maybe 7-0 already with that mono red deck. Maybe he did it.
Well, Quinn, you could be our Cinderella story. Let's hear from him now. He got to interview with Cedric.
Quinn Tinoli told me earlier today that he was nervous coming into the day, but after this this quick 3-0 beatdown, Are the nerves gone? I mean, you made this look pretty easy.
Yeah, they're mostly gone. As I said, once I start to actually play the games, they just all go away.
So a pretty straightforward matchup against Demir. I think a matchup that you are looking forward to maybe in this top 8?
Yeah, I wasn't so sure, but his mid-range deck kind of has a lot less spot removal than a lot of the other black mid-range decks. So I think that definitely favored me, and I got to be on the play, which always helps. And he also had some pretty bad draws, so I think all those kind of combined to make it an easy sweep.
Hey, well, a little luck never hurts, along with a good matchup. So let's talk about next matchup. Marcio Carvalho or Yoshihiko Ikawa. Two greats. You have to choose one because you're through. Who do you get to play against?
Yeah, it's a really tough choice because personally I think they're both much better players than I am. But in terms of matchups, I think I'd rather play against Ikawa's red-green prowess deck. I feel very advantaged in that matchup because I have a lot more removal than they do, and I have a lot more Screaming Nemesis, which in that matchup is very strong. It makes their attacks pretty bad. And I guess I beat Marcio in the Swiss, and I beat one green-red prowess in the Swiss, so it's kind of, I don't have like that much past experience against those decks, but I think I'd rather play against red-green.
Well, red-green is ideal here for Quinn with his mono-red deck. Those mismatch mountains, they're still getting the job done. Quinn, good luck.
Thank you.
4 players remain. Who is going to be champion? We'll be right back after this with the news desk.
Want to make it to Magic's World Championship next year? You can start your path to the top in MTG Arena. Check out the dates for November's play-ins with a bonus sealed play-in. With an updated system and an uncapped number of Arena Championship invites, you're just a click away from joining us here next year. What's up, everybody? It's on to the semifinals here at World Championship 30 live from Las Vegas, Nevada. We have an absolutely stacked top 8. Just keeps getting better here. Hey, everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Monty DeBooty, and Cedric Phillips. How'd you guys do without me last round? You make it okay?
It was tough, but we may do.
All right, all right.
I think we did great. Okay? I think we did great.
You miss me, Cedric?
I like having you in the driver's seat.
Okay, thank
You're
you.
the captain's chair.
Thank you. Everybody, we're going to talk about some of the most impactful Duskmourn cards that we've seen here so far this weekend. Let's start this out with number 5, Mani. This one's yours, Enduring Curiosity. Love this kitty cat.
Love this kitty cat. This is really the key piece of the Dimir mid-range deck that did quite well this weekend. A lot of people thought the deck might be busted. Not so much, but it did do very well. And just, there's a lot to like in this package. Having Flash allows you to play this tempo game.
All right, there's a look at number 5. What about number 4? The big eye, Cedric.
Oh boy, Abhorrent Oculus is really something. I'll be honest, the first time I read this card, I read it wrong. I thought that the opponent got to Manifest Dread, not me, because I assumed I get a big 5/5 flyer, and then they have some Manifest Dread tokens I just get to attack over, right? But instead, this thing does it all. There are fun ways to get it in the play from the graveyard straight onto the battlefield that we saw Eli Cassis and others use this weekend. Just a really, really powerful flyer, and it's boy, the artwork on that card is horrifying.
I'll be watching you. What about this card, Thornspire Verge, one of many Verges we got to see here this weekend. This one, though, the GOAT. I love these lands. Thornspire Verge coming in at number 3. What about number 2, Cedric, Overlord of the Huntwoods?
This one was really popular this weekend, this Overlord. Now, the entire Overlord cycle is really, really awesome. I think super flavorful. I think Impending is absolutely awesome. But this card, I think, is, one could argue, the best of the bunch in domain strategies, Golgari strategies, and everywhere in between, given that everywhere token. Shout out Michelle Branch, thank you very much. Just a huge fan of this card, and it's extremely, extremely powerful. Expect to see this one for many months to come.
And coming in at number 1, my personal favorite, Unholy Annex and a Ritual Chamber. I've got both in my house. Mani, talk to me about this card.
There is a lot to love in this package, and it really is no surprise that not only are we seeing it pop up in multiple decks, but we are seeing it really form new archetypes, and I think it's nice to see one of the key new card types from Duskmourn, the Rooms, making an impact in Constructed. Unholy Annex is the real star of this card, being able to have this card advantage engine that does cost you some life unless you have a demon, in which case the damage is being put on your opponent. Already great, and then the fact that it comes with its own demon in the Ritual Chamber when you have the mana and time to do so just makes it a fantastic package.
Absolutely. There's a look at our 5 most impactful cards from Duskmourn here this weekend. Well, hey, if you're sitting at home and thinking, I could do that, I mean, maybe you could. And you can next year, because we've got a lot of awesome ways for you to get here to the World Championship. Starting out with the World Championship the Regional Championship qualifiers. If you do well there, you of course make it to the Regional Championship. If you have a favorite format, take a look at the screen, take a screenshot of which one you might want to attend coming up, and we'll see you here next year at the World Championship. Like I mentioned before, it is time for the semifinals here at World Championship 30. Let's take a look at our bracket and find out where we're at here in our tournament. Take a peek. This is what has happened already this morning. Setting up for an amazing semifinals, Seth Manfield versus Javier Dominguez. Incredible. Then we have Quinn Tonoli versus Marcio Carvalho, our other semifinals. This is some big stuff here. So which one are we going to be taking a look at first? Drum roll, please. Find out who'll be watching in our feature match area for the first semifinal. We've got a big one. Seth Manfield versus Javier Dominguez. Golgari Ramp versus Dimir Demons. This is the match to decide Player of the Year. Awesome that it came down to the semifinals here. Take a look at Seth Manfield. There are 13 top finishes to his name. Your 2015 World Champion, Javier Dominguez, also a world champion, by the way, your 2018 world champions. We got 2 world champions here battling it out. Take a look at Seth Manfield's path to the top 8 here. Lost in round 2 of Swiss, and then did not lose again the rest of the tournament. He was the first player to lock up a spot in our top 8, becoming our first seed here today. The opponent, Javier Dominguez, 11 top finishes, 2018 world champion, mythic champion. This guy can do it all. Let's take a look at Javier's path to the top 8. Went 5-2 on day 1, but locked up his spot in round number 13 versus Eli Cassis. So that's how they got here today. This is another giant matchup. I feel like I've been saying that all morning, and here we are. It's happening yet again. Two greats of the game clashing here in our semifinals. Talk to me about this matchup in the decks, Monty.
Okay, well, the matchup, exciting, but the decks, well, that's going to be a little weirder. We're going to start off with CEST's deck. This deck is the one that he championed, but ultimately didn't fare that well this weekend, trying to take the core package of Domain Ramp, up the Beanstalk, plus Overlord of the Haunt Woods to give you that card advantage and ramp engine, but putting it in a Golgari shell and taking advantage of Glissa Sunslayer. This card is an absolute all-star and has been doing great work all weekend, and I think the interaction package for Seth has just done a really great job of pulling him ahead when it comes to these slower mid-range matchups. Now, on the other side, Javier's deck, Dimir Demons, this is almost a slower mid-range deck. However, having the Demons package with that Unholy Annex that we've talked so much about this weekend, he really is able to never run out of cards. So you even see the deck playing some copies of Caustic Bronco, however painful it may be. But I think when it comes to this Golgari Ramp matchup, this is where the choice to not play straight up Dimir mid-range, but be Demons and have access to Jace, plus the Doomsday Excruciator is what's going to really shine for Javier.
All right, so which one of these players is going to win and also be our player of the year, Monty?
I think that it's going to be close, but I'm going to pick Javier Dominguez to come out on top and be player of the year and the winner of this match into the finals.
What about you, Cedric? Who do you like here?
Oh, yeah, that is a tough question. I don't like picking against Seth Manfield. It's not a fun thing to do. If you do that a lot, you're going to lose a lot. He's already won a Pro Tour this year. First player to make it into day number 3 here this weekend in Las Vegas by getting to that number 10 win before anybody else did. I mean, and he also beat Kai. Come on, I'm taking Seth. Beat Kai today too? Yeah, I'm taking Seth. Okay.
All right, all right.
Seth doesn't lose on Sunday.
All right, let's find out if that is indeed true. It's time to find out who our player of the year will be for this season. All right, everyone, take it away.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth. That's Paul Chion. I am Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for semifinal number 1 here from Las Vegas. And it doesn't get any bigger than this. Not only do we have 2 prior world champions, that's 2015 for Manfield, 2018 for Dominguez, playing it out, they're also actually playing for player of the year here, in addition to a seat in the finals of the World Championship. So stakes don't get any higher than this, of course. For our 2 players, they're also 2 of the best players in the world and of all time. Interesting to note here, Paul, especially for people that were with us for the quarterfinal match that you and I covered, you see the Golgari ramp deck that we watched Seth defeat Kai Bude with. There's Seth as he comes out to the feature match area as well. Same color pair. As we see Javier with that big smile on his face come out as well. Much different build. Yes. This is Dimir Demons. This is not the Dimir mid-range deck that Kai Bude was piloting.
Yeah, so a lot of the cards are similar in the sense that Javier is also playing a Dimir color combination with a bunch of interaction. But the difference is Javier actually has a combo in his deck, which makes a really big difference because historically Golgari does kind of struggle against 2 different things. Decks that try to go over the top, and then perhaps combo decks that can maybe try to dodge removal. And the thing is, if you have a Jace the Perfected Mind in play and then resolve a Doomsday Excruciator, it doesn't matter if they have a go for the throw for the Excruciator. You just activate the Jace and you mill them out. So if the games do go long and Up the Beanstalk doesn't maybe take over the game for Seth, I think Javier can try to be patient here and get that 1-2 punch together to be able to steal the game.
Yeah, also another note, is that Javier Dominguez, his big threats dodge a lot of the removal that Seth Manfield brought. When we watched Seth play against Kai, his removal was live effectively all the time.
Right.
That's not going to be the case here. Archfiend of the Dross and the Excruciator, those do get around many of the removal spells that Seth brings to the table, the Anoints, Cut Down, that type of stuff.
Yeah, all the cards that you kind of played to make sure that you have good game against the Gruul Prowess decks aren't as effective here. Now, Javier does have a handful of creatures in his deck, namely 4 Fairy Masterminds and 2 Broncos, so they don't get completely blanked, but still far fewer targets. However, Javier did happen to find a hand that has 3 of the 6 2-drops.
I was going to say, he has half of them.
Yeah.
Seth had the up the beanstalk start that he likes to see.
He now has the option to play Overlord of the Huntwoods, just deciding whether or not he wants to go for it here.
He is going to go for it. It's going to trigger up the beanstalk. Does it resolve?
Well, the thing is, he's got a cut down here for the Fairy Mastermind that he anticipated. So now, before the card draw, he's going to kill the Mastermind and get the combination here. This is the reason why Channel Fireball chose to play this deck. It's this powerful interaction here. Just Seth now has the mana advantage, the card advantage.
That is a ridiculous start.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of start you want in this particular matchup.
Did you see the shrug from Dominguez? He's like, yeah, what am I going to do?
Yeah, no other plays, really.
He plays the Caustic Bronco now. And you can see already the look on Dominguez's face. This is not how he wanted to start off his semifinal against Manfield. We're playing best 3 out of 5 games here for the match, by the way. So this game and the next will be no sideboards. And then any other subsequent games will have the sideboard.
Seth with a pair of removal spells in hand. So we'll have an answer for the Bronco, which he likely will want to get rid of here. And then Javier is going to flash in the Fairy Mastermind, which Seth will again use the Go for the Throat here before Javier has potentially a counterspell here to break things up. Just probably just going to fire it off here. Although Javier can then follow it up with a Demon, so that could be something that maybe Seth is a little bit scared of, right? What if you play an Archfiend of the Dross, for example, and then this is the last removal spell in Seth's hand.
Yeah, and Go for the Throat's the one he wants against those bigger creatures, as many of his top deck removal spells will not kill demons. Oh boy.
Now Seth is technically out of things to play out of his hand, right? Drew 9 mana sources, did find a Fountain Port here, which is pretty nice, right? It's a nice way to start making some tokens, use it over time to generate some card advantage here. Also has the option to go with the Restless Cottage play, but I think rather would prefer to just find some answers to potential demons from Javier's side.
There's another Fairy Mastermind. This one's actually going to stick.
Right, and notably, Fairy Mastermind, of course, is a fairy, so the Spell Stutter is going to be a little more effective now that it's
upgraded to Mana Leak. Javier's just going to attack for 2 and then pass the turn back as he doesn't have anything else to do. Is he going to start activating the Mastermind on Seth's turn? Is that the...
It's certainly possible, but the thing is, if Seth ever just draws an expensive card with that up the beanstalk, it's kind of really rough. So
he has to make the judgment call on...
Right.
I mean, it does feel like Seth would have better top decks than Dominguez on average. And, the Mastermind's doing something because of the up the beanstalk, so maybe he just doesn't need to start activating.
But of course, you're up a card in the exchange, which is something that's important in these types of matches. But Seth did draw an Anoint with Affliction, so if Javier does activate the Fairy Mastermind, in response, Javier can just kill the Mastermind, and Javier is no longer up a card in that exchange.
Seth can just kill it, sure.
Right.
But again, we just see patience here from Manfield.
Yeah, I mean, 2 damage is just not going to be enough here.
Yeah, and here's a Mastermind activation, and there's the Anoint in response.
And Seth looking to be pretty firmly ahead here now with a 6/5 active Fountain Port, Demolition Field to stop any Restless Reef shenanigans.
And there's an Archfiend of the Dross. Spell Stutter still available even after a tap land as well.
Right, and Seth does not have an answer to the Demon currently. Although
doesn't have that many.
Right, but he has his own 6/5 in play, so we're kind of in a race situation here where Seth has the ability to attack for 10, right? Because there's a Restless Cottage on the battle. Actually, that looks like a pair of Restless Cottages, so Seth actually gets up to 10 mana sources, can activate both.
He's close. And remember, if he does get to send in with the Overlord, that will get him closer.
Right, and certainly Seth would be thrilled if this just trades. Just has a backup Overlord as well. Also has the Duress in hand, if he wants to fire that off. Yeah, but the Overlord's just, even if Javier is not even able, no, Javier, if Seth plays an untapped land, Javier won't be able to counter it, even with the Spell Stutter. Oh, excuse me, no Fairy in play.
Yeah, it's gone.
Right.
All right, Overloader of the Hauntwoods.
Seth is like, yeah, okay.
Tradesies.
This is fine.
Wow.
Seth will take 2 from the death trigger.
So that Overlord drew him a card off of Beanstalk, got him 2 lands, and traded with Archfiend.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Would you spend 3 mana on that?
I would. I would.
Goodness sakes.
The former world champ also agrees, and I think we just. Well, actually, given that he drew the Glissa here, actually, can he do both? He can. So he can go Overlord and Glissa here.
Jeez.
This is just so
and he gets
much.
a card off of Beanstalk
Right.
as well. This is if Seth wins this game, this is the turn that did it. Huge board state
What can
now.
Javier even find here?
He
The rest
finds
is
the
not
rest
gonna
off
do
the
it.
top of the library. He'll go ahead and see that there's just 2 lands in hand here
Yeah.
for Manfield. So somehow Seth even playing around duress here. and you mentioned it before, but there's Restless Cottage that are ready to get in as well. I mean, this could be
Over it
well,
with
it's definitely
2 turns.
2-turn, yeah.
Can potentially even attack with both. There's also a Lockthwain that you can just cast. The Virtual Persistence, you can just play it, draw a card, and there is an Archfiend on the draw in the graveyard, so you can just start using that as well if you wanted to.
First things first, though, Cottage number 1. The second one may be worth doing.
Yeah, maybe Cottage
doesn't
number
change
2.
the clock, but could give him a little bit more.
Are any of those lands
insurance?
able to turn into a 4/4? I believe there are a pair of Restless Reefs in
There's
play.
a reef, yeah.
So many everywhere tokens.
And Javier Dominguez is going to pack them up. So that is going to be game number 1 going to Seth Manfield. And I got to say, he won that in pretty impressive fashion. If you wanted to get a glimpse of what his deck is trying to do, that's it.
Yeah. The thing is, Seth's deck just has a lot more ways to kind of grind. And if Javier's deck isn't able to find the Unholy Annex to just kind of get that card flow going, Seth being able to resolve that turn 2 up the Beanstalk was huge. And being on the play and being able to do that is absolutely tremendous. And he's going to want to be able to do that every single game in this matchup.
That's right. It was massive this time. And that 2 into 3, that's the draw for the deck. That's what you want. You want Beanstalk into Overlord.
And this is exactly the kind of hand you want if you're Javier, though, given that he has turn 1 duress into the Unholy Annexes, right, just to get the cards going from his side.
So we see the duress from Dominguez. Both players on 7 cards here for game 2. As I mentioned before, no sideboards just yet.
Right. And just a hand of removal spells here for Seth, along with a Harvester of Misery. Probably just taking the, I guess taking the instant speed removal. Could also take the Virtue, but not a ton of targets, right? And the Anoint actually kills demon tokens. So good to take the Anoint there.
Land go here from Manfield. Same thing for Dominguez. Back over to Seth.
Beanstalk would be a very, very good draw here if you could find it. Does find Overlord of the Hauntwoods just to kind of develop his mana, because Javier here is almost certainly just going to play an Unholy Annex turn 3.
This is part of the deal for this deck.
Right.
You're willing to give up some life total early in the game.
And Seth's deck isn't particularly aggressive. It's not a mid-range. It's not like the Golgari mid-range deck. It's almost like a Golgari control deck. So.
Right. We call it Golgari ramp because it has those ramp elements, but really with the amount of removal that Seth's packing, plus
Sweepers.
inevitability, yeah, I like control if you were to shortcut it.
Now Javier, I wonder if he's going to go double Annex here. He will be able to string together a bunch of demons, and yeah, go in for the cards. Taking a lot of damage along the way.
Wow, yeah, we've seen this before from Javier. This is a line of play that actually pops up somewhat frequently for the deck. It looks really scary, but if a demon stays on the battlefield, those Unholy Annexes start going the other direction. Your life total goes up, your opponent's life total goes down, and the game ends really, really quickly.
Yeah, you get it all back.
But you do have to get a demon to stay on the battlefield.
I wonder if Seth is interested in just playing a Harvester of Misery here, just to put on a clock, right? Just to put on a clock, get an attack. He knows that Javier is going to be able to make a demon next turn, so he'll be able to drain Seth. But then on the following turn, Seth will be able to go Anoint with Affliction on your token and attack you for 6. It does feel like demon time here if you're Javier, though. There is a token. Now, Javier is aware that Seth does have an Anoint with Affliction number 2 in hand.
That's right.
But hey, you even just make the demon gain. Just draining your opponent for 4 is just huge, right?
That's right. And you can see Seth with the Harvester of Misery is going to try to punish the life total. If he can get rid of the demon, attack, and get rid of the next demon, he could be in business.
Right, but that duress was so big from Javier's side because he got one of the answers out of the way.
Also, nice follow-up demon here for Dominguez. He either can make another demon just like he did, or he's got a Doomsday Excruciator in hand.
Yeah, although that might make it so he dies first because he's got the double Unholy Annex going and doesn't quite have the Jace.
And it's not a choice.
Right. Unless he had a Restless Reef in play. That's another kind of the other mini combo where you play the Excruciator on the following turn, you activate your Restless Reef attack and mill your opponent for 4. But given that Seth doesn't have a removal spell for the second demon here, things looking pretty good here for Javier, just drawing so many cards.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that drain, I mean, it's an 8-point life swing every turn.
Yeah. Given that he did find a Go for the Throat, though, so maybe the other line here is to just take 4 again, keep a little more mana up, cast Go for the Throat, kill the Harvester, play a Fairy Mastermind. Maybe you find another removal spell even.
Because he can't make a demon and cast Go for the Throat.
Right.
Okay, that's tough.
He's going to have to discard a few cards here, too, possibly. Already looking at 7 cards. Yep. No demon here for Javier. Just hoping to draw some more instant speed interaction.
He is going to deploy a couple of these cards just to not have to discard.
Right. Can probably just pitch an Underground River here and then maybe cast Go for the Throat. He's going to do it anyways, right? You're not just going to take the 6 here, so. But he does recognize that Cutdown is a totally dead card in this matchup. So just getting that, just discarding that and keeping, I guess, his options open just a little bit more.
Dominguez at 9 life.
Yeah, maybe this will incentivize Seth to activate the Cottage here and attack with both. And Javier did find a second. No, just has 1 Go for the Throat here.
Okay.
He has 1 Go for the Throat. He can also go for the Throat, kill the 6/5, and then play both Fairy Masterminds and double block. Oh, 5/4, excuse me. Oh, he's just going for the potential double block line here. And saving the Go for the Throat, maybe?
Build your own Go for the Throat with double Fairy Mastermind?
I suppose, but any instant speed removal, I guess it doesn't blow out Javier because he has a removal spell in response.
In fact, it might even just be better for him.
Right.
Because I don't think he cares about the Fairy Mastermind at this point. Double block. That was nice.
Right. Now, will Seth just run out the Virtue of Persistence here, or is he just going to play Overlord?
He's going to play Overlord, and he's going to get the other one on end step here, too.
I imagine now you're probably going to want to fire this off just because your mana is a resource here.
Definitely. Because cards are not going to be a problem here for Dominguez going forward. It's all about making sure that he's efficient with his mana. And he's drawing so many extra cards that he can just throw 2 creatures in front of a menace creature and just say, sure, 2 for 1 me, don't worry about it.
So no removal here for Seth means Javier will go up to 13, have a demon, Seth going down to 12, and has an extra little chump blocker here. Of course, Seth does have the removal spell for that one. But if he can find maybe a Go for the Throat here for the demon, that would be great. Now, Seth has a lot of little creature removal, but in terms of just spot removal spells that specifically kill big things, not as much.
Look at that, another Go for the Throat there for Dominguez.
Big.
Right now, he's tapped out. He's got 3 lands, a Doomsday Excruciator, and Go for the Throat in his hand.
Yeah, it feels to me that his only play here is maybe use the Virtue on the Bronco, get in for 6, see what Javier does. Javier can just take it. It's not like Seth's deck has a ton of reach.
I wonder if he just takes it.
Just to keep that demon in play. He does have the backup demon in hand, right, in the Excruciator.
It's also a 2-turn clock.
Right.
With this kind of advantage, he's going to decide just to block, but it had to be close for him.
Right, right. Okay. Ooh, the Virtue is in play.
Now.
Jeez.
Is there some good stuff? Oh, yeah, there's a ton of good stuff in the graveyard.
Yeah. Although Javier did find another Go for the Throat, it seems, so does have the answers for the presumably Overlord is the
he
one
does.
that he's going to target here because it's just the biggest powered creature in play. But I will say, playing out the Excruciator with double Unholy Annex, you're kind of putting yourself on a clock.
Definitely. If Seth finds the answer that he needs, it could go awry for him.
And, oh, he played a Reef here.
Ooh, tap land.
Oh, is he just going to take more damage? It looks like it with the double go for the throat. Take a little more damage.
You know, he might just be looking and saying, yeah, you can bring back a creature every turn, but I'm just going to kill it.
Right, and he maybe just hoping he just draws the Jace.
Right.
Just cast both on the same turn.
The only question mark with that line is just life total, right?
Right.
Just Javier has to be very, very careful.
And Seth does have a Demolition Field in hand to kind of prevent getting decked by the Restless Reef that Javier played this turn.
Is Javier at 9 or is he at 5?
I believe he's at 9 because he gained life on the previous turn and he
Okay.
blocked with the 6/6 demon.
Okay, he didn't take anything there. There's go for the throat to take out the cottage.
Is he going to kill the Overlord as well?
It's funny, they don't get finality counters or anything, so it
You can just keep coming
just
back.
keeps coming back. But
right.
But you know, when you're drawing 3 cards a turn and you have all these answers, you may be able to just use them as tempo.
It might be time for the demon now, right? You're at 9 life. See if you have a removal spell. Okay, run out the demon, but then you're going to go down to 4 cards after the Unholy Annex trigger.
Draw
3
card.
cards for the turn. You do have the Restless Reef, but Seth did play the Demolition Field.
Oh, I see that.
Javier really wanted to find a Jace. One of the
Yes.
2 Jaces in his deck so that he can kind of set up that 1-2 punch insta-kill with Doomsday Excruciator plus Jace. So he's still waiting. I think he's still trying to draw the Jace here maybe.
And he just says, I can deal with everything that Seth has put out thus far, and I'm drawing all these extra cards.
Now Seth has to think, okay, is this a Fountain Port game or do I need to keep this Demolition Field up for the Reef so that I don't get milled out after Javier plays out the Excruciator?
Is he going to proactively get the Reef? No, he's going to
No.
get the Fountain Port.
Okay, he is getting the Fountain Port, and I imagine Javier will likely make another chump blocker here. Although, actually, then Seth can go get the Harvester of Misery, right? Put that into play and just both tokens die.
That's right.
So maybe make a treasure token. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Right. He's
Because
gonna
then you just lose the
there
Bronco.
anyway. Yeah.
Right. So Javier going to go down to 5 here.
Yep. And get 2 fresh cards. His hand doesn't do anything right now, but
he does have the mana currently in play, I believe, to be able to go Excruciator plus Jace.
So if he can find it.
If he can draw it
he
here.
also
There's
could
2 in
just
the
find
deck.
More answers.
Right? Or more demons to play because
Right.
he just needs to not. Right now, he needs to find some way to gain the life back now that he's down to 5.
He has to be really, really careful. He doesn't want to take any damage at all. 5 and 4 is a big difference here.
Yeah, this Virtue of Persistence doing a lot of work here.
He did find 2 more removal spells.
Okay. I imagine this time around, I feel like Harvester probably is a better play just because you just get to kill the creature on the other side of the battlefield. And Javier's already down to 5 anyways.
And it's a tough creature to block if
got
Javier
menace.
just happened to have drawn extra creatures. Exactly.
Seth certainly doesn't need more lands.
And I don't see any more creature lands there for Seth. No more cottages. Do you see one?
I don't know, there's a bunch of everywheres
Yes.
hidden amongst. I see 4 everywheres.
He's got 4 everywheres.
And I think that's basically it. Everything else just looks like lands that tap for mana.
Blooming Marsh and some basics. Okay. So no surprises coming out of the forest there for Seth Manfield.
Harvester just makes the most sense here, but maybe Seth could consider getting a Fairy Mastermind even, just because it flies. Bronco's not really attacking, right? With Javier at 5 life. Oh,
Yeah, that is exactly what he got, and it's just going to get, well, actually exiled this time.
Oh, and he has Everywheres in play. He could use that to draw cards if he wants.
Oh,
but that also
yeah.
gives Javier a card too.
Right.
He could activate it twice. Okay.
That's pretty sweet.
If he activates it twice, he'll be able to draw 2 while Javier draws
Yes.
1.
So
All right,
it'll be
everywhere doing a little work.
3 to 2 on the cards here for 8 mana.
Javier's got to find a Jace at some point, right?
Seriously. So that Fairy Mastermind is exiled.
Oh, finds a duress here.
And it's going to be go for the throat as the only target. Wow,
Just
look at all those
Excruciator.
lands for Javier.
Just Excruciator. Now, Seth doesn't actually have a removal spell for the Reef, but I don't think Javier has the mana here to play Excruciator
He doesn't.
and activate the Reef, because that would require 11 lands in play.
Another 2 mana, exactly. Although he did make a treasure, so he actually needs 1 more, right?
Oh, you're right. But remember, that doesn't kill you instantly, because
Right.
it just
It
mills you for
leaves
4. You have 2 cards
and
left.
then a draw step.
Right.
But you do get the life swing back in your favor if you're Javier to try to make it sure you don't.
Right, and
so you
there's
don't
no
just get
creature.
killed.
There's no creature lands in play. You could play the Excruciator, saddle it up, right? You could saddle it up. Now Seth does have a cut down for the Bronco, but maybe this is the turn to finally go for it here. Javier just has all lands, and Seth knows about it, and he's at 5.
And his draw step for the turn was another land.
Right.
Javier has used the cards from the annexes to keep Seth's Manfield at bay, but has not been able to advance his own game plan in a significant way.
So Javier can just play the Excruciator, activate the land. Oh, it looks like...
Is the Reef going to... Yeah, the Reef is going to saddle up the Bronco.
Okay, so no Excruciator this turn then.
This
He's
is
going to
where
go
you
down to
wanna kill
1.
it. Yeah,
Right? He's
he
going
is.
down to 1 here.
He
okay.
is.
Maybe another Reef here?
He has a Reef in hand.
So that's the Reef number 2.
It is.
Oh,
Okay,
man,
down to 1
okay.
he goes.
1
And
life.
he needs to find some action.
He found a demon.
Does he have anything instant speed? He cannot die this turn though, right?
Right.
He found Spell Stutter and Archfiend of the Dross.
What can Seth get back here? 1 life. Is it Harvester just because it's Menace?
It's just a harder one to block.
Right, you need to play 2 things or have more removal. And now Seth should probably start counting through all the removal spells that Javier just cast.
Mm-hmm.
Just because just how many Go for the Throats have you cast, right? We're getting to the point where that matters. Oh, God, an
So
Overlord.
with Virtue, he decides to get back Overlord. And it's Blooming Marsh plus Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Okay.
Seth does not have a removal spell.
Drew a Duress here.
He just cast it.
He just cast it.
He's
He's going
get
to pay for it,
Spellstutter,
of
but
course.
Of course.
Okay, and he's just going to see a pair of demons here. But Seth does not have the removal spell for the demon, so Javier will be able to go back up to 5 here.
He still could just find Jace and make his life a lot easier.
Of course he could do that for sure, but just even from this board state now, Javier's hand is kind of forced. Just needs to run out the Archfiend and just hope Seth doesn't have a removal spell here.
That is the case, actually. Today, especially against Kaibuda, it felt like Seth had the removal spell every single time that he needed it. That's not the case right now.
Right.
Javier Dominguez is going to get to resolve Archfiend of the Dross, and it's going to survive.
Wow.
Another Overlord. Are
Now
we going to run out of everywheres here? Nope, there's another.
Oh, keep it going. Again, just Jace off the top would just end it here.
It is a combo with the Doomsday Excruciator. It effectively makes their library 6 cards, and you can mill them for that much.
Right.
Then when they go to their draw step, they lose.
Exactly. But no removal spells here. 2 lethal attackers. Javier will go up to 5 life and draw a couple of cards, but still the Overlords are both lethal attackers. Right? So he
Even
needs to find a
through the
removal
life
spell.
gain. Yeah, you're right.
Now he does have
He
the
found another
Reefs.
Unholy Annex.
Hey, you know, that's not bad.
That actually would
That's a
get him out
double
of
demon.
range.
Yeah, you have 2 demons you can play this turn now, right?
Yeah.
You make a 6/6, and you play the Archfiend of the Dross. and then you go up to 5, and you have 2 blockers.
Can he play the Annex and both demons?
That requires 12 mana?
12 mana. I think
he does. I think he has 12 mana.
Because a drain for 2 would mean that either one of the Overlords would no longer be lethal.
Because that would put you up to 7, right?
Right.
Okay.
Difference between 5 and 7 is massive on this particular board.
Yeah, he has
Still, it would be precarious.
He has an untapped land he can play, right?
He has to. Yeah,
that's a swamp.
Yep. There's an Archfiend. He did play the Annex.
Yep.
And there's that treasure token that's just been hanging around.
Okay.
And he's just going to activate, so no Doomsday, but he gets to have 2 demons plus 3 triggers.
Jeez, this Unholy Annex. Going all the way down to 1 life. The patience.
No kidding. Ooh, makes me nervous. But he is completely tapped out.
Right. So if Seth finds a removal spell,
it's
still
quite
not
enough.
lethal. He would go back down to 1. We're drawing 3 cards here. No Jace yet. What is the best card here for Seth Manfield?
Javier's back to 7, and he found land, spell stutter. He just bricked again.
Yeah, but this might be enough.
It might be. I mean, Seth's at 8 right now. If either creature survives, then Javier just wins.
Here's my question. If Seth attacks with both, do you only block with 1? Go to 1 just so you have a demon in play?
Definitely. It's just lethal, right?
Right.
I mean, I don't think that... Is there anything...
Okay. Oh, there's a lot of cards you can draw here.
Yeah, and also the Fairy Mastermind does represent a block, which would mean not lethal anymore. From Javier's side coming back over.
Seth might have enough mana if you can find multiple removal
Definitely on the table. Although let's remember, Seth doesn't have... A lot of his removal doesn't work here.
Right.
Like on the Archfiend specifically.
What is it? Oh, found a Go for the Throat. That's 1.
That is definitely 1.
Now he gets to draw 2 cards. Can he find an Anoint? The Anoint deals with the token.
Yeah, now most of his removal.
Pillage? He can basically tutor.
Pillage the bog.
Pillage could basically tutor.
How many lands does he have? 15?
Go for the Throat. If he can pillage for another big thing, an Anoint or whatever,
he can just get whatever card he wants.
It's just a tutor, right?
That's right. I think it's just his whole library at this point.
Oh my goodness!
Wow!
For the
Pillage the
He's
bog.
Like,
it's a 1-of.
There's a Terra Sunder that does it, right? Terra Sunder plus Go for the Throat.
Absolutely, and he can attack for 10.
Oh my gosh!
What an incredible game 2, and that's it. Javier Dominguez can only give a head shake as Seth Manfield takes not only game 1, but also game 2 here in our opening semifinal match. Thank you so much for joining us for this. We got exciting standard action down in the feature match area. That's Paul Chion. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. We're really happy that you're joining us. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, you know it. We've got game 3 all lined up. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're in the semifinal here. Paul, normally at the World Championship, this is already big enough. Right. You're playing for the finals. You know, you have a chance to mark your name in the history books of our game. But somehow we have a match here in the semis that has even more on top of that. I mentioned it at the onset, but it's a Player of the Year. These two are the two left who are live for Player of the Year, and the winner of this match will be the Player of the Year. They're going to get their Kai Buddha Player of the Year trophy, and we're deciding that not just today, but in this very match. And I have to say, if you're Javier Dominguez, wow, just to be in the position to try to get to this was really incredible, but yikes. He's got to win 3 games in a row against Seth Manfield. Now, both of these players have been here before. They've also both won this match and then won the next match. In other words, they're both world champions. So Javier Dominguez is not going to be rattled by this, but you gotta see that this is a pretty steep hill to climb to beat Seth 3 times in a row.
Yeah, and that was an absolutely brutal game there for Javier. He drew so many more cards than Seth, really looking for that Jace, or just action, but just had just a bunch of lands and just couldn't really keep up. Also, just the virtual persistence that resolved just in play meant that it doesn't matter the fact that Javier was drawing an extra card or two every turn. He had to use all the removal spells he drew on just creatures that Seth never even cast.
Yeah, I think Javier was happy with that. Right, just like, okay, I got to burn these cards to keep this going, but I'm going to find Jace, and then I'll just go bang, bang, game over.
Yeah, but notably, this isn't the all-in combo version of the Dimir Demons deck.
Right.
A lot of lists would play 3 to 4 copies of Jace. That's the price you pay when you only play 2, right? It's sometimes you're just not going to draw. You're only playing 2 copies of the card with no tutor effects.
As you can see, we're underway here in game number 3, and I will also mention that we have sideboarded at this point. Paul, do you have any strong feelings about if the matchup changes in one direction or another sideboard-wise?
Well, I mean, just taking a look at how both players look to sideboard in this matchup, they both are interested in kind of having the games go along. They both boarded out some interaction into more hand disruption, more sticky threats, planeswalkers, cards of that nature. Now, notably, remember what I said? I haven't seen Outrageous Robbery really get cast in a while.
Right.
Seth has one in the main. Javier's got one in the sideboard.
Really?
So they both
have one in their hand.
They both have one in their decks.
In their hands?
In their hands, even. Yeah.
I did not predict that. There's Up the Beanstalk. Such a critical card here for Manfield. And by the way, this is just exactly how both players drew it up. Duress into Annex, and for Manfield, he's got his combo as well, which is Up the Beanstalk into Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Really wanted an untapped green here with that Overlord of the Hauntwoods there.
Oh.
Didn't find it. Might actually use Pillage the Bog just to find another land here, just to kind of keep up here, be able to actually cast a spell. So maybe a Pillage the Bog just to get a green source. We also have the choice of whether or not to run out the Fountain Port or just cast a Pillage the Bog for 4 in case he finds maybe a black-green land that comes into play tapped, right? Like a Restless Cottage or something like that, and maybe then he would prefer to be able to cast that this turn. Now, Seth does bring in additional ways to kill enchantments. We see a 3rd copy of Terra Sunder being sideboarded in. Also a couple of Aklozotzes. Remember, we saw how difficult it was for the Dimir deck to deal with that permanent.
As you said before, very sticky threat.
Oh, plotting it because,
He's going to plot it.
Because if you're looking for a land, you just wait till you get absolutely perfect information. If you just naturally draw the forest, maybe you use the Pillage for something else.
That's right. He wasn't going to do anything with the Fountain Port mana anyway.
So many.
It's a stacked hand there for Manfield.
So many big, expensive cards here for Seth.
Yeah, he just wants to see that second green source.
But if he doesn't, the Pillage the Bog will almost certainly find it for him. It's funny, though, because if he does fire it off without playing a land, does Javier then just negate the Pillage the Bog? Because you think, okay, well, look at your hand. It's got a bunch of expensive things. I don't want you to develop your mana. If you don't play your land, then maybe it's best for me to just fire off that negate on.
That's a good point, especially because the Annex says that if things remain status quo, it benefits Javier.
Right. I would be very tempted to negate.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Good call, Paul. The negate hits the Pillage.
Now, Seth did find a green source. It was just the green source that comes into play tapped.
That's brutal. And Dominguez says, yeah, I've had that happen to me before too. My turn? Yep. Back over to Javier. Can he start adding demons, threats?
He's going to certainly try.
Demon. Yep.
Yeah.
Was there an answer for Seth? Javier would know about it if there were, but maybe.
Doesn't look like there was. So
okay.
If you don't, this thing can just win the game in two turns even.
It slams so
turns.
hard. And this is where like he drew duress off the top of the library. That does not help.
Right, and currently Seth just does not have an answer. He's going to try to ramp here, but even if he draws a card here, won't be able to immediately deal with the demon here.
Right, Harvester of Misery is not going to do anything. The duress, fine, but it doesn't deal with the really pressing issue.
Which is the demon.
Right, 3, 4, he's got 5 mana right now, so Breach the Multiverse. Harvester's not the thing.
Yeah, and Javier's got the but Javier's got to shoot the sheriff for the Aclazotz, and that might just be enough time to close the game out here. I mean, you're taking 8 damage a turn just with one card.
That's right. And adding, look at this.
Geez.
This does reduce it to a 2-turn clock cleanly if everything goes according to plan.
Right.
The Reef's going to get woken up. This would be 10 plus another 2, and that means that the demon itself would be lethal next turn.
Absolutely. And no point running out the Bronco when you know Seth also has a Harvester Misery in hand.
Right.
Very aggressive. Wow.
Javier looking to right the ship here. He's down 2-0 playing for Player of the Year against Seth Manfield.
And a land is not going to get it done. I mean, Seth's best play here is to just run out an Aclazotz to chump block, but he knows about the shoot the sheriff.
Right, and the creature land 2 would be lethal if it gets through for 4 and then the annex finishes off Seth.
Is this a robbery for 1 to try to hit go for the throat?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it is.
Yeah? I mean, got to play to your outs, right?
If anybody
I think he missed.
If anybody could hit go for the throat in this situation, it would be Seth Manfield. And it was Liliana of the Veil. Not good enough. Game 3 very quickly goes back to Javier. And Javier says, yeah, that's how I drew this matchup up. Interesting.
Yeah, and Seth keeping a hand with a bunch of lands, but not the strongest hand here. Just to go for the throat and an outrageous robbery. But of course, both players kind of sideboarding into more of a controlling matchup. So a bunch of lands is not the worst.
But that hand stinks.
It's got the mortuary, Marshall. It could be anything.
Okay, I'll believe you.
Maybe there's an up the beanstalk on top.
Because it looks like he's going to lose a go for the throat here and be left with just nothing.
Right, and Javier has the ability to play the Fairy Mastermind here turn 2, unless he's more interested in getting Liliana going. Because, of course, if you want to guarantee playing the Liliana, you need to play the rest of this Reef next turn.
And I was wrong. He did not take go for the throat.
He's ready for... Oh, there is a up the beanstalk on top.
Okay, you just know everything, Paul.
The mortuary. I told you it could be anything.
I get it.
Oh, into Overlord of the
No
Heart?
way.
Are you kidding me?
Are you serious,
No
Seth?
shot. No shot.
Hwhy did I even bother saying
He
his
didn't
hand
have
wasn't
any...
good?
What is his hand? His
and
hand
now
is
he's
awesome,
got Childred.
Marshall.
This hand is amazing. Seth, please.
He kept the 5-lander with a go for the throat and outrageous robbery, and now it just looks like he's got the perfect hand.
That's incredible stuff. Hey, this is the time to do it, Seth.
Now, Javier also has a good hand. He had the duress, has the Mastermind going to keep pace with the card draw from the up the beanstalk, and can play out a Liliana of the Veil here.
Yeah,
if
what's
he wants.
how does Liliana affect the game? Like, does he use it to just, he's drawing extra cards, you're maybe not drawing as many, and I'm just going to grind you down with it?
Well, the thing is with Liliana, if it just stays in play, once you get to 6, you just kind of win the game. Oftentimes, it's not over immediately, but if you just use the Liliana to kill 3 lands, it's effectively over in this type of matchup.
Liliana's already up to 4 loyalty. Also probably a difficult permanent to get rid of for a deck like Seth's, particularly post-sideboard.
Yeah, 3 Terra Sunders are the only... Oh, and the end. So 4 answers, but they're pretty expensive.
Yeah, and combat not as common.
Exactly. Seth even boarding out the Glissas in this matchup, so just not that many ways to deal with the Liliana.
I like it. I like seeing that. Liliana of the Veil, a classic.
Javier would like an untapped land here, but hey, he's just playing the Liliana game now.
Yeah.
Right? You have...
This is a mini game.
Yeah. You could probably even pitch the Excruciator, potentially. I don't know that the game is going to get to that point. It seems like we're kind of playing the Liliana game, and Archfiend is a nice play on turn 4. Oh, actually, just discarding the Archfiend. Actually, would prefer the Excruciator here, but it has up Spellstutter and Go for the Throat here.
This says to me, I'm playing the Liliana game.
Right, absolutely. And look,
and ideally the Liliana to 7.
Yeah, and Seth can what? Try to use the Restless Reef here, but Javier does have the answer.
Yeah, Go for the Throat in hand plus Spellstutter for anything that costs 5, and post board, Seth has a lot of threats that cost 5.
It could be nice to just go for the Restless Cottage here, get to Go for the Throat out of Javier's hand in the hopes of trying to resolve a Shieldred on the following turn.
Oh, that's why Seth discarded, because he had drawn 2 of them.
Seems that way.
But ultimately, it was just go.
There is a Fountain Port, though, that creates a 1/1. Right, every little creature counts. You just don't want to get Liliana to 6.
Which is, by the way, where she's going right now.
Okay.
And the other copy of Shieldred goes away. And we're going to see a 1/1 fish get made. But Javier has Go for the Throat. And if that protects an ultimate from Liliana, that is a card well spent.
Yeah, but now, I mean, with the fish, that Fountain Port was a really big draw, by the way. But now with the fish and the cottage, right? You just activate both so that the Liliana is extremely unlikely to get the 6 here. Attack with both. Go for the Throat goes on the cottage, but it still takes the 1, and then you have an Overlord in play too.
Yeah, okay. So things getting a little bit back towards Seth Manfield's end of the table. But still, Liliana is really annoying from this position. Because, let's see. Yeah, this is actually interesting because he really wants to kill, needs to kill the cottage, I should say. But the fish hanging around makes it so that Liliana minus doesn't actually get rid of the Overlord here as well.
What? That Fountain Port was so
It was so big. That card's been awesome.
Yeah. So now you can Edict. But if you do, you just sack a fish.
It's just a fish, but it's better than just losing Liliana to 1 attack step. Because Javier Dominguez, I don't know if you saw, but he tapped the top of the library and didn't hit.
And remember that Seth has Go for the Throat here plus Duress here. If he Go for the Throat's the Restless Reef, Liliana's off the battlefield.
That's right. It would have taken a lot of attention, but when the dust settles, Liliana's gone and Seth's ahead.
Yeah, and I don't know, does Javier just have no choice here? Does he just activate or just let the Liliana die? If you activate and Seth doesn't have a removal spell, then you can Edict.
Yeah.
But there's a Fountain Port in play, so you can't even Edict it away.
Right. So Dominguez comes to the same conclusion.
Okay.
And there's a Duress. It's not going to hit anything, but this means that Javier Dominguez is effectively just out of gas.
Javier might just be forced to slam this and hope to top deck a Jace out of the, 6 cards left in his deck.
Don't say that.
He does have 2 Restless Reefs in play as well.
Oh, that makes me nervous, but you might just be right. And remember, there's no annexes this time.
Right.
Right? That particular part of the clock is not running. No, you're right. Doomsday Excruciator and hope to draw.
They're tokens, of course.
What are?
Everywhere. You can sack everywheres to draw cards.
That's ridiculous. All right, here it is. Doomsday Excruciator going onto the battlefield. And Seth says, what are we doing?
6 cards left.
Bottom card. This game's going to be over one way or another pretty quickly.
Now, Javier is sitting at a pretty comfortable 20 life. Will Seth hold? I feel like he has to save it, though. He has to save that Go for the Throat in his hand for the Reef, right? Otherwise, he's just going to get decked.
That's a much bigger problem because all it has to do is turn sideways, right?
Yeah, so I think he's happy just trading maybe the 6/5 with the Overlord and hope to find 2 removal spells here to deal with both Reefs.
Javier,
oh wow,
he has Unholy Annex in hand.
But Seth drew drew another removal spell.
Oh, he has 2 removal spells now. So now it's just Jace or bust, basically?
I mean, you can always just top take. I'm really curious what got exiled to see if Javier even has any Jaces left.
Are they allowed to look?
I don't know.
They must not be.
Javier's like, yeah, I'm just, you know,
I mean,
it is what it is.
Not that it would change anything.
It's like, should I block? Should I just hope to top? I think he's just all in on this reef plan.
It says face down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can't look.
All right, block. How crazy would a Jace off the top be here?
A Jace off the top would be everything for Dominguez. It would keep his dream of another finals. This would be his third at the World Championship, as well as Player of the Year alive. And if he can't find it, things are looking really good for Seth to be Player of the Year.
Now, can Seth find a way? Remember, Seth was the first one to draw a card, right, with both players with 6 cards left in their library. So if Seth can't find a way to kill Javier in 6 turns, then Javier could somehow try to stabilize and win, right?
So
Next
if
turn,
Javier finds his own removal spells.
right, or Javier has a Ritual Chamber in hand. He doesn't need to cast Unholy Annex.
That's true,
He'll just play a
5-mana
demon. Right.
You know, it'd be a lot easier than all that.
Drawing Jace, of course. I wonder what the consideration here is, because this is an attack and a block, right? I think it's on Seth. Javier doesn't really have any other game actions he can make. Seth just contemplating whether or not he wants to use a removal spell, because he is recognizing the fact that he still needs to find a way to kill Javier.
That's
if
right.
his Overlord dies, it's going to be way harder. But remember, if he uses one of these removal spells, if he uses that Go for the Throat and then uses Anoint on the Restless Reef, he needs to find another removal spell for the other Restless Reef, because he doesn't have enough time here. So Javier will get the opportunity to attack with both reefs before dying.
Javier does go to...
He did go for the removal spell. Okay.
Not exactly how he wanted to line it up, but perhaps Javier Dominguez can just get the bailout plan. He has 2 Jaces in the main, 1 on the board, which he did bring in.
That's not a
It's
Jace.
Go for the throat, though.
That's a Go for the Throat.
Yes.
He's just going for it here, though. Seth does have the removal spell, but doesn't have another one.
And he can
has a
still go
duress.
for the throat here as well.
Right.
Yes. So this is the backup plan. That top deck from Javier means that there's not a clock on him now at this point.
Is this just a reef for the win now? Because Seth used the removal spell? Doesn't find one.
Yeah.
If Javier activates this, he's going to win.
Yeah, he is going to win. There's only 4 cards left for Manfield, so all he has to do is get the reef rolling. And we see Seth Manfield desperately digging through his library, trying to find another removal spell. It's all Overlord of the Hauntwoods.
Javier has a reef lined up. He's like, I got one move.
He's got to signal what he's doing. He says, I'm going for it. Good luck to you, Seth. If you find what you need, then you can find what you need, but I'm going for it.
Oh, and he's drawing another card. Remember, though, Seth also needs to kill him.
Yes.
He's drawing cards. He only has like 2 cards left in his deck.
Yeah, he's got 3 cards in library currently.
Okay.
No way he can get out of this.
Wow, just casting the Excruciator.
Doomsday Excruciator,
Just cast
incredible.
Draw a card.
Drawing cards is...
Okay, Javier's like, this land is going to attack.
But Seth can't kill Javier in 2 turns.
Right, it doesn't
so
matter,
this is
I don't
over.
think. Yeah,
Did
absolutely.
he draw Jace anyway?
I don't know.
I think he did.
Oh, he did? The
All
guaranteed, right?
Yeah,
the guaranteed.
Take your pick. Yeah, this one doesn't care about a removal spell.
There it is.
So he's just going to play Jace minus last 2 cards, and there's nothing Seth can do.
Wow.
And that is game number 4 going to Javier Dominguez. He's still alive for Player of the Year.
Okay. I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way.
No, this is how it had to go. A Game 5 decider between 2 prior world champions who somehow are the last 2 left standing for Player of the Year this year, and they're going to play 1 game to decide a finals at the World Championship and a chance to win a 2nd World Championship for each of them and Player of the Year. Are you kidding me?
It doesn't get better than this, Marshall. This time, Javier actually drawing the Jace. We'll see what kind of impact that has when it's in play. And Seth
Also,
actually bring the Glissa back in here.
Glissa's back in and no Up the Beanstalk right now, which we haven't seen. Seth has had those on the battlefield most of the time.
Seth probably just
Glissa
playing
back
it out.
in.
And Javier does have the Go for the Throat here.
And it's going to be Pillage the Bog.
Sure. And if that's the case, I imagine Javier just going to go with a turn 3 Unholy Annex here.
Sure. I mean, if you're going to take your turn 3 off,
right?
I'm going to play my best card. Go.
Yeah, it's a much better matchup in that sense for Javier than playing against, let's say, a Golgari mid-range deck, because that just has far fewer creatures. So you can just afford to take a lot more damage with the Unholy Annex.
which he's already started to do.
Seth could cast Pillage the Bog here to maybe try to find a duress. Perhaps a Terra Sunder.
Terra Sunder would be great to
Right.
just take care of the Annex. I mean,
I don't know if
take your
he has
medicine,
any Tranquil Throwbacks. I don't think he does. Right.
So land first so that he gets to look at 8 cards here. And he can pick one, and then the rest go on the bottom. As we saw, a late game Pillage the Bog was his whole deck.
Yep.
He had
Interesting.
like 15 lands.
Interesting that Seth actually played a tap land there. He has a land or waste in hand. Let's say he found something like a duress.
He
Could have
would
done
like to
that
do
plus
Glissa
Glissa.
plus. Yeah,
But it looks
so-
like just found a Terra Sunder. Probably going to fire that off.
Good idea.
Still down a card in the exchange, though.
You're right. That's what I was going to say. He has to take his medicine on it, but it's better than the alternative.
Right. But look at Javier's hand is just loaded here with value. Look at this. Double Jace. Another Unholy Annex. Outrageous Robbery. Just the perfect hand for this type of matchup.
Like 10 minutes ago, Javier Dominguez was down 2-0.
And had to play a Desperation Excruciator to try to win the game.
Game 3 was not close. Javier won that one real quick.
Right. But now Javier is the one with all the card advantage engines. No Beanstalk here for Seth.
Nope.
And Javier's got Unholy Annex number 2 and number 3 in his hand.
He has the answer for a potential card draw engine with Glissa there.
It's like it feels like there's no bad option here for Javier. Just anything is pretty strong. You can just play another Unholy Annex, although then you start, it gets a little bit dicey here.
Right.
But if you do, then you can also play Fairy Mastermind, right? So that's a double spell turn.
He has Go for the Throat also.
Okay, playing a Jace here instead.
Oh, okay.
And that matches up super well against a Glissa here. And by doing this, you know, Seth could obviously be tempted here to attack with the Cottage, but Javier simply does not do this unless he doesn't have a Go for the Throat in his hand.
Right.
He would
And
do
Seth
anything else.
Seth is going to be considering that.
Right.
I mean, what a win for Dominguez if Seth just fires up the Cottage and he gets to Go for the Throat. It's disaster for Manfield. So
Seth did find an Aklazotz. I imagine he's going to try to just run that out, and even if that gets Go for the Throated. Now, right now, he's in no position to actually return it because a player has to have 1 or less cards in hand for you to actually be able to flip it back. But still, it's just a card that at some point threatens to come back for some damage. And Jace is one of the reasons why Glissa's not particularly good in this matchup.
Right.
Because it just keeps it at bay.
And it's the 3rd copy of Jace as well for Dominguez. He's going to use Go for the Throat on Aklazotz.
It does ramp Seth.
Little ramp, though, yeah.
1 mana away from Breach the Multiverse.
Right. The bad news for Seth is that, you know, if he does get to the point of bringing back Aklazotz, which he's kind of heading in that direction, it means he's not drawing any cards. Like, he's just emptying out his hand, and he really does need to
Javier is
keep it rolling.
Javier is looking incredible right now. Active Jace, shutting down the Glissa. 2 Unholy Annexes, draining Seth for 2 a turn until the next turn if he does unlock the other Unholy Annex.
Right.
So just so many things for Seth to deal with. Now, he does have a Go for the Throat for the Demon. Does have the Cottage. He can go for the Throat if he has an untapped land, activate the Cottage, bring the Jace down to 1. Still not enough to kill it, though.
Can feel the weight on Seth's shoulders. He was up 2-0, and now he's looking at a lot of action. He does not have the ability to manage the board currently. All he can do is kill the demon, but he knows he's going to fall way behind those annexes, and he doesn't have answers for them.
Right.
Doesn't even
he doesn't have an answer. There's 4 problematic permanents in play.
Exactly.
He has an answer for the creature.
Right.
But the other ones are the ones that's gaining the cards every turn.
He's going to get buried in card advantage if he can't find either his own card advantage to compete or some other way to get out of it.
He's going to get a food here, I imagine.
He gets a food, he gets to exile a thing, and he does knock Jace down to just 1 loyalty, but as long as Jace is there, Glissa's doing nothing.
Javier does have the ability to make yet another demon here. Could also go Archfiend of the Dross. Does he have an untapped land? Doesn't look like it. It looks like a Restless Reef here, so maybe just make another 6. Oh, gosh.
Wow, and it's actually another
He drew
demon.
all 4.
Yeah. Whoa.
Now, Seth does have another Go for the Throat. He can also play a Breach here, right?
Yes.
7 mana, so maybe...
Is that the way out?
This is the window. When Javier is tapped out, maybe you just go for the Breach here and try to win that way. It seems like the best opportunity here to just resolve one of your most impactful sideboard cards, but just wants to get Jace off the battlefield here.
Okay.
But Javier's drawing, what, at least 1 card a turn, possibly even more. He's just going to win off of sheer card advantage.
Right. He will overwhelm Seth at some point here.
Javier's hand, double removal spell. Just wants to keep hitting lands. Looks like he didn't find one this turn. Has a backup Jace to play here if he wants to continue shutting down the Glissa. And now he's got to shoot the Sheriffs for the lands.
Is this going to be a full price Jace? No. Archfiend of the Dross.
Yep.
But every time he gets to do this, he gets the triggers.
Right.
And shoot the Sheriff. Apparently can kill Glissa.
Yeah, there's actually a pretty fun interaction there, Glissa between the Archfiend of the Dross. If Archfiend of the Dross is in play and Glissa is in play, and that's it. If Glissa attacks, you kind of have to block. If you don't, you remove the counters and you just die because Archfiend of the Dross just has no counters on it.
Yeah. So there's Archfiend with yet again another trigger from Annex. It is just one. There's one Annex that's going, but still.
Could use Go for the Throat here and then return Aclazotz.
Mm-hmm.
That is an option. I wonder if Seth is holding that Breach and hoping that Javier just runs out an Excruciator.
I was thinking that too.
But like, there's just no way Javier does that. He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to. Also, it's funny. Look at his mana. He's
Right.
got 2 fountain boards. Like, that isn't happening for bare minimum 2 turns.
Exactly.
And that's if Javier ever decided to step into that. So it's got to be weird. I was thinking about that from Seth's perspective of just going like, is there a hope for that? And it's like,
Right.
he can't even do it if he wanted to.
Yeah, he's just going for it here.
Yeah, so he's just going to go.
All right.
Breach the multiverse. Each player is going to mill 10. You can get a creature or planeswalker from their graveyard.
What are the
and
best
Seth
cards?
gets them.
There's an Excruciator.
There's a Planeswalker.
Liliana's pretty nice on this board. What did he find on his side? It looks like a ton of lands.
It's also from the graveyard.
Okay, sure. You can get back.
Not just the milled cards.
You can get back the Glissa here.
Mm-hmm.
What about on Javier's side? I mean, the Liliana is
you get
something that lets you
spell.
right. It lets you kill the Archfiend and have a permanent in play that affects the board.
And Jace is also an option, right?
There is a Jace.
Yeah.
But Javier,
I don't know if that
assume
matters.
Right. But you can't. The unfortunate thing is you can't take 2 cards out of your opponent's graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't go take Jace, Excruciator, and just kill your opponent.
Yeah, that would have been a combo. Okay, so it is going to be Liliana of the Veil there for Seth Manfield, and he's also going to get back Glissa. Maybe we have a game here?
I don't know. It might be too little, too late. This was a very good turn here for Seth, but Javier has drawn so many extra cards than Seth Manfield.
And that kind of shows you the position that Javier's in. I mean, Seth just resolved a 7-mana, it's supposed to be a game ender.
Right.
And we're still playing.
Yeah, Unholy Annex has just been amazing. Just all weekend. Such a powerful card here.
Look at that. 7 spells in hand for Dominguez right now versus 1.
Yeah, not really concerned about the Glissa.
Or the Liliana.
Or the Liliana. Plenty of cards. Extremely far away from getting it to 6.
What is the concern? Just continuing to
there's an
every once in a while put a demon on the battlefield.
Yeah, there is an Aclazotz in the graveyard that could be relevant if Javier doesn't. If Javier uses the removal spell on the Glissa, maybe the Aclazotz has some impact here. But of course, we also know that Javier has Jace the Perfected Mind in hand here. And he has so many cards here, he just kind of main phase firing off spells here, so he doesn't have to discard.
Right. How do you rate the game right now?
I think Javier is a massive favorite.
Okay.
That's
Seth what I was thinking, but
like
it's
Seth has more mana. He's got a Liliana in play. He's got some creature land, so I could see why you would think that Seth is the favorite here, but just the unholy annexes are just giving Javier so much value over time.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at his hand. He's got the negate. He's got the instant speed removal spells. He can flash in a couple of creatures. He just has so many good options available here.
Jeez, look at that hand.
It is loaded.
He even has his outrageous robbery. Fairy Mastermind and a land there for Manfield off of the Liliana activation. Those are going to go to the graveyard.
Yeah, it seems like it's time for an Aklazot's flip here. Get that going, which also probably signals to Javier is like he probably doesn't have too much more going on here. Although interestingly, you might have wanted to flip the Aklazot's first before activating Liliana, right? In case Javier discards a land, but
oh sure, get yourself a bat.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, county.
Wait, he's got a Jace. Jace can. Oh, he's got double Jace.
Okay.
So that's 30 cards, right?
It's 555 if you pay full.
Yeah. So you play one. So it costs 8 mana. So that's 30 cards, and Seth has cast the breach.
Yeah.
So I am curious how many cards are left. We're counting. You know, Seth is like, oh no.
I counted 31.
Okay.
But he was going really fast, and I can't quite tell. So, but it's in the 30. Like we are
right. We're
right
close.
there.
We are close.
I guess that Javier's asking for like an official count.
If it's 30, the game is over.
It might just be 30.
Oh!
It might just be actually 30. And he's got double Jace. Activate both of them, and that would be milling the entire library of Seth Manfield.
15 and 15.
Are you kidding me?
Oh,
this is how
gosh.
this match ends. 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15.
Oh,
There's
31.
one card left.
Card
it was
left.
31, but he can't win the game in
Seth
one turn.
has no way to win in one turn here.
No way to win this match in one turn. Javier Dominguez has come back from 2 games to 0 with everything on the line at the season level, at the career level, and at the tournament level. And he is going to pick up a win against Seth Manfield in the... Look at Seth. He can't believe it.
He cannot believe it. He was ahead in a previous game. Javier was able to come back with that desperation excruciator, which was enough for him to steal game 4. And now running the reverse sweep, winning player of the year after taking this down.
I can't believe
and a
what we're
chance
seeing.
to be a 2-time world champion.
I just can't believe what we're seeing here. And you know what else? Seth can't either. He draws his card. It's the last card in his library. If he, at any point from now till the end of the game, has to draw a card and can't, it's over.
Is there an elixir of immortality? Is that card even legal?
You're digging deep now.
You know, I don't know. Seth is a brew.
Seth is looking over his options. Is there any possible way?
What's that?
I didn't draw the card, I think. Okay, I lost the life, but I draw the card.
Yes, Judge. He did mark the
I
minus
didn't
2.
draw the card.
I don't think you're right.
We have a situation where you've incorrectly...
I think he's conceding, like...
Sure, Judge.
Well, we'll let Seth play it out.
Javier knows there is nothing Seth can do here to steal this game at this point. He has no cards left in library.
Seth doing what he should do here, which is go over every possible option.
Just cannot find 14 damage. At most, you can get in for 8 here with the Cottage and the Aklazots.
He pluses Liliana. He has no library whatsoever.
None. That's 12. Two damage short, actually.
Yeah, he was so close.
Javier just needs to remember to make a demon here.
He has to have a demon.
He has to have a demon or the Unholy Annex will kill him.
Yeah, that's right. So this is one of those. There, make a demon, he said, and Seth Manfield extends the hand, and we have our player of the year, Javier Dominguez, comes back from 0 games to 2 against Seth Manfield, claims player of the year, and now he's got to take a big, deep breath because he's got a World Championship final to play.
What an absolutely incredible comeback here for Javier Dominguez. Down 0-2 against the previous world champion, one of the best players in the entire field in Seth Manfield, who already dispatched Kai in the previous round, winning 3 games in a row, locking up player of the year, now has a shot at having his face on 2 Magic the Gathering cards.
This is unbelievable. Look how excited he is. That's what you earned, Javier. Big hugs for the team. They know what he's capable of. We know what he's capable of, and all he does is prove it to us over and over and over again. It looked so bad for Javier, again, especially against a player of Manfield's caliber. It's just so hard to rattle off 3 games in a row in a matchup like this where it's deep. There's a lot of interactions. The games last for a really long time. Seth really excels at these type of games. Obviously, Javier does as well. But you got to win 3 in a row. That's extraordinarily difficult.
So hard, especially with the way those players sideboarded. It effectively, I think, just came down to, it kind of turned into a 50-50 matchup after sideboard, but you're down 2 games. You basically have to win 3 coin flips in a row against Seth Manfield.
Yeah,
it's
extremely difficult. All right, well, we get to hear a word from our new player of the year. He's with Cedric Phillips right now.
My guy's got a flair for the dramatic, don't you, Javi? You can't make it easy. You always got to make it exciting and fun for us here and for the viewers at home.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely thought I was not going to make it. You know, 0-2 down against Seth. Also, the game he went like surveilly, being stuck on top, and then overall I was like, these days, some days, this is not meant to be, that's fine. But some minutes later, I don't know how many minutes, maybe a bunch of minutes, I don't know, I was there with 2 aces. I think this is a win or a big throw, who knows, but I think this is a win, so just gonna go for it. And
you know, we did one of these interviews earlier this weekend when I was asking about your constructor deck, and you're like, I'm not so sure, I'm pretty sure it's good, but I'm not positive. I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Well, we have very well this match. Like Jace had been pretty bad this weekend, not this match.
So, first of all, I get to say this. Hey, Player of the Year. Hey, how are you doing? 2024 Player of the Year.
Thanks. I don't know yet. Like, I will process in some days now. I still don't know, and I still have a very important match to play, right? So
that's the big one. There is a very important match to play. We're going to figure out who your opponent is soon, but now you are in the finals of another World Championship. You, of course, have won one before. Player of the Year now. What would a second World Championship mean?
I don't know yet. You know, probably one more tournament. Like, it's a special tournament, but also it's one more tournament, so I want to take it easy now, just focus on the game, and I will know afterwards, not now.
Well, we'll let you take a breath or two. This is our Player of the Year. Boy, is he a blast to watch. We get to do it one more time, see if he can win the World Championship here in Las Vegas.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Take a look at your Player of the Year there on the way out. We still got another match to bring you before the finals. We're going to be setting up for that at the news desk right after this.
Your favorite Marvel heroes are coming soon to Secret Lair. With 5 drops themed around fan favorite characters, there's something for every Marvel and Magic fan. Sign up for emails on secretlair.wizards.com so you don't miss this limited stock drop. Welcome back to coverage of World Championship 30 live from Las Vegas, Nevada. We have one finalist in the form of Javier Dominguez. Won this whole thing back in 2018. Can he be the second person in history to do it twice? We're about to find out, but of course, he needs an opponent. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Maria Bertoldi, Monty DeVuti, and Cedric Phillips. What an awesome match, Monty.
That was everything that we could possibly hope for from what was a Player of the Year deciding match between 2 former world champions. Just unreal stuff.
How do you like that mill there? That was pretty sick.
I mean, pretty risky business. Look, as Monty mentioned, we just watched 2 of the game's best ever do it. Square off for Player of the Year, and then also, we're not done yet, right? We get to see one of them move on, of course, Javier Dominguez, to the finals of this tournament and see if he can be world champion again. I mean, like I've said many times this weekend, the script writers, they're just on one.
Yeah, they're doing pretty good.
On one this weekend. It's unbelievable.
And we are watching. Let's take a look at the bracket, everyone, and find out where we're at. We have one finalist, but we need to find him a friend, Cedric.
We do indeed. You see the journey for Seth Manfield and Javier Dominguez, and you see how Javi has made his way to the finals of this tournament. We got to find an opponent. On one side, it's Quintanoli, who has not lost in Constructed this weekend with that mono red aggro deck. The win percentage for him in Constructed, that means it's 100%. Marcio Carvalho, a player that we've seen make the World Championships as far as top 8s are concerned 4 times, has lost in the finals twice. Every time I talk to him, he just says, 1 more, 2 more, 3 more. I just need to get here. I want this title so bad. He does not want to get this close and come up short again. This should be a really, really fun match because I know he doesn't love the idea of playing against red all that much.
All right, there is a look at our bracket here in the top 8 on World Championship Sunday. Like we mentioned, Javier Dominguez into the finals. Need to find him an opponent. How are we going to do it? Let's take a look at who we're going to watch here. Next up in the feature match area, another great one for you here. Quintanoli versus Marcio Carvalho, mono red aggro versus Golgari mid-range. Quintanoli, an online grinder, might have known better as Quiniac. Take a look here at his road to the top 8. Only lost once on day 1, started day 2 with a loss, but 1 out. Undefeated in standard, as we've been saying all weekend long. Beat Marcio there in round number 11, so it's a little bit of a rematch here, versus Marcio Carvalho, very decorated player. Lost once on day 1 as well, but lost to Quinn, like I just mentioned, in round number 11. Beat Kai Buddha in round 13 to lock up his spot here in our top 8. This could be his 3rd World Championship finals if he wins. Does not want to lose a 3rd time. Talk to me about these decks, Monty.
Okay, well, we are going to start by taking a look at a deck that we haven't seen at the desk so far. That is Quinn's mono red aggro deck. We see the core package that is all around the Gruul Prowess decks here in the mouse package of Manifold Mouse, Emberheart Challenger, and the Heartfire Hero, as well as Monastery Swiftspear. A lot of the things that we are used to seeing. But he's saying, I don't want to mess around with too many pump spells. I just want to burn you out. This deck is fast, this deck is aggressive, and in true Quintanoli fashion, it has all mountains.
Mismatched mountains.
Mismatched. You know, we're not going to dock him for that. Cedric is, I'm not. On the other side, we do have Marcio's Golgari mid-range deck. Now, unlike the ramp deck from Seth, this deck is very much about card advantage coming from creatures. We do see the Mosswood Dread Knight, just an absolute all-star, but ultimately this deck is about having access to a lot of removal spells, a lot of disruption, and Glissa Sunslayer. This is the card that makes Golgari happen, and this is going to be a card that Marcio is going to need to rely on, at least in part, if he wants to get this job done. Now, the biggest thing I will say Marcio has going for him when it comes to this specific matchup in the semifinals is now we're playing best of 5. So if he is able to get out of the pre-board games with a 1-1 record, then having access to cards like Choking Miasma out of the sideboard for more sideboard games is going to be what gives him the edge in this matchup. Otherwise, Quinn might just run over him just like he did in the Swiss.
All right, it's time to give Javier Dominguez an opponent. It's time for our second semifinals. Alien Corey, take it away.
Let's go! Thank you so much, Maria. We are super duper pumped for this matchup, and not just because it's mono red in the semifinals or the quarterfinals. Where are we? Semifinals? Semifinals. That's where we are. So excited to see this match get underway, Corey. Quinn's story is absolutely phenomenal. We've had 3 players in this top 8 that were undefeated in Constructed.
Yep.
Quinn's going to have to keep that going if he wants to be in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's very nice for Quinn that he already beat Marcio, but just like what Monty was saying, it's a different beast when you have a 5-game, best 3 out of 5. Makes a huge difference here, as the mono red deck is a much better game 1 deck, but now you get 2 game 1s from Quinn Tonoli, so this is going to be an interesting one.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very, very tough indeed, whichever way you cut it, because we even heard in Marcio's winner interview, like, he's like, okay, yeah, you know, it'd be nice to face this deck, but then, you know, mono red could actually just, like, kill you out of nowhere, so.
Yeah. I would think, you know, overall, this matchup doesn't seem terrible on paper from Golgari. He has the tools, but he just really has a lot of cards you really don't want to see in the form of all the Broncos, and the Unholy Annexes are also not very good.
Yeah, when you're hitting yourself and your opponent's hitting you twice as well, you know, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but Marcio is one of the best players in the world, and he is hungry. He wants to get into this final. He wants to hoist that trophy. So we got Hired Claw kicking things off here for Quinn.
That being said, from Quinn, I did not see many cards in hand. I think this was a mulligan down to 5. So starting it off really rough, and that definitely reflects it with just another 1-drop. And after all those mulligans, only pieced together a 1-land hand. Not ideal for sure.
On the other hand, if he did keep a 1-lander, that's a super risky keep, as we're going to see our little Heartfire hero taken care of, deals 1 damage on its way out the door. Second land here for Marcio, and a Mosswood Dread Knight on the creature side.
And now it's just really brutal. Maybe you can have a shock to deal with that, and then of course it's going to come back, but that's kind of the best play Quinn has unless he has a second land to be able to do something. But yeah, this is exactly what you don't want to see for any Quinn/mono red fans.
Yeah. Man, that's brutal. 1 land and, you know, believing in the top of the library, hoping that something goes his way. Nope. Still no second land there, so 2 Hired Claws and a little mouse, and Glissa's just going to get to trampling over them.
And I did see a shock in hand, but Quinn deciding to amass a wide battlefield before he starts dealing with some of the creatures. Definitely what you want to be doing, but you really want to be able to find the other land. So you can kind of be doing both. Amass a wide battlefield and deal with creatures, but the 4-mana 3/3 gain 4 is pretty strong here.
Yeah. Now that fullback has been doing some good work this weekend for Marcio, and the other players opting to include it in the 75.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Quinn's chances to win this game are just as small as the life pad that he's using there to the right. It's the tiniest life pad I've seen.
He's playing mice, okay.
There you go, there you go.
It's for them. Mice and little lizards and other cute creatures, which can be terrifying, but at the moment, they're very, very manageable here for Marcio.
Yeah, really just Marcio's game here to lose at this point. And this is really what Marcio wants, because if he can get to the post-board games and get those Broncos out of here, get the Unholy Annexes out of here, and get in cards like Gix Command, more Tranquil Throwbacks, and then, of course, the Choking Miasmas, it's going to get a lot worse. So Quinn is basically going to need to win game 2 if he does end up losing this one.
Getting in for some damage now, courtesy of that shock, clearing the Mosswood Dread Knight out the way. Glissa's tapped, so it's just the 3/3 here to block one of these creatures.
So Marcio just trying to think, what's the best way I can play around Monstrous Rage? I think that's what I would have in mind right now, just to make sure you can prevent that from doing the most amount of damage. And I like this. Doesn't even go for the creature that he blocked, so that would lead me to believe that Marcio made the correct block.
Yep. So 1 little lizard down, monster roll on the Heartfire hero. So when that eventually dies, if it dies, it'll deal a nice chunk of damage. But Marcio does have access to exile effects, which have been very good indeed against this matchup.
Absolutely. Great against Gruul. That's kind of the main reason for it, but also very good against Mono Red. Duress is the hand and only a Swift Spear in hand, so Marcio has perfect information.
Yeah. And, you know, he ain't no chicken. He's going to swing in here once again, do some damage here to Quinn, down to 14, and destroying the monster roll.
Yeah, has the option of shrinking that by 1 power in 2 different ways, either removing the counter or the roll. But if you get rid of the roll, you take away the keyword of trample as well, so that's the correct thing to do.
Nice.
And whenever we see Glissa attacking here from Marcio, that's going to be an indicator of he is pretty far ahead, as leaving that back on defense, it shuts down absolutely any attacker Quinn can have. So really, really rough spot whenever that thing's turned sideways.
Oh, yeah. And there's just so much value that you can get from Glissa. You know, we've seen all of her use cases over the past 3 days. Being able to take counters off of forges or demons, and, you know, up against Mono Red, she's just got so much going for her. Like, I don't know if Quinn is in a position here to get back into it.
Yeah, and Quinn does have the benefit, unlike the other Gruul prowess decks that we have seen, of actually being able to remove creatures from the battlefield, Lightning Strike being kind of the main thing to deal with Glissa. And that's really what Quinn was saying has led him to such a great result, is being able to interact in the pseudo mirror up against other Gruul decks and just being able to deal with problematic threats like Glissa.
Yep. Would love to see a Lightning Strike to get rid of one of these annoying creatures on the other side of things here. Marcio's down to 11, has played the Restless Cottage now, so when he attacks with that, he'll be able to pad his life total up, so long as a Screaming Nemesis doesn't make an appearance here.
Okay, this is a big attack here. Depending if Marcio doesn't have anything, which I for sure saw 2 lands, there might be more, as this is a 4/4 attacker coming in. Marcio's got to choose whether or not to chump block it, and then this Frillback will be able to eat the Lizard. But yeah, it's definitely still a game.
Yeah, Quinn is doing his best to keep in this matchup here. The semifinals of the World Championship. Javier Dominguez awaiting one of these players in the finals. It's going to be an absolutely incredible finals indeed.
Now Glissa can attack and shrink this mouse down to a 1/1 already, which is a nice little utility here.
That is pretty gross.
And then all of a sudden, Quinn's hellbent with just the ability to activate the land, make this Heartfire hero a 2/2, and then hope the top of the deck is, I don't know, 3 lightning strikes, you know?
Just start playing off.
Yeah.
Like you got an experimental frenzy out.
There you go. But now the Restless Cottage is there as well, so Marcio could get aggressive here and attack for a solid 10 damage and remove the counters and just say, okay, this is what Marcio is basically saying here is there's no one card that I'm afraid of here or that can win Quinn the game. So might as well go for it and close out the game next turn. Nice job, Marcio.
Yep, that was the game Quinn needed to win. You know, being the aggressive mono-red deck with terrible cards in the main deck for Marcio, like the Annexes and, you know, all the other cards that deal him damage.
Yep.
Quinn is on the back foot here.
This is a must-win game, in my opinion, for Quinn. Being on the play, 7 cards, no sideboard cards coming in for Marcio yet. Like, this is a game where if you lose this and we get to the sideboard games with Choking Miasma and Gig's Command, Quinn is in a world of hurt.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be brutal. Underground Mortuary, I'm going to surveil something away for Marcio. And Monashi Suspir going to get in for some damage here alongside an Emberheart Challenger.
Now, this is a much better start, obviously, because of the second land being hit. You know, Quinn's kind of best draw is 1-drop, turn 2 double 1-drop, but the second best here is being able to play the Emberheart Challenger, and having it live is huge.
Yeah. Okay, that's the board going wide. Oh, very wide.
And this is one thing that Quinn can do this game, but next game, there's no way he's going to want to try to just play 4 creatures because the Choking Miasma could easily just be a 4-for-1, and you just can't do that if you're Quinn. So he'll have to play very different next game.
I'm like pre-freaking out for him, but yeah, this is the last chance you're going to get to do this, as it's just the spot removal to worry about. So Go for the Throat takes care of the Manifold Mouse, and no double strike nonsense for the Valiant Mice left on the board. Duress will take a peek and get rid of a Monstrous Rage. So Marcio doing a decent job here of keeping these threats at bay.
Looked like another Manifold Mouse in hand, but I could be wrong. which would be excellent, especially even getting a 4th land, being able to offspring that would be ideal.
Doesn't look like it, though. Yeah.
Okay, perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, this is still pretty good, though. You know, we got trigger for the Emberheart Challenger if we want to go digging. We got shock to get rid of that. Prowess trigger there off the shock, too. This is looking great for Quinn.
Yeah, definitely. Double strike on the Challenger, I imagine. 4, 5, 6, 7 damage coming in.
Yeah, can't play that lightning strike, but they do exist. We've seen one.
Yeah. And this looks to be over.
Yeah.
Just 2 kind of non-games, just kind of blowouts by both players so far.
You go, I go, you go, I go. There we go. We got a frill back, get some life up to 8.
That's probably Marcio's best play.
Yep. And let's see, what can we do here?
So we can activate the land to pump up one of the creatures and then give it double strike. And then you have a 3-power double striker, so the frillback has to just kind of jump in and chump block. That's surface value of what you can do immediately. Or he spreads it out, puts a counter there, can still double strike really any of the creatures.
Okay, so buffs that guy up, gets a land into exile. Frillback will jump in the way of the Emberheart Challenger, so it takes 1, 2, 3, 4?
5 damage there, should be, yep. And the shock makes it 6, 7, 8. That's exactsies.
Alrighty.
Nice.
Easy peasy lemon squeeze. That's exactly what Quinn wants to see here as we go to our sideboarded games. So let's take a look at that. You mentioned plenty of options there for Marcio. He's got Gix's Command, Choking Miasma, Harvester of Misery too.
Yep.
Which we haven't seen all that much, but it's pretty cool. So what else are we doing?
Yeah, just everything to get those Broncos and Holy Annexes out. Marcio does not want to be losing any life on his own accord, so getting those out immediately. And then from Quinn, pretty minor. You're bringing in another Witchstalker Frenzy, 2 Twisted...
Twisted Fealty?
Yep, Twisted Fealty, and then taking out your Shocks and your Monstrous Rages.
Hey, if you can't beat your opponent with your creatures, beat them with theirs.
Exactly. All right, huge game here.
Oof. Alrighty, so 1 mouse down. Heartfire Hero remains. 3rd land here for Marcio. Going to duress the hand away. Witchstalker Frenzies twice, times 2 in hand, and then 2 mice to join the 1 already.
And I saw an Anoint of Affliction in hand for Marcio, so has a removal spell to follow this up. And then all of a sudden, Quinn is left with just 2 Heartfire Heroes when Marcio's still at 19 life. This is looking great for Marcio's chances here to take down game 3.
Certainly does indeed, and that's where he wants to be. Heartfire Hero number 2 is going to join the little guy on the board.
That was actually
gonna give it haste.
That was actually an incredible draw. Already needed a 3rd land at some point if he's going to draw any Screaming Nemesis, but Rock Face Village being the best possible land, and now he forces this Anoint on one of the lesser creatures instead of the really powerful Manifold Mouse he's holding in hand.
Twisted Fealty will be so nice.
Yeah.
Just grab a 6/6 and just keep swinging.
Hitting. A nice threaten effect. So
all 3 lands in hand. Oh no, there's always lands on the board.
And has Witchstalker Frenzy in hand, but last time I checked, 5 is not 6, so this Archfiend of the Draw still will live through that removal spell. It would have
good at killing Shieldreds, but not so much this guy.
Absolutely. And that is a really quick clock here from Marcio. And if Marcio can ever assemble the combo of just having that in play and then choking Miasma to just not only deal with all the creatures, but also have the life loss, it would just be devastating here for Quinn.
I want to see something cool. I want to see a Glissa from Marcio next turn, stolen by Twisted Fealty, removing those counters, and Marcio losing a game.
Oh my. Okay, that would be awesome.
So cool.
Y'all have that on your bingo card here watching at home?
No, probably not. But, you know, just saying. Like, if I could put in a request there, please, sirs, that would be great.
You know, I'm sure Quinn has played enough with this mono red deck and he's probably done it at some point.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay, this is the Choking Miasma turn. If it's there, Quinn is basically immediately finished here.
I see a Duress in hand.
I think it would have already been out of Marcio's hand, though.
Yeah. The Duress gets rid of the Frenzy. There comes the 6/6, so down to 14 goes Quinn. What's the follow-up here? Is he just going to hang tight?
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
just going to hang tight. Love it.
So Marcio is either trying to just race here or has a piece of removal. Not sure. Didn't get a good look at his hand. Either way, it does look like he's winning this race barely. I mean, the extra land to have the Restless Cottage can make it so Marcio has a 2-turn clock on Quinn at some point. And I'm not sure Quinn can piece together a 2-turn clock unless he top decks just 2 great spells.
Yeah.
Like 2 monstrous rages or something.
Yeah, certainly needs a little bit of help there. He's going to pump up the Hired Claw. I don't think Marcio's lost life yet, though, has he?
Not yet.
Oh, no, sorry. It's he's doing the Rockface Village pump.
Yep, doing the village to pump it, and he's pumping his lesser creature here, so he's trying to diversify his threats as much as he can.
So before we go to combat, Manifold Mouse taken care of, so no double strike on the Heartfire hero.
So 6 damage here still comes through, so a nice, strong hit.
I mean, they're doing their best. They're doing their best Archfiend of the Dross impersonation. Got to give it to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Archfiend once again. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, there's a life gain. Where are these nemesis?
I think he pretty much needs it now, the threaten effect, but no, doesn't have it.
Jeez. Yeah, no, that was rough.
Marcio's 1 game away from making it back to his 3rd World Championship finals here.
Unbelievable stuff. So Quinn managed to pick up the 4th win there, or the 4th game victory, to tie things up here, jumping into game number 5 of the semifinals here. It's World Championship 30, opening hands, 7 cards, let's go.
Oh boy, okay, this is a gigantic game to see who plays Javier in the finals.
Any major sideboard changes to take a look at here as we get things underway? Hired Claw, as well as the Mosswood Dread Knight on the board for both players.
All right, so a solid start here from Marcio, just being able to get a body in play. You really don't cast the Dread Whispers too much. It is definitely just put that creature in the way of other quick mono-red creatures. And does decide to block, so we'll see if... Okay, that is not a great turn 2 for Quinn, just paying the 2 mana to just trade there with a creature that comes back. But I wouldn't be too shocked to not see Marcio just let this Dread Knight go to the graveyard. If he has absolutely nothing else, he'll do it, and then maybe Duress or something. But otherwise, it's not the best play. Maybe as a... oh, that's a perfect follow-up.
Dreams of Steel and Oil. Going to get creatures out of hand here. Monastery Swiftspear and Heartfire Hero, the options.
5 lands is a bit too many for Quinn. Quinn would love to top deck something like Screaming Nemesis here to be able to put a big threat down. But yeah, basically the 5th land is automatically always dead. Sometimes you want 4 as you can offspring the Manifold Mouse and stuff like that, but you never want a 5th land with this deck. Big draw step. If he ever draws land 6 with it, you know, I bet his percentage... Oh! That was
Screaming
huge!
Nemesis right off the top.
Wow.
Nice pickup there. In for 3. Any damage dealt to this now, we just gotta hope it survives if you are a Quinn/mono-red fan.
And he had a Witchstalker Frenzy, so there you go. That card can't be cut down or anything, so you really need to find Go for the Throat or Annoy it, and Marcio had it to be able to neutralize that great top deck.
Jeez. Mosswood Dread Knight back on the board here. Oh, Quinn is doing his best, but damn, this Golgari mid-range deck just has so many answers for so many different threats.
Yeah, Quinn's just got to keep drawing great stuff off the top.
Another
and he
Nemesis.
did.
Jeez.
Okay.
Block, no block? I'm guessing no block here, yeah.
That's basically exactly what Quinn needed to draw, was back-to-back Nemesis to be able to be in this. And he just basically can never draw that 6th land. That is just so bad.
Just needs gas, yeah.
Yeah, 1 turn of reprieve, Marcio will definitely be all over that. And I saw a Frillback and an Anoint in hand.
Yeah, wow.
But outside of that, I think that's it. So he could think about it and play the Frillback right now as just a vanilla body, but decides not to.
Just represent another piece of removal here. What's Quinn got? Ugh, it's a little land in hand.
Yep, there's the 5th land. The one struggle...
Strike, okay.
The one struggle that if Quinn ever does draw another land, he has to remember which land Marcio saw. So as cool as these mismatched mountains are, it can be a problem. Yeah,
there's 3 that are the same.
All right. But it does come with a cost, because Quinn has to remember which one Marcio saw.
Yes, that's right. And then Marcio has to remember which one he saw, too.
That's also true.
Who pays attention to card art?
I bet Marcio does.
He sure does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Archfiend of the Dross now on the board. Putting a big old clock here now on Quinn. Lightning strike to the face. Down to 9 goes Marcio. No threats on board, though, for Quinn.
I saw a Swift Spear, but that was the only threat, so it looks like Quinn is trying to just keep that back for a big surprise attack, hoping Marcio will get a little too aggressive, but with Archfiend of the Dross, you can't really hold that card back too much because, well, you'll lose the game after 4 turns.
Yeah. And there's the Frillback, going to pay the extra, gain some life, down to, up to 13 again, while Quinn is on 11. And yeah, I mean, Marcio's got lethal if there are no blockers and no removal here for Quinn.
Yeah, and at this point, when you have to point all your removal spells at creatures instead of upstairs just to not die, you're in a really rough spot here. Would take a bit of a miracle for Quinn to be able to advance to the finals.
Miracle is exactly.
Oh, there was the choking miasma off the top too.
Choking miasma can take care of these 2 little critters at
and
the
it can pump your own.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, not even. Just pay the kicker cost, but we're going to see another Archfiend of the Dross hit the board here, and it's pretty much all over at this rate.
I mean, the choking miasma deals 8 damage right now.
Oh, yeah, true, because of the Archfiends. Unbelievable stuff here. Marcio Carvalho gets to another finals of a world championship, Corey. Unbelievable stuff.
Man, what a finals we have geared up with Javier Dominguez trying to win for a second time and Marcio trying to get that second place off his back.
Yeah, get that chip off his
finally
shoulder.
get his first one. This is going to be quite the match.
He is tired of second place.
Yeah.
Javier has one hell of a fight coming up in the finals here, friends.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Marcio. Look, he's just stunned. He just can't even think about it. He just can't believe what just happened here.
You got to feel just so charged to really just play your absolute best Magic up against one of the best in the world, Javier. After you lose in the finals, whenever you make it back, I can imagine you get really hungry for it.
Oh, man, I can't wait to watch this finals. But before we do that, let's go and hear from Marcio. Cedric interviewed him.
Marcio, you've done it again. Another victory here on Sunday at the World Championships. I know that you weren't thrilled at the idea of playing against Mono Red, but clearly good enough to get the job done.
Yeah, it was 5 games. I stole game 1 on the draw, so it helped my chances to win the game, and I got there. We're on the finals again. Is it time?
Is it time is the big question. Not many people can say they're at the finals again at the World Championship. This is going to be your 3rd try. Yes. Any nerves, or is it just, you know what, enough is enough? It's time to win this thing.
Enough is enough. It's time to win.
It's time to win indeed. Marcio, I'm giving you a high five, man. I love the confidence. He's in the finals. Can't wait to see who the opponent's going to be.
Best of luck to Marcio Carvalho and best of luck to Javier Dominguez. We're going to see the finals. We're taking a quick ad break and we'll be back with the news desk after that.
The Magic Spotlight Series kicks off with Magic Spotlight Foundations at SCG-Con in Atlanta, January 3rd through the 5th. There's a $50,000 prize pool, a cool Terror of the Peaks promo card, and so much more. The top 8 players will earn invitations to the Pro Tour, and the winner of the event will receive Standard for a year, one play booster case of every Standard legal release in 2025. Register today. This is the Magic Spotlight Series. Play for fun. Play to win. It is finals time here at World Championship 30 live from beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. And what a finals we have set up for you. Someone's about to be $100,000 richer, get to call themselves the best in the world, and get their face on a Magic the Gathering card. Maybe somebody for the second time. Welcome to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Mani Davuti, and Cedric Phillips here with you. I'm so very excited for this finals. Mani, how you feeling?
I am shaking. This is going to be awesome. We've already seen Player of the Year decided. Javier got that. And now it's, regardless of who wins, this is going to be a legendary finals. Either a 2-time world champion, the second ever, or for Marcio to finally cross that finish line. Either way, it's going to be great.
You excited, Ced?
I am. I've had the opportunity to chat with both players quite a bit this weekend with the interviews and then after the interviews, of course. And Javier Dominguez, he's always very excitable, high energy. Wasn't sure he'd actually get to this point in this tournament, but now that he's here, he of course wants to win. But for Marcio, it seems like he is very focused on the task at hand. You know, he brought up to me, he's like, last time I was in the finals, I lost to Paulo Vitor Damarosa in Hawaii. And it's like, oh, I was going to bring that up, but you already did, and how you're feeling about things. And you've seen the interviews. 2 to go, 1 to go.
Yep.
He's here now. He does not want to lose in the finals again, and that's completely understandable.
Absolutely not. Well, everybody, if you're at home and you're wondering how the players made it here, well, you can too. We'd love to see you here next year. Check out your path to the Pro Tour. We have the regional championship qualifiers. If you do well there, you can make it to the regional championship. If you do well there, hey, welcome to the World Championship. Take a look at the formats there, play your favorite, and we'll see you here next year at the World Championship. If you're just joining us now, why don't we take a look at our bracket and find out what's happened so far today on Top 8 Sunday here at the World Championship. We've had a lot of action, Mani.
We really have. We did see the top half of the bracket, the terrifying one with 3 previous world champions, and Hafam, the Canadian, the lone Canadian, falling to Javier Dominguez. Then our Player of the Year showdown there in the semifinals, where Javier Dominguez, after being down 0-2, was able to bring it back against Seth Manfield to secure his spot in the finals, as well as the title of Player of the Year. On the other side of the bracket, Quintanole's undefeated mono red deck just tore through Max Rappaport, while Marcio Carvalho did beat Yoshiko Ikawa. And in that really epic showdown that we saw in the semifinals, it was Marcio who I think is just getting there through sheer determination and will, just refuses to not get another World Championship Finals appearance. And we're here.
We are here indeed. It's time to set up our finals here at World Championship 30. Like I mentioned, $100,000 on the line for the winner, that amazing trophy, and the excuse of calling yourself the best in the world. Javier Dominguez up against Marcio Carvalho, Demir Demons versus Golgari Midrange. Javier Dominguez, your 2018 world champion, your current 2024 Player of the Year as well, versus Marcio Carvalho. Let's take a look at Javier Dominguez's road here to the top 8. Went 5-2 on day 1, 3-0 draft on day 2, and locked up his spot in the top 8 in round 13 versus Eli Cassis. On the other side of things, we have Marcio Carvalho, who is hungry for a win. 2-time world champion, runner-up in 2016 and 2020, is sick of losing in the finals. Will the 3rd time be the charm for Marcio? We're about to find out. After his big win last round, emotions were running high for Marcio, absolutely. Check this out here. Here's teammate, team captain of Team Worldly Council, Willie Adel here, giving Marcio a pep talk and a hug, saying, hey man, this is your 3rd time in the finals. You can do it. And look at that look on Marcio's face. He knows the 3rd time here, he's gotta convert, and he wants it so very, very badly. Those are our players. Talk to me about the decks in our finals, Monty.
Well, Maria, we are going to once again begin by looking at Javier's build of Dimir Demons. This is the deck that Team Handshake Ultimate Guard did bring to the tournament. A different take on the Dimir midrange that we are seeing, trying to utilize and maximize the power of Unholy Annex, but also trying to give themselves a bit of an edge when it comes to going over top. We saw it was so crucial against CEST ramp deck for Javier to have access to the milling power that Doomsday Excruciator as well as Jace the Perfected Mind do provide. And it is going to be those cards that have to help Javier again, as this is yet another grindy Golgari matchup ahead of him. On the other side, we see Marcio bringing Golgari midrange, the battle of the sub 50% performers in the tournament, but when you're the best, it really doesn't matter. This deck is pure card advantage. 4 Caustic Bronco, 4 Mosswood Dread Knight, 2 copies of Glissa, the MVP, and again, Unholy Annex. This is the most impactful card from Duskmourn and quickly becoming the card of the tournament, seeing it in both decks here in the finals alongside Archfiend of the Dross. This is going to be potentially an all-time matchup, and we've seen Marcio get the job done previously against Dimir Demons, but it really does feel like ultimately it can go either way.
All right, well, if it can go either way, I've got to ask you the big question. Both of you, Monty, who are you picking here in the finals?
Maria, as much as I love Javi, I have been watching Team Handshake practice for tournament after tournament. For me, I think at this point, Marcio's grit and determination are just not going to be impeded. I'm going to go with Marcio Carvalho.
On sheer will alone.
Just sheer will.
What about you, Cedric? Who's going to win?
This is super close for me. There's a part of me that wants to see Marcio win just because I don't want him to see it lose. I don't want to see him lose the third finals. I know he doesn't want to see himself lose the third finals. It's very, very difficult for me to pick against Javier Dominguez, given the resume of this year being Player of the Year and what we've seen over the past handful of years. The big difference here for me is Javier's been here before and won it before. Marcio obviously has been here before and lost in the finals, but also Javier's lost in the finals too.
That is true.
Once to William Jensen. So these players know this situation quite well. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch these two players play, but at the end of the day, I'm going to go with our new Player of the Year in Javier Dominguez to squeak this one out. I would be shocked if it doesn't go 5 games.
Yeah, me too.
I would be shocked.
Me too. All right, will it be Javier Dominguez with his 2nd World Championship title, or will it be 3rd time's the charm for Marcio Carvalho? It's time for the finals here at World Championship 30.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. This is a big timer. This is somehow each of these players' 3rd trip to the finals of a World Championship. That is an amazing accomplishment in and of itself. So far, Marcio has not been able to claim the title. As we talked about at the news desk there, it was 2016 Brian Braunduin who ended up winning, and then a few years later, it was Paulo Vitor Damarosa in 2020 who beat him. That's 2 second-place finishes. For such a competitive player as Marcio is, and what I mean is competitive person, like his personality is built like that. He is going to want this more than anything. A little bit of fire on the other side of the table, though, from Javier Dominguez as well. He's also been here 3 times as of today. He was not able to win it in 2017, but he was in 2018. William Huey Jensen, of course, defeating him in 2017. So Javier is playing to become the 2nd player ever to win 2 World Championships. Shahar Shenhar, thus far, is the only one who's ever been able to do that, and he did it back-to-back.
And what an epic matchup here between the two of these. These are friends.
Who says no?
They were former teammates. And I believe, I don't know if it was Javier or Marcio, but one of them kind of predicted or hoped that this was the finals matchup. And here they are right now. 3rd World Championship final. Now, as accomplished as a player as Marcio is, he has never won a Pro Tour or a World Championship. This is his opportunity.
It's a weird thing about our game. You know, we measure things in terms of top 8s, generally speaking. And that's a fair measurement, right? That shows consistent performance over time. But don't get it twisted. Everybody that signs up for one of these tournaments, everybody that qualifies for these, they want to win. It's the whole point. It's why you're here. And somehow you can go an amazing, I mean, Marcio has an unbelievable career without actually winning.
Yeah, and people dream of having the resume that Marcio Carvalho has. It's absolutely incredible. He's kind of done everything outside of just taking one home.
That's right. He's done in all eras since he started playing. He's done things online. He's done things in real life. He loves limited, but he's a world-class constructed player. And it looks like we're already underway here. There is Duress. Matchup-wise, Paul, we've got Dimir Demons versus Golgari mid-range, but if I were to zoom out a little bit, these are two black-based mid-range decks, ultimately.
Yeah, ultimately. So I think you're going to see, I know they're slightly different, but I think you're going to see a lot of similarities between the match that we saw with Javier Dominguez against Seth Manfield. It's just kind of a mid-range mirror, both sides having access to a lot of removal, and both sides going to lean on whatever card advantage engine that they have to kind of pull ahead. So for Javier's side, we're looking at cards like Jace and the Unholy Annex. And for Marcio's side, a lot of them. Mosswood Dread Knight, Caustic Bronco, if any of those threats stick, that's great, along with 3 copies of Unholy Annex himself.
Mosswood Dread Knight has been an absolute beater. Every time it's on camera, it's had a massive impact on the game, and we see it right away.
Yeah, we'll note, though, that Javier's list does play 3 copies of Anoint with Affliction main, which is a nice, clean answer to the Dread Knight.
Does he have it?
No, he does not feel good about this. This is a go for the throat.
Wow, they're really just talking it up.
Again, they may not be on the same team now, but these are former teammates, buddies. They've played countless times together and tested together, so.
Yeah, don't let their, I mean, we get a little joy of the game. They're having fun with it, but make no mistake, we've got 2 assassins at the table here. They want this more than anything.
But completely different vibe than the Javier versus Seth Manfield matchup, where they were also playing for Player of the Year and maybe not as close. So both players here with their card advantage kind of engine online here. Javier with the turn 3 Unholy Annex into Archfiend. We'll get to gain some life here. And Marcio does have the answer. Go for the throat in hand.
Yeah, Marcio's really showing off the Mosswood Dread Knight here. I mean, that's all he's done this game. Duress and then Dread Knight, Dread Whispers, Dread Knight. It just keeps coming back.
This is going to miss.
Really?
Javier's really good at drawing lands after casting Unholy Annex.
I was going to say, is this a good thing or a bad thing for Javier? You miss, but it also means I have nothing.
Right. He does have some of those utility lands, right? So you do have the Excruciator, has the ability to still, that's the thing about the Annex. It just kind of does everything for you in one card.
Yep.
In a mid-range matchup, just playing it turn 3 is great, but then if you just run out of things to do, you can still make that Demon on turn 5.
There's go for the Archfiend and 3 damage coming in. This is why we saw that go for the throat on the Mosswood Dread Knight earlier, is that life total is really important for Javier with the Annex going.
Now,
go ahead.
Now, Marcio's does have a couple of Anoint with Afflictions, which is still not a dead card in this matchup because it's still a clean answer to the 6/6 Demon token that you would get off the Ritual Chamber.
Yeah. And as you can see, Marcio has deftly left up his 2 mana there to be able to take care of it if that were to be the play from Javier. And he doesn't have much else going on. His only other option is to play the Fountain Court and start using that.
But Javier will be able to keep drawing cards here. Unholy Annex still in play, even if your Demon does get killed here. And Marcio just has the Dread Knight here as the threat. Does have the Fountain Port, which you can slowly start using to churn out some 1/1s, but his hand is just 3 lands and 3 removal spells right now. Jace would be an amazing draw here for Javier. Just neutralizing the Mosswood Dread Knight, building up the building up the counters, building up the loyalty rather, and then you can just slam the excruciator for the combo kill.
Javier's going to make the kind of face-up obvious play, but he knows that demon's not long for this world, as there's so many cards in hand for Marcio. One of them could kill it, and it did. Anoint with Affliction's going to send it away.
Marcio would love to find any decent threat here.
Yeah, he's applying pressure with the Mosswood Dread Knight, but he could use just a little bit more. That was an Archfiend of the Dross. Off the top of the library there for Javier.
Yeah, but Javier needs removal or play. The thing is, Marcio at least still has 2 removal spells here, so he still has answers to a demon, 1 demon, and then also has access to removal for another demon token here too. So he's gonna. And Marcio can do both. He can use Go for the Throat and make a 1/1 here. Javier will go down to 10.
To 14. I go to 13.
Oh,
Interesting.
13, I draw a card again.
he decided to make a fish and allow the drain to happen.
Interesting.
Slightly more mana efficient there for Carvalho.
Oh, doesn't have Go for the Throat. Okay, well that makes a lot more sense.
Oh, he just doesn't have Go for the
He just doesn't
Throat.
have one. Okay. I was like, why wouldn't you kill a 6/6?
Yeah, I tried with the mana efficient thing, but
Right.
Wow, this is great news for Javier Dominguez because it means with no answer for Archfiend.
Marcio just needs more action here, so just going, hey, I'm going to attack you just so I can draw a card here off the Dread Knight.
He actually would prefer for it to die. And of course,
Right.
the alternate isn't the worst. He still gets in for 3.
So 11, 14,
Javier is going to oblige.
10, 14.
Did you actually take 2 damage when the Dread Knight gets exiled with the Archfiend?
Oh, good question. It probably has to go to the graveyard.
Or does it just get exiled immediately?
Right. Let me double check. It says when it dies, you may cast it from your graveyard as an adventurer until the. So it actually does go to the graveyard.
Oh, it does die. Okay.
Yeah. People always set it aside.
Lando, huh?
But wow, lots of lands there for Marcio. Yeah, not having that Go for the Throat ended up being the end of him in game number 1, and that is going to Javier Dominguez. Weird. It doesn't normally go like that, where they like exchange some resources and then Javier just goes, here's one last demon, and then it's over, but it is such a quick claw.
And that's just the power of the Annex, right? Oftentimes you just see it, oh, it's just going to draw you some cards, but at any point, if a demon lives, the game just ends.
Right. It's just so rare that it actually does in these black-based matchups,
Right.
but it did. That's exactly what happened.
Marcio did not have the appropriate removal spell. That's, with the Anoint with Affliction, kills the tokens, but not the Archfiend of the Dross.
Wow. I got to say, if I'm Javier, I'm feeling really happy about picking up that win. That was one of those ones that he didn't have to go 17 turns deep in the tank, find the right top deck. He just kind of played his cards, and it was like, you don't have it?
Yeah.
Okay, hit you for 8, hit you for 8, GG, and that's exactly what happened.
He used a lot of mental energy in that last match against Seth Manfield, but that one was fairly straightforward here. But of course, given that he pulled off that reverse sweep against Seth Manfield, being up 1-0 here, it's nice, but it's not close to over.
No, not at all. And, it is interesting for the players at this level. You have to kind of manage your emotions. It can feel, one of the worst things that you can do is feel relieved before the tournament's over. I can tell you, after having covered GPs for all those years, I saw so many people make it to the top 8 and get so excited that by the time they got there, they had something that you really, really don't want as a Magic player, which is just happy to be here syndrome. Right. You don't want it.
Yeah, and especially because you saw the way Javier celebrated after that very emotional win over Seth Manfield, locking Player of the Year. But the thing with Javier, he's been here before. He's done it a ton of times. He's Pro Tour champion, world champion.
I'm sure he got himself
ready to go.
calmed down and ready to go right after that. Because it is hard. I mean, of course you're going to celebrate, right? Like, you just won Player of the Year. You just made your 3rd World Championship Finals ever. You have a shot to win the thing again. You could be the first player to win twice, or the second player to win twice, excuse me. I mean, I'd celebrate too.
Having your face on 2 Magic cards is going to be something.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Are you kidding me?
He's going to make some modern deck with a Fervent Champion and whatever else it could be.
Oh,
he's probably going to make the request to make
incredible.
another red legendary creature, right? Or a red creature, rather.
He has to.
Yeah, you have to.
You
have to
can't
go,
go a
in the same
different
deck.
direction. They need to play well together.
Right.
I didn't even think about that. I'm sure he is. Like low key, that's one of the best things about winning the World Championship. I mean, 100
yeah.
grand for the winner, not the worst thing ever. Big old trophy, not the worst thing ever, but becoming a Magic card.
Oh, great hand here. Marcio with the duress here. Might just take the Unholy Annex. We just saw how powerful that card was in the matchup. Unless he's interested in taking the Go for the Throat and try to pull ahead with the Caustic Bronco that he can play next turn. So both good options. Maybe just take the Go for the Throat and just try to get some advantages here with that Bronco. Has the Anoint with Affliction, doesn't deal with the Archfiend of the Dross. So Javier, if he strings together some lands, can go turn 3 Annex into turn 4 Archfiend, which Marcio doesn't currently have an answer for. So tough choice between those two.
Important early decision here in game number 2.
Yeah, I like this. Every resource matters, and if that Bronco gets maybe 2 attacks in, that's so big here for Marcio.
Right, especially at this early stage of the game where he's trying to make sure mana is under him, trying to find those key card draw engines. Right now, the hand's a little disheveled.
And he finds a Go for the Throat, which is really nice. Does give him an answer to the Archfiend of the Dross. Javier will
find an answer.
He wanted to remove it, and he found
He
it.
got Anoint with Affliction.
Wow. Little light on lands here, though. And Javier can, of course, wait because Marcio doesn't have counter magic. And Marcio grimaces.
He smiled. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's
come
rough.
on. Can't duress the top of the
Oh,
library.
and Javier finds land number 3 here. So he can just slam the Unholy Annex or go Duress plus Fairy Mastermind. What a string of draws. Removal spell into not missing a land drop.
Incredible for Javier Dominguez. This is the beginning of winning a World Championship, a quick game 1. And now things starting to come together for him in game 2. But we are early. Archfiend, Anoint is the hand now.
So now running out of Mastermind is not ideal just because you know about the Anoint. I wonder if you just go Duress and just get the other removal spell out of the hand.
Yeah. And take the Anoint. So double Archfiend.
So now can Marcio find an untapped
A
land?
land would be really nice.
Important draw step.
Yeah.
Would you agree, Marcio?
Let's see if he hits it. Javier says this is an important draw step. Do you agree, Marcio? Marcio shakes his head, and it's another Caustic Bronco.
Now, Javier also needs an untapped land. Can he find it? He does not.
He doesn't.
Oh,
so
this is
he
big.
is going to play the Annex and start digging, but the Bronco gets to do the same.
And another untapped land here would be great because you can saddle up the Bronco.
And it is an untapped land, and he windmill slams the Archfiend onto the battlefield. Saddle up
Unholy
the
Annex?
Bronco.
Just 4. That was big, a big
Huge.
sequence of draws here for Marcio.
Okay, there's land number 4 now for Javier Dominguez, so he has his own copy of Archfiend.
Marcio currently doesn't have a way to kill it. Does have his own Archfiend. Can he find a Go for the Throat here?
Drain you for 2. No.
Doesn't find it.
He found a land. So now what?
A couple of things. You can either play another Archfiend, saddle up, or maybe you just draw a card with the Mosswood Dread Knight just to try to find an answer. Or maybe you're also happy just trading a Bronco for a card.
You just send it in?
Right, just to try
And
to
if you
find
hit
a
the Go
removal
for the
spell.
Throat, you're
Ooh, that's
real happy
big,
there.
Right.
Then you kind of get it all.
But the first thing you could do is just draw a card off this Dread Knight here and see if you just naturally find one.
Right.
But you're putting less power and toughness on the battlefield because the other option is just slamming another Archfiend of the Dross.
Uh-huh.
He does. I don't believe he has Terrace under main, so just go for the Throat. That's kind of his best answer. Oh, and looking
He's
like
going big. And he is going to get in there as well.
Oh, he
It
wanted
just
to.
ended up being a land, so no damage. And this means that the Archfiend gets to just eat the Caustic Bronco.
Right.
But 6 damage gets across.
Absolutely,
Down
and
to 10.
remember, Marcio does have that Restless Cottage in play too. Javier does need to be mindful of his life total here.
But he's got the Annex plus a Demon. This will
does.
be the 2nd turn in a row.
And he has another Demon here. He's got another Archfiend of the Dross that he can play here. The alternative is just shoot the Sheriff plus Fairy Mastermind.
Also
as
fine.
a maybe chump blocker.
Does he attack?
Oh, I don't think he attacks.
It's 2-turn clock.
I don't know. I don't know about the
All
attack.
right,
The
all
thing
right.
is,
I'll
he's
calm
the one
down.
who's drawing a card every
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
So he just wants to stabilize the board here.
Yeah. Okay, I got a little excited.
He could.
I mean, this turn cycle, it works. But if it falls apart after that, then he would regret it.
If Marcio draws a cut down
Right.
and activates the land, and then Javier tries to chump block with the Fairy Mastermind, it's just going to all get ruined.
It could fall apart very
Remember, with 2 Archfiends on the on Marcio's side of the battlefield, if he kills something, Javier takes 4.
Oh, yeah, that too. that too. Yeah, I like that about the Annex. It kind of turns it into a mini game where it's like, I'm ahead and I'd like to just maintain, and I'll use the tools that I have to do that. Okay, shoot the Sheriff is going to kill one of them.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's very easy.
Javier could draw another removal spell here off the Annex. A Drain here ties things up at 12 here. Ooh, ooh.
It's 14 10, yes?
Javier. Easy.
Basically, I think if Marcio top decks a cut down, then I think he might be able to win here. So Javier goes to 12 because he has an untapped land in his hand.
Okay.
Right, so then he can attack for 10, bring Javier down to 2. Javier's going to run out the Fairy Mastermind. You just cut that down.
That's 2
and then
damage.
that's lethal.
Yeah.
But Marcio has to top that cut down.
Wow, he did attack. What does Marcio find?
It's an Anoint.
An Anoint with Affliction.
It's not quite
That
enough.
does not work well with Archfiend of the Dross.
Right, and it's a 2-mana spell here.
It does get him through for the damage, but no trigger.
Yeah, this is so close here for Marcio. Now Marcio, I don't think, now that Marcio doesn't have lethal, I think he can attack. Right? He cannot attack. He might need to draw a card here with the Dread Knight.
Man, Javier pressing his advantage, and it might actually work out for him.
Feels like that's the only option here, given the life totals. Try to find a way to kill the Archfiend here. Because let's say you find Go for the Throat, what's Javier going to do? Might just try to unlock the room, and then you have the Anoint with Affliction for that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got that part covered.
She was like, is there any way you can take 12 here? I just
So
don't
much
see it.
pressure from Javier Dominguez.
Right.
Even though he has the long game in a good situation, he's decided to just press his advantage, and it's put Marcio in a very difficult position.
And I don't know if this is going to happen, but Marcio also has 2 counters on the Archfiend. If the game kind of goes for 2 more turns, that thing doesn't die, he dies.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen. They just kill their own or something
Right.
happens, right? Okay, here's
Anoint.
Anoint, so that's going to get exiled, no trigger.
Can he find a Go for the Throat here? 5. Has the land. What is that? Was that another Anoint? No, it's an Archfiend.
It was an Archfiend.
So now he has to pass. Now, if Javier just top decks a removal spell here.
Yeah, he just wins.
You don't fight, right?
He did not. He found a swamp. There's another Archfiend. This is down to 2. That's at 4.
Right. If you attack, the trade happens.
And that's for both. So that
You
leaves
take
Marcio
4.
at 1.
And then the land.
Because of the second
triggers.
one. That's right. So that's 4 down to 1. And then a trigger from the Annex means Javier Dominguez is up 2 games to 0. Just like that.
Just imperfect every time. Pretty much. Yeah, you do that removal, I do removal. Yeah.
You're just drawing perfect every time. Yeah, pretty much.
I need to do removal on land.
Yeah, but Marcio set himself up nicely there with the Bronco. but both players just kind of got out of it, and Marcio really just needed the big removal spells. Archfiend of the Dross just getting in the way there, slowing things down here for Marcio.
There's the Marcio Carvalho fan club over there. Billy Adel is there, his sister.
Now we are sideboarding here.
That's right. So the players are going to consult sideboards, and we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we'll be in sideboards and game number 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here of the Magic the Gathering World Championship. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon, and we are in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's sunny outside, but we got business to take care of here. We're in the finals of our World Championship. We got Marcio Carvalho sitting across from Javier Dominguez, and right now he might wish that he were sitting across from anybody else, because he's down 2-0 is Marcio, and they were pretty quick.
Yeah, Javier now has a commanding lead, but now we get into the sideboard here, and if there's one thing about Golgari midrange is after, it's one of those, I feel like you're maybe a slight dog against most decks game 1, but after sideboard, I feel like you can turn things around. So maybe that's what Marcio's going to need here.
Well, he cast a Caustic Bronco, and it immediately got cut down, so there will be no turnaround, at least on turn 2, but let's continue. Cut down Duress, go for the throat, and a pair of lands with a Sentinel of the Nameless City there for Carvalho.
Yeah, and Marcio knows that there's Spell Stutter, only 2 copies in Javier's list, so but still chooses to play around it here. He can either go Duress or play Sentinel, choosing to go with the Duress here because he doesn't really want Javier to play turn 3 Unholy Annex. And Javier has 2 copies. He has all the best cards. Jace and Unholy Annex are the best cards in this matchup, and he's got 3 copies of those cards in hand here.
Wow, and look at this for Marcio. He's holding 2 removal spells that don't do anything against those cards, and then a Sentinel.
And notably, Marcio also kept Cut Down, which only has 6 targets in the matchup here for the
interesting
Fairy Masterminds and 2 Caustic Broncos that Javier Dominguez has. I don't think he has any more creatures in the sideboard either.
Yeah, and I can actually update you on that as well. Javier Dominguez, for his sideboard plan, he took out 2 Caustic Broncos.
Wow.
Yeah. He brought in a cut down. This is for Dominguez. He brought in a cut down and 2 Liliana of the Veil, took out one of the 2 Jaces from the main and the 2 Caustic.
Okay, so doesn't actually feel like he needs the Jace here. Just maybe leaning really heavily into the demons, which has been working out for him, to be fair.
If we're going to use the match so far, that would certainly be the direction you'd want to go.
We'll note that Unholy Annex certainly is not nearly as powerful because Marcio boards in lots of answers. He has multiple copies of Terra Sunder, which I imagine is going to get boarded in this matchup, and who knows how many copies of Tranquil Frillback will also stay in, just to be able to have more disenchant effects for the extremely powerful enchantment.
Yeah, Marcio took out a cut down, the 2 Tranquil Frillback, and a Dreams of Steel and Oil. He brought in 2 Liliana of the Veil.
2 Terra Sunders and the Duress, it seems.
Yeah, that's 5 cards, though.
But Marcio, just because of the spell stutter, just kind of has to play things slow. You have the Sentinel of the Nameless City as the only threat in your hand, so probably waiting until he hits land number 5 to be able to deploy that as a threat. And Javier also choosing not to play Unholy Annex, keeping up Spell Stutter, aware of the fact that Marcio could have something like a Terra Sunder here. Is that Liliana?
That's interesting.
Dominguez doing our job for us.
So Liliana on top with your 4 cards.
Land number 4 here for Dominguez.
And Marcio just prioritizing finding mana source number 5 to play around the Spell Stutter that he knows about in Javier's hand. Or maybe he can find another Duress into Sentinel.
Nice.
And he's going to go with Jace here. Go for the throat times 2, and a cut down is not going to get the job done. Though, I do see a cottage up there for Carvalho.
Yeah, so if Javier chooses to draw a card here, then Marcio, if he can find land number 5,
untapped,
can just attack the Jace with the cottage.
Draw a card, okay?
And, you know, Javier's okay with this because that means Marcio spends his entire turn to get the Jace off the battlefield. Meanwhile, you still got your card.
That's true, and we have seen that happen. Oh, wow, it's just going to be Sentinel of the Nameless City.
No land, but he is going to crack this map right away. It's a land.
Hit 2. Okay, so that was nice for Marcio, but that does mean that Javier gets to untap with Jace.
Right, and he can
he's
tick.
got answers.
He has tons of removal spells here. He can tick up the Jace here on the Sentinel, but you still kind of don't want the Sentinel to attack because it does make that map token every turn.
Right. So he's just going to actually get another card out of the deal.
Yeah, just Dimir control at this point now. Take a look at Javier's hand here.
Dude, double go for the throat, anoint, and a spell stutter to hold the fort down?
Right.
He even could afford to play Unholy Annex and leave up any one of those other cards?
Yeah, he can. Now, the one thing, though, is if he does choose to go with the Unholy Annex, the Jace will die.
He's bailing on Jace.
Right.
Okay.
But Jace has already gotten you some value here, right? You've already gotten 2 cards out of the deal.
Yeah, and he's not going to get another one next turn anyway. So he's going to get it now and go with the Unholy Annex.
Unholy Annex has just been absolutely incredible here. All Sunday here for Javier.
Absolutely, and you know, this situation's still very good for him because if Marcio says, I want to go to combat, he can just kill the Sentinel, and if Marcio wants to get Jace off the battlefield, he's going to have to use up all of this mana.
Yep, and so this is going to be a dead Jace. I think Javier is going to kill the Sentinel here just because that actually creates a map token here, probably.
Right, which can become a card sometimes where a food token is, it needs a little help.
And that is the only Jace in Javier's deck, so now the combo is kind of offline. He does have that Excruciator in hand, but I believe there were 2 Jaces main. He boarded one out, so that's the only one in his deck.
You see the Unholy Annex getting exiled from the cottage, but shouldn't matter.
Yeah, but so much action here for Javier.
Totally.
He's at 18 life. He's going to draw, he's drawn at least 2 cards here after the Unholy Annex. Is up 2 cards from the Jace here with a handful of removal spells and demons.
So what is he going for here? He's just going to make the 6/6 flying demon. And you know, it's interesting. I've noticed this pattern with Javier's deck where like he'll use a removal spell just to maintain status quo, get another card. He'll use a demon just to get the 1 trigger on end step that's a drain, even though he knows it's going to die anyway.
Right.
Yet he can still get ahead because he's drawing 2 cards a turn doing this.
Yeah, and the thing at this point now, Javier is just like, hey, I'm just going to play a demon every single turn until you just run out of removal spells, because I'm still just drawing an extra card every single turn here.
Especially that Marcio's tapped out yet again, so he once again will just get the extra trigger from the Unholy Annex. It's going to be very difficult for Marcio to race him from this situation, getting drained for 4 every turn.
It's such a huge swing. Such a huge swing.
How does Marcio get out of this loop? I mean, he will run out of answers before Javier runs out of threats if he's drawing 2 cards a turn, right?
Right. Maybe it starts with his own Unholy Annex, right? Because Javier's deck is incapable of getting enchantment off the battlefield. So it might start there. This is also a way to kind of get things going.
There's a card draw engine.
So
something
perhaps you can kill Archfiend. Oh, and he drew Unholy Annex.
Hey.
So now, hey, you go for the Throat the Demon, and then you play your own Unholy Annex, and that's kind of, that's how you get back,
He's
right?
doing a Javier Dominguez impression.
And keep in mind, Javier Dominguez, he's been drawing a ton of cards, but he's been missing on his land drop. So Marcio, next turn, can play a 3/2 and make a demon, right? Has access, has the mana advantage at the very least. He's down a ton of cards.
Land would be, oh, there's no land
Still
here
no
for
lands
Dominguez. He could have had a triple spell turn if he hit an untapped land.
Right. Still at a ton of life here, though.
This is a very classic situation that you find in Magic. Look at the number of cards in hand for Marcio and look at his lands. And now look at the number of cards in hand for Javier and look at his lands, right? Behind on mana, way ahead on cards, just needs to find land drops to start deploying all of these things. And I think if Javier can do that, he'll be a world champion. If he can't hit these land drops, Marcio actually has a way to climb back in here now.
Yeah, the thing is, if Javier is continuing to be just stuck on 5 lands, if Marcio, he still needs to rip out of this, right? He still needs to go, you know, back to back to back good spells. But if he does, he's the one who can play more spells than Javier can in 1 turn.
He has nothing relevant now as far as removing the opposing demon, but he did find Archfiend. He's going to be mana efficient.
So is this a double demon turn? Oh, that's a Glissa.
Oh, that's a Glissa, not an Archfiend. Hello.
Okay. And he gets his own Unholy Annex trigger.
Javier has answers for everything, but can he actually deploy them? He did find a land, by the way, on the end of his last turn.
Okay.
But it was a reef.
And I do believe he does have the removal.
Oh, Verge 2.
Untapped land is huge here because now you have, what, 2 removal spells here, which is huge. You can attack, and this is getting close to lethal on Javier's
getting really
side.
close, Paul. This is... Javier doesn't need that much to be able to capitalize on this situation that he finds himself in.
Has a Fairy Mastermind anoint and go for the Throat here?
Yeah, and he's just going to stay patient here, make sure he can use up his 4 mana for the turn and just get the 1 drain. Carvalho's at 5.
He does have a couple of food tokens.
Okay.
To not die immediately.
I always forget about the food tokens. Still, that's not a good long-term answer for the situation that Carvalho finds himself in, and he only found a Restless Cottage on top of the library. This is Marcio's 3rd trip to a World Championship final, and he looks like he may not convert this one either. Javier Dominguez is getting real close here.
Marcio needs a removal spell.
If he finds a removal spell, then we have a game. It's Anoint with Affliction. That actually does count.
That does work here. Now, Marcio's going to try to attack here. But of course, we know that Javier has the removal spell for the Glissa.
And before combat, kill it. So, shoot the Sheriff, Glissa down.
Anoint Infliction. So you just have to count all the mana here for Marcio because you're going to need to maybe gain some life here as well. You're going to want to kill this demon. Do you have the mana to... You got to think about the mana to sack your food tokens to stay alive. You got to sack at least one. And then possibly run out one of these Dread Knights here. So maybe you play one and gain 3 and go to 7 in case Javier does play another demon here.
Yeah. Especially because you've only got cut down in hand. Although an extra draw coming, it was go for the throat.
Ooh, okay, cut down.
That's gonna, he finally found a target for the cut down. Now he's got go for the throat and a food crack available.
You can crack both foods and go up to 6. Excuse me, go up to 8.
If he doesn't need to use
right.
go for the throat. Carvalho kind of puts his hands up like, hey, what do you got?
Yeah, I imagine Javier's going to just run out another demon here, but you're right. He's going to kill this Archfiend before the end step. Or in the end step
for the
too.
turn. End step. And he says, hold on a sec. Before we go to end step, I'm going to use go for the throat.
So Javier will take 2.
But he gets a card.
Marcio's still alive, barely.
This is not over. It's getting there, but it's not over.
He's at 5 now. There's a couple of Dread Knights. He can gain 3 more life. And remember, there's a couple of cottages in play as well here on Marcio's side.
Huh.
But he has no cards. No cards in hand.
He's completely out of cards. Javier Dominguez had a Jace early that he was able to leverage to draw a few extra cards, and he's so far been riding the wave.
Just attacking with cottages just doesn't feel like a big recipe for success here, but it does get some damage through, does create a food token, so maybe you want to activate one of them at least.
Dominguez asks how many cards Marcio has. 1.
Javier has a ton of removal here.
Go for the throat.
Do you want to use that to crack your food? Right, you want to use like every bit of mana probably, right?
Yeah, that's what he's going to do. Up to 8.
Now do you just
hanging in there?
Now you probably just play out both of your Dread Knights here, right? It's not like Javier has a threat here in play.
No. You got to get something going.
Does Javier have another demon? He does.
He has Archfiend of...
So he can Archfiend plus Unholy Annex, drain Marcio for 4
That's
here,
half his
and draw
life.
2 cards, and gain 4.
Yeah. Yeah. If he has an untapped land, which he does, he can also duress just to be clear, but at this point, it wouldn't matter anyway. He would make the play that he thinks is best regardless.
Javier has just drawn so many more cards here than Marcio, just able to sculpt the perfect hand despite not drawing those lands, just making sure that his hand has all the answers for Marcio.
Every time I look over at the cards in hand, it's just there's 4 or 5 for Javier, and Marcio has 1 or 2.
One cottage.
One cottage.
Go for the throat. He's a little bit short here because if he had 1 more mana, I think he could have gone Archfiend, go for the throat, Unholy Annex, go for the throat, the Mosswood Dread Knight with Archfiend in play. That would be 6 damage.
Wow. Here's the Archfiend. Yeah, he needed 1 more. But it may only be another turn.
Yeah, but still just an excellent position here, right? Marcio going to go down to 2 here.
And he certainly can do duress plus annex if that's what he wants to do. There's the duress. It's going to be just to land. Nothing left here for Carvalho.
Do we annex or keep up go for the throat?
That's the question. It's an additional card.
Because remember, there's still a Restless Cottage on Marcio's side.
Uh-huh. But Dominguez would be at 22.
Yeah, it's going to be really...
Like, how in the world can Marcio put together any type of clock against that?
I think Marcio's best bet here is just to try to find another removal spell here.
Yeah, he just wants to draw all go for the throats all the time.
Maybe a Liliana.
Okay, so Javier did not unlock the Unholy Annex, so he just gets the 1 trigger, but it allows him to keep up go for the throat. What did Marcio find? Archfiend of the Dross?
And so good job on Javier to not Unholy Annex, because now Marcio will play the Archfiend.
Yes.
But Javier will have the answer with the go for the throat, which would mean Marcio takes an additional 2 damage here.
Yeah, so then all Javier has to do is just pass the turn. Is there any food? Yeah, okay, so there could be
There is food, and Marcio is drawing a card here off the Unholy Annex, so maybe he can find a removal spell here. But remember, Javier has the backup demon here in hand in the Excruciator.
Right. And yeah, 6 cards isn't that many, but it's plenty of turns.
The thing is, if you attack, Javier blocks, and you still take 2 damage from your creature dying, right?
Yes.
Chose not to attack.
And that's it! Javier Dominguez is a 2-time world champion and a player of the year. Congratulations, Javier.
What an absolutely incredible run here for Javier. Back against the ropes in that semis. 0-2, doesn't matter. Rattles off 3 in a row, and now a clean sweep here against his friend and former teammate, Marcio Carvalho. Unfortunate result for him. He's going to have to wait for yet another World Championship.
He looks shocked.
0 for 3.
3-0 against him this too. That is a tough pill to swallow. Given a little bit of time, he'll be able to look back and recognize the amazing accomplishment there, but that is a tough one.
Absolutely.
Look at Javier. He cannot believe this.
It's everything, right? He just locked everything up this year. Second.
He can't believe it. Look at him.
Second 2-time world champion. Player of the year.
Big hug from Jesse.
What a finish here.
He played 4 premier level events this year. He didn't finish worse than 10th in any of them, including this win.
That is absolutely absurd. Congratulations, Javier.
Yeah, huge round of applause there for Javier Dominguez. Boy, he's really put himself in that conversation, one of the best players ever now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And you know,
and I don't have to decide board. Yes, that is one of the many benefits of winning the tournament.
Just a small thing.
You don't have to decide board. $100,000. Let's see, there's a trophy. You happen to pick up player of the year on the way. 2-time world champ.
Yeah, I mean, just the heart of a champion. You know, the first time we got to see him in the finals, right? Falling to William Jensen in epic match. And really hard to recover from a loss like that, because I believe he made a small misstep in that finals, which cost him the game and the match. But he comes back the following year, wins the World Championship, finds himself with yet another opportunity here, and gets it done.
Big smile, and yeah, you got to pick it up.
It's heavy.
Paul, you know what'll that look really nice right next to? His other one.
This one might be a little bigger.
Yeah, he's gonna have friends over, and they're gonna be like, "You get 2 trophies for winning World Championship."
Yeah.
Sit down.
Just incredible. Just
unbelievable
incredible.
stuff. Yeah, pretty clean victory too, right?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like the games were pretty straightforward from his perspective. There were some very tight spots there where it was like, okay, I got to go one direction or the other, but whichever way he seemed to go, it worked out for him.
Yeah, the thing is, with his deck in particular, he was able to just draw up. He has an extra copy of the Unholy Annex, but he's able to just string together all the demons, and at some point, Marcio just ran out of demons. And the nice thing about Unholy Annex, it just draws you into more demons.
It does.
And eventually, it just exhausts you of all of your resources, and then you can kind of take over. Marcio did sideboard into a lot of ways to deal with the Unholy Annex, but of course, we only saw the one sideboarded game, so didn't have the opportunity to deal with that enchantment.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from the feature match area. That's going to do it for us in the booth. That's Paul Chiana. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thanks so much for hanging out with us. Let's go back over to Maria at the news desk.
Thank you so much, you two. What a fantastic finals. Your champion, Javier Dominguez. Mani, your thoughts on that final?
I mean, Just incredible stuff. Yeah, he made it look easy there
He
in
always
the finals.
does.
But we have to remember, 2 hours, 3 hours ago, Javier was down 0-2 against Seth. That was player of the year, about to be gone, and then just came back and clawed back and clawed back. And then, you know what? Made it look easy in the end.
Man, Monty, how tough is it to be player of the year and world champion?
I mean, you have to really look at the season Javier has had. He started with a 9th at Pro Tour's Murders at Karlov Manor, then a 10th at Pro Tour Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Already disappointing. Finally makes the top 8 in Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, and he loses to who else? His teammate, Simon Nielsen, who goes on to win that tournament. So for him to have that year of just near miss into a quarterfinals loss into here, just really unbelievable stuff from Javier.
An utterly fantastic season, and what a way to cap it off. I'm going to pass it on over to Cedric Phillips with the trophy presentation.
Thank you so much, Maria. Boy, this is going to be fun to say. The winner of World Championship 30, Javier Dominguez. Javi. I think this is my 4th interview with you this weekend. We've been hanging out a lot. It's a good sign for you. This is an incredible year you've had. We'll get to Player of the Year in a minute. Trust me. 9th in Chicago, 10th in Seattle, top 8 in Amsterdam, win here. What? Your worst finish in a major tournament this year is 10th place. Make sense of this for me? Can you do that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's still like, it's been a wild year. Many things went my way, including from the first PT to this match. Just sometimes cars go your way. So yeah, that's all I can say. Like, it just things have been going my way, and I have the support from my friends, my teammates, and they make it easier. You know what I mean?
I mean, you've got an incredible group of people behind you, some of the best to ever play Magic. You're surrounded by your team Handshake. You're surrounded by friends, a ton of people who people can't see at home over here that are excited about your win. You had a very tough opponent in the finals, who you know well, in Marcio, who has come up short, just like you have in the World Championships. We've seen you win this before. Does this one feel better than the last one?
I don't know about better. It's definitely different because the first time you don't really believe you can get there, but the second, well, you probably believe you can never get it again, right? So I will say it's kind of similar in a way. Yeah. I would say they feel different but similar. Yeah.
Different but similar. That's what happens when you win 2 of these. Different but similar. Okay, so let's talk about something that you won this week and you never won before, Player of the Year. How is that different, similar? What does that feel like this weekend to win that?
I don't know yet. I definitely had assumed Simon will win it somehow because Simon doesn't lose much either. Yep. But so, I will ask him also how it feels as well because I don't know yet.
So this weekend, you've become the Kai Bude Player of the Year, the world champion. I think we got somebody else coming in. More teammates from Handshake coming in here. I think we, inarguably now, the best active team. You can give them a shout out. Buddy, this is your time to shine. You can say whatever you want to, whoever you want to right now.
Yeah, well, I would like to thank, well, thank you.
No.
I would like to thank everyone cheering for me. I would like to thank, again, my teammates, my friends, all the people that came to say hi this weekend, send me a card, whatever, also as well, all the Spanish community, muchas gracias. Everyone that supported me ever, and every friend I have met along the way, they always have a part of me, and I have a part of them. And of course, my family, back there at home. Simon lives and get late as usually. Hello. And yeah, so thanks a lot. Also, a special thanks to Anthony Lee because his support's always been incredible since the beginning of my career. And yeah, now I'm happy, but I mostly feel thankful. So thanks, gracias, muchas gracias, thanks.
The winner of World Championship 30, Javier Dominguez!
congratulations once again to our new world champion, Javier Dominguez. A two-timer, the second person in Magic the Gathering history to ever do it, and our new Player of the Year. An absolutely incredible season and an incredible feat for Javier. Well, as we wrap things up here in Vegas, we thank the thousands upon thousands of Magic fans who joined us this weekend, both in person and online, to celebrate the greatest game in the world. Special thanks to all 113 of the World Championship competitors who walked through the doors on Friday, ready to brave the haunted halls of Duskmourn for a chance at glory and immortality. From the thrill of passing left, right, left in Duskmourn Draft, which proved you can play almost anything, to Standard, that also proved that so many options are quite literally on the table with an exciting and diverse metagame. After 14 rounds of Swiss and a star-studded top 8, only one player was left standing, and that was none other than Javier Dominguez, a now two-time world champion, only the second person to ever claim that feat, and your 2024 Player of the Year. You know, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but I hope everyone who joined us this weekend will take the joy they found here back home to share with every Magic player they meet. Thank you so much for joining us, friends. See you next year for more Magic the Gathering.